Hello beautiful people. Welcome to the Fiction Blue. In today's episode, we explore Harry found a hidden two-way mirror at age 6 that connected directly to Amelia Bones' office at the ministry. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The crack in the wall. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and something that might have been a mouse, once, a long time ago. Harry had lived in it his whole life, so he didn't notice the smell anymore. What he noticed were the cracks. He knew every crack in every wall of that cupboard the way other children knew the layout of their bedrooms, which ones let in light from the hallway when Aunt Petunia turned the lamp on, which ones were just shadows pretending to be interesting, and which ones, if you pressed your ear against them just right, let you hear the television from the sitting room. He was 6 years old, and the television was the best part of his day, most days. Tonight was different, though. Tonight there was a crack he hadn't noticed before. It was behind Dudley's old trainers, the ones that had been shoved back here after Dudley's feet grew too fast and Aunt Petunia hadn't got around to throwing them out yet. Harry had been reorganizing, which was actually just moving things around so he'd have enough room to lie flat without a shoe in his ribs, when his fingers found the edge of something cold. Not cold like the stone floor. Cold like metal. Cold like something that didn't belong. He pulled the trainers out, stacked them carefully because the last thing he needed tonight was to make noise, and looked at the wall. There was a gap in the brick, a real gap, not a crack, more like a pocket where one brick sat slightly inward compared to the others. Tucked into that pocket, wrapped loosely in what had once been a velvet cloth so old it was more gray than any color, was a mirror. Not a bathroom mirror. Not a compact. It was roughly the size of a large book, maybe a little bigger, framed in dark metal that had been worked into strange looping patterns that Harry's fingers kept tracing without him quite deciding to. The glass was dark. Not dirty, he wiped it with his sleeve and nothing came away. Just dark, like a window at night with the curtains drawn on the other side. Harry sat with it in his lap for a long time. He knew, in the wordless way that children know things before they have language to explain them, that this was not a normal mirror. Normal things didn't make the air around them feel slightly warmer. Normal things didn't hum, low and faint, like something waiting. He held it up and looked at his reflection. His reflection looked back. Messy hair, round glasses held together at the left hinge with a bit of tape, a too large shirt that had been Dudley's. Skinny. A bruise on his forearm fading yellow-green from where Dudley had caught him with a cricket bat 2 days ago, accidentally on purpose. He looked at his reflection for a bit and then said, feeling slightly foolish, "Hello." The mirror went white. Harry nearly dropped it. He gripped the frame hard, fingers digging into the metalwork, and the white light softened and shifted and resolved itself into an office. A real office, with shelves of books and files stacked in leaning towers and a lamp on a desk throwing a warm yellow circle across a mess of parchment, and a woman sitting behind the desk who looked up from whatever she'd been reading with the particular sharp-eyed expression of someone who had been interrupted and was deciding how annoyed to be about it. She was somewhere between 40 and 1,000 years old, Harry thought. Short gray hair. Square jaw. A monocle that she wasn't currently wearing, it was on a chain around her neck, and she picked it up without thinking and held it to her eye and looked at him through it. "What," she said flatly, "is this?" It was not a question. It was the kind of statement people made when they already had 3 theories and didn't like any of them. "I'm Harry," Harry said. "I found a mirror." The woman stared at him. She had the look of someone doing rapid calculations in their head. She glanced away from him briefly, at something on her desk, or the door, Harry couldn't tell, then back. "Where did you find it?" she said. "In the wall. In my cupboard." "Your cupboard?" "I live in the cupboard under the stairs." He paused. It was behind a brick. The brick was loose. The woman was quiet for a moment. She set down whatever she'd been holding and leaned forward slightly, forearms on the desk, and gave him the kind of direct look that adults almost never gave children, the kind that meant she was actually listening. "How old are you?" she asked. 6. Can you tell me your name? Your full name. Harry Potter. He watched her face. Adults always did something when he said his name, neighbors looked away quickly, teachers at school got careful, Mrs. Fig made a small sound she pretended wasn't a sound. This woman went very still instead, which was different and somehow more interesting. Harry Potter, she repeated. Yes. And you live, she stopped. Started again. You said you live in a cupboard. Under the stairs, yes. Harry shifted, resettling the mirror in his lap. The metal frame was warming up now, which was pleasant, actually. Who are you? The woman blinked. He got the impression she was not often asked direct questions by people who actually expected answers. Amelia Bones, she said. I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry considered this. What does that mean? It means I'm in charge of making sure the law is followed. In the magical world. Oh. He thought about this. Are you like the police? Something like that. Rather more so, some days. She leaned back in her chair. Harry. This mirror you found, what does it look like? Describe the frame for me. So he described it, tracing the looping patterns with his finger while he talked, and he watched the woman's, Amelia's, expression shift from careful and contained to something more complicated. She picked up a quill from her desk and wrote something down. Fast, precise lines. I think, she said slowly, that this mirror may be ministry property. Very old ministry property. The kind that was logged as lost approximately 40 years ago during an office reorganization. She looked at him. I won't bore you with the details. The relevant part is that it's a two-way communication mirror, and it's been keyed to my office, which means wherever it's been sitting all these years, it was waiting to connect here. Why your office? Because it was assigned to my predecessor's predecessor. This office has had the same magical signature for 80 years. The mirror doesn't care who's sitting in the chair. It just cares about the room. She paused. That's a simplified explanation. That's all right, Harry said. Simplified is fine. I'm 6. Amelia Bones looked at him for a moment and then did something unexpected. She smiled, small, quick, like she hadn't entirely planned to. Fair point. Outside the cupboard, the house was settling into its nighttime sounds. The television murmuring. Uncle Vernon's periodic cough. The creak of Dudley coming up the stairs too heavy for the carpet to absorb properly. Harry kept his voice low automatically, the reflex of years. Can we talk through this? He asked. Whenever I want to. It appears so. She was looking at him steadily. Harry, I want to ask you something, and I want you to know that you can tell me the truth. I won't be angry. Something in her tone made him sit up straighter. Adults said that sometimes, I won't be angry, and what they usually meant was tell me the thing so I can decide if I'm angry. But she said it differently. Like she meant it and also like she was already angry, just not at him. All right, he said. You said you live in a cupboard. Is that where you sleep? Where you actually sleep? Yes. Every night. Yes. There's a cot. It fits if I don't stretch out too much. He paused. I'm not very tall. Amelia Bones wrote something down. Her handwriting was very fast. And the people you live with, your aunt and uncle, do they know you found the mirror? No. I don't tell them about things I find. They take them. She wrote that down too. Have they ever hurt you? She said, very carefully. Harry looked at his arm. The bruise was mostly faded, but there were others, some from Dudley, some from Uncle Vernon's hand when Harry had been too slow or too loud or too present. He had never told anyone about them because there had never been anyone to tell, and also because he'd understood from a very young age that the Dursleys' dislike of him was supposed to be his fault somehow, and telling on people for things that were your fault only made it worse. But Amelia Bones was looking at him through that mirror from an office somewhere that was not Privet Drive, and she had a quill in her hand and she was already writing, and Harry got the feeling that the information would not go to the Desleys. He got the feeling it would go somewhere that had teeth. Sometimes, he said. Amelia Bones put the quill down very carefully. She took a slow breath. When she looked back at him her expression was absolutely composed, the way a person looked when they were keeping something very large very contained. Harry, she said. I'm going to look into your situation. Quietly, and carefully, and properly. I need you to do one thing for me in the meantime. What? Don't tell your aunt and uncle about this mirror. I wasn't going to, Harry said, with the confidence of someone who had been keeping secrets since before he could name the concept. Good. She glanced at something off to the side, a clock, probably. It's late. You should sleep. I know. He didn't move. He was looking at her office, at the towers of files and the books with their cracked spines and the lamp making everything warm. Are you busy? At this time of night? I'm always busy. What were you doing? Before I showed up. A pause. Then, something in her expression that was not quite softened, but was perhaps less sharp around the edges. Reading a case report. A rather unpleasant one about a wizard in Scotland who's been charming Muggle property records. Muggle, Harry repeated. He'd heard that word before, from Aunt Petunia. She said it the way other people said something rude. That means non-magical. Normal people. Yes. You know about magic. I know some things. He did. He knew things happened around him that didn't happen around Dudley. He knew Aunt Petunia's particular tight-mouthed silence on the subject meant it was real and not to be spoken of. He knew, without knowing how he knew, that the strange occurrences, appearing on the school roof when he was running from Dudley's gang, the jumper shrinking when Aunt Petunia tried to force it on him, the glass of the boa constrictor's tank at the zoo last year, were connected to him specifically. Were him specifically. I know that I'm something. And I know they don't like it. No, Amelia said quietly. I don't imagine they do. Is that why I'm famous? Someone at school said I was famous but they didn't know why and nor do I. Amelia was quiet for a moment that lasted a beat too long. She was deciding something, Harry could tell, deciding how much, deciding whether. You're too young for the whole story right now, she said finally, and before he could object, not because I think you can't handle it. Because it's a long story, and it's late, and you deserve to hear it properly, not rushed. Will you talk to me again tomorrow night? Harry thought about it. He thought about the mirror and the loose brick and Dudley's old trainers and the fact that this was the longest conversation he had ever had with an adult who wasn't telling him to do something or stop doing something. Yes, he said. Good. She picked up her quill again. Try to get some sleep, Harry. He put the mirror back in the velvet cloth and slid it behind the loose brick and lay down on his cot in the dark, and for the first time in longer than he could properly remember, he did not feel entirely alone. Amelia Bones sat in her office for a long time after the mirror went dark. Then she pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her and began to write. She wrote quickly and without hesitation, because hesitation was a luxury she did not allow herself when she was angry, and she was very angry, and had been for the last 20 minutes, since a 6-year-old child with a fading bruise on his arm had told her very matter-of-factly that he slept in a cupboard. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who had somehow survived the killing curse at 15 months old, who had been placed, by Dumbledore, on Dumbledore's own authority, without so much as a note to her department, with his only remaining blood relatives, a Muggle family in Surrey. Placed and forgotten. Left for 5 years with no check-ins, no monitoring, no welfare visits from any branch of the ministry she had jurisdiction over. She was going to have words about that. Several sets of words, in several different directions. But first. She wrote a memo to herself, fast and tight, the way she wrote everything that mattered, Harry Potter. Privet Drive. Welfare concern. Confirm address. Begin documentation. No direct action yet, alert will spook the family, evidence must be established first. She paused. Added, do not involve Dumbledore at this stage. Then she sat back and rubbed her eyes under her glasses and thought about a small boy in a cupboard who had found a mirror and said hello into it with the particular unsurprised curiosity of someone who had already learned not to expect help from the obvious places. All right then, she said quietly, to the dark mirror. We'll figure this out. He came back the next night, as promised. And the night after that. And the one after that. Within 2 weeks it was simply what happened. At some point after the house went quiet, Harry would slide the trainers aside, unwrap the mirror, and Amelia Bones would either be at her desk or would appear there within a few minutes, sometimes still in her work robes and sometimes in slightly less formal ones that meant she'd already gone home and come back. He learned things in those conversations, a little at a time, the way water learns the shape of a riverbed. He learned that the magical world was large and complicated and had its own government called the Ministry of Magic, which Amelia thought was frequently infuriating. He learned that there had been a very dark wizard called Voldemort, Amelia said the name without flinching, which Harry filed away as important, who had done terrible things for years before Harry's parents died. He learned that his parents had names, Lily and James. He learned that they had been brave, and that they had fought, and that they had loved him enough to die for him, and he sat with that for a very long time after Amelia told him. He did not cry. He had learned young that crying in the cupboard meant swollen eyes at breakfast and questions from Aunt Petunia that were not questions so much as accusations. He pressed his fingernails into his palm instead and breathed carefully and said, "How did Voldemort die?" "Because I've read enough fairy tales to know the monster doesn't usually stay dead." Amelia looked at him with the particular expression she had when he surprised her, not shock, exactly, more like someone recalibrating. He didn't die. He was diminished. Lost his body, lost most of his power. He's thought to be gone. But you don't think so? A pause. I have no evidence either way. I keep an open file. Smart, Harry said. I try to be. He learned how to read, that year, properly, not just the halting plodding progress of school readers, but really read, hungrily and fast, because Amelia started sending him books. This was the most technically complicated part of their arrangement. She couldn't owl them to the house. An owl arriving at Privet Drive would cause the kind of scene that ended in the mirror being confiscated. Instead, she found a way to pass small items through the mirror's frame. It shouldn't have worked. Two-way mirrors were communication tools, not transportation devices, but Amelia had a contact in the Department of Mysteries who owed her a very old favor, and 3 weeks later, books started appearing. First, a slim volume on basic magical theory, the kind given to Muggle-born children when their Hogwarts letters arrived. Harry read it in a day and had questions. Good questions, sharp and lateral, the kind that made Amelia's mouth pull sideways in that way that meant she was trying not to look pleased. Then, Hogwarts, a history. Then a collection of elementary spellwork theory. Then, because Harry had mentioned offhand that he liked stories, a battered copy of Beedle the Bard with Amelia's own annotations in the margins, sharp, dry little comments in her precise handwriting that made the footnotes better than the text. He kept the books behind the loose brick with the mirror, in a stack that grew slowly taller. She also, quietly and methodically, built her case. She visited Privet Drive twice, both times in Muggle clothes, posing as someone from the local council. She didn't need to fabricate much. She walked up to number 4, knocked, spoke to Petunia for 11 minutes, and came away with a nearly complete picture of the situation and a simmering rage that she kept entirely off her face for the duration of the conversation. "She said you were odd," Harry said when Amelia told him about it. "I bet she did. She used a slightly different word." "Freak," Harry said. Matter-of-factly. Not like it still stung, but not like it didn't. Amelia's hand on her quill went very still. Then she continued writing. "Yes," she said. "That one. What are you going to do?" Build enough of a case that when I do move on it, no one can unpick it. Your aunt and uncle have friends on the local council and a neighbor who's a retired police officer. I want there to be no ambiguity. She looked up. And I need to find you somewhere to go. Not an orphanage, Harry said immediately. He had read enough. No. Not an orphanage. She set down the quill. You have a godfather, Harry. His name is Sirius Black. He's currently unavailable, for complicated reasons that are also on my list of things to address, but he exists, and when I've sorted out the complications, he should be your guardian. Where is he? Prison. Harry blinked. Did he do something? He was accused of doing something. Whether he actually did it is a matter I'm reviewing. Her voice was perfectly even. I don't put people in prison for things I haven't verified. The regular government would have done that, wouldn't they? Verified it? In theory. But they didn't. In practice, no. She looked at him. Some things were done very badly in the years after Voldemort fell. People were frightened and grief-stricken and wanted someone to blame, and the people making decisions were not always making them clearly. I'm trying to correct that, where I can. Harry thought about that. That must take a long time. A very long time, Amelia agreed. Do you get tired? She looked at him. Not the way adults looked at children who asked inconvenient questions, not with impatience or dismissal. Actually looked like she was thinking about her honest answer. Yes, she said. Fairly often. But you keep going. There's not much alternative. No, Harry said. I suppose not. He was 7 by then, nearly 8. He had read 15 books. He had learned to cast his first wandless spell, a small one, barely more than a candle flicker of magic, because Amelia had explained the theory and Harry had sat in the cupboard for 3 evenings in a row trying it until it worked, and when he told her it worked she had actually looked startled before she composed herself again. He had learned the names of Voldemort's chief followers. He had learned about the Wizengamot and how wizarding law worked. He had learned that Dumbledore was famous and powerful and complicated, and that Amelia respected him the way you respect a very old tree that is beautiful and strong and has, on several documented occasions, fallen on people. He had also learned that Amelia Bones was genuinely funny, in a dry, sparse way that required you to be paying attention. That she kept a tin of biscuits in her desk drawer and sometimes ate them during their late-night conversations with the focused concentration of someone who had missed dinner. That she had a niece named Susan who was 3 years younger than Harry and who Amelia described as relentlessly cheerful in a way that keeps me honest. That she had been doing her job for 20 years and was still capable of being furious about injustice, not in a grand performative way but in the quiet, precise way of someone who intended to do something about it. He had learned, in other words, that she was real. And caring about real people was different from the abstract fairy tale longing for a family that he'd kept carefully folded away where it couldn't hurt him too much. Caring about real people could hurt considerably more. You're going to try to get me out, he said, near the end of his 7th year. Before Hogwarts. I'm going to have something solid enough to move on within the year. She was reading something. She often read while they talked, which Harry had learned was not inattention but just how she worked. I have a colleague in child welfare now, Muggle liaison side, who's been building her own file. We're cross-referencing. And if the Dursleys find out? They won't. But if. She looked up from her reading. Then we move faster. Harry, you have the mirror. If anything happens, anything that requires immediate action, you use it. Day or night? Day or night, she said. I mean that. He believed her. That was the thing, he believed her, completely, without the cautious qualifier that he applied to most adult promises. She had never told him something would happen and then not made it happen. She had never told him something that turned out to be wrong. She had never talked down to him, or told him things were fine when they weren't, or given him the smooth comfortable nothing answers that adults gave children to keep them from asking more questions. She treated him like a person who deserved accurate information, and she acted on what she said she was going to act on. It was, Harry had concluded, the best possible version of how an adult could behave, and he was aware that it had recalibrated his expectations for everyone else, probably forever, in a way that was going to make him very hard to manage. He was fairly comfortable with that. 3 weeks before Harry turned 8, on a Tuesday in late July, he woke up at 2 in the morning to the sound of the cupboard door being unlocked. He was awake immediately. He'd always slept lightly, the particular alertness of someone who needed to know when a door was opening. He sat up in his cot, and the door swung open, and Uncle Vernon was standing there. In the dark, with the hall light making him a wide dark shape in the doorway, Vernon Dursley looked very large. He was in his dressing gown, breathing through his nose in that particular heavy way that meant he had been lying awake being angry about something, and the anger had finally overspilled into action. "What is all that?" Vernon said. "I don't, there is something glowing under that door." He pointed. Not at Harry. At the wall. At the place where, behind Dudley's trainers and the loose brick, the mirror sat in its velvet cloth. I could see it from the gap. "What is it?" "Nothing," Harry said. "It's nothing." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't lie to me, boy." Vernon stepped in, which filled most of the remaining space, and Harry pressed himself back against the wall automatically. "You've got something in here. Something weird. I can feel it from here." He could, Harry realized. Whatever Vernon's limitations, he was Petunia's husband, and Petunia's family had the capacity to feel magic even without being able to use it, a sensitivity that manifested not as wonder but as a deep crawling discomfort that Vernon had always blamed on Harry rather than named properly. "It's just a mirror," Harry said, very carefully. "I found it. It doesn't do anything. Give it here." "It's just a mirror, give it here." Harry looked at Vernon's face in the dark and made a fast calculation. Vernon was going to come in either way. Vernon was going to move those trainers either way. If Harry refused, this ended with the mirror confiscated and Harry unable to reach it. If Harry appeared to cooperate, there might be room to move. He reached over and picked up the trainers and held them out. "It's behind these," he said. "There's a loose brick. I don't know how long it's been there. It was probably there when you moved in." Vernon took the trainers, threw them out into the hall, leaned in and felt along the wall. Found the loose brick. Pulled it out. Found the velvet cloth. Unwrapped it. The mirror looked back at him, dark and silent. Vernon turned it over in his hands, big hands, thick-fingered. His lip was curling with the particular disgust he reserved for anything that felt wrong to him. "Ministry property," Harry said, very quietly. "That's what it says on the back. See the symbol? That's the ministry's mark. It's like a government thing." Vernon looked at the back of the mirror, which did, in fact, have a small stamped mark on the metal frame. Amelia had pointed it out to Harry months ago. A stylized M with a wand through it. "Government," Vernon repeated. "Muggle government, I think," Harry said, which was a lie but a useful one. "Lost property, probably. I was going to turn it in." He watched Vernon process this. The word government had a particular effect on Vernon Dursley. It invoked not awe but a fear of consequences, a bureaucratic anxiety that made him default to caution. Vernon had strong opinions about government interference in general, and equally strong opinions about not personally getting on the wrong side of it. He rewrapped the mirror. He held it for a moment, visibly weighing something. Then he put it back behind the brick. "You'll get rid of it," Vernon said. "I want it out of my house." "I'll take it to the post office tomorrow," Harry said. "They handle lost property." Vernon looked at him for a moment longer, the long evaluating look he gave Harry sometimes that was almost like the look a person gave a problem they couldn't quite categorize, and then backed out of the cupboard and shut the door and locked it. Harry sat in the dark listening to his footsteps retreat. Then he waited a very careful 15 minutes, and he moved the trainers back, and he took out the mirror, and he turned it toward him. "Hello," he said. The mirror went white. Amelia appeared, slightly disheveled, clearly recently woken, but alert immediately in the way she always was. "Harry." "He almost took it," Harry said. "He came in. He saw it glowing." She was quiet for exactly 1 second. "Are you all right?" "Yes. I talked him out of it." "But Amelia," he looked at her steadily. "I think we're on a shorter timeline than you thought." She looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded, slow and decisive. "Yes," she said. "We are." She was already reaching for her quill. "Tomorrow morning I'm going to make several phone calls." She paused at his expression. "I can use a telephone, Harry, I'm not completely behind the times. I have a Muggle liaison contact in Surrey Social Services who I've been briefing carefully. By this time next week, there will be a formal welfare check on this address, and it won't be the first, and the file will already exist." She wrote something. "I need you to understand that when this happens, it may move fast. You may need to be ready to leave." "I'm always ready," Harry said. She looked at him. That expression again, the recalibration, the brief look of someone reminding themselves that the 6-year-old he'd been was becoming something else entirely, something harder and clearer and with considerably more angles. "I know you are," she said. Then, quietly, "I'm going to get you out, Harry. I promised you that." "I know. Are you sure you're all right?" He thought about it honestly. About Vernon in the doorway. About the moment the mirror was in those hands. About the cold quiet floor of the cupboard under the stairs, which was home in the only way it could be, familiar, not good. About the stack of books behind the brick and the mirror that connected him to an office full of warm lamplight and a woman who picked up her quill at 2 in the morning and started writing because that was how she solved problems. "I'm better than I was," he said. "That's something." Amelia Bones looked at him for a moment, and for just that moment, her expression did something that all the rest of her careful composure could not quite contain. "Yes," she said. "It is." She let him go to sleep eventually, with a list of instructions: keep the mirror close, don't let the Desleys have another opportunity to find it, and if anything escalated before the social services visit, use the mirror immediately. Harry slid it back behind the brick and lay down on his cot and looked at the dark ceiling. He thought about the word freak, the way his aunt used it, like something she'd found under a rock. He thought about Vernon in the dark, and the feel of the air in the room when someone much bigger than you came through a door. And then he thought about Amelia's handwriting in the margins of Beetle the Bard, sharp dry little comments that made the footnotes better than the text, and the sound of her voice at 2 in the morning, focused and present and already moving to fix things. He was 6, no, 7, nearly 8, and he lived in a cupboard under the stairs and he had no friends and no wand and no proper understanding yet of the scale of what was coming for him. But he had a mirror. And he had someone on the other end of it who wrote things down and followed through. It turned out that was quite a lot, actually. He closed his eyes. For the second time in 2 years, he went to sleep not feeling entirely alone. Somewhere on the other side of the mirror, Amelia Bones worked through the night. Chapter 2, The Weight of Evidence. The social worker's name was Janet Hoff, and she had been doing her job for 14 years, which meant she had seen enough to be unsurprised by most things and surprised by a few, and the file that had been quietly passed to her desk 3 weeks ago belonged firmly in the second category. Not because the facts were unusual. The facts were, in their bleak arithmetic, depressingly familiar: child and household, signs of neglect, concerns raised by an outside party, pending investigation. She had a dozen files like this one. What was unusual was the quality of the documentation. Whoever had flagged this case had done so with a precision that Janet Hoff had never seen from an outside referral. Photographs of the property taken at different times of day. Notes on the child's school attendance record. A teacher's offhand comment, recorded verbatim, about a student named Harry who always looked hungry. The kind of evidence that took months to build, assembled as if someone had been watching the situation carefully for years and waiting for exactly the right moment to move. She'd called the contact number. A woman named Amelia, calm and businesslike, had answered on the second ring and spoken for 12 minutes without repeating herself once. Janet Hoff had met a lot of people who cared about vulnerable children. Most of them were warm and urgent and a little scattered. Amelia was none of those things. She was precise, and that was, Janet had decided, considerably more useful. She arrived at Privet Drive on a Thursday morning in August, clipboard in hand, when Harry was still a month shy of his 8th birthday. Harry was in the garden, which meant he was weeding, because weeding was his job along with most of the other jobs that made the garden look like the kind of garden the neighbors admired when they walked past. He heard the car and looked up and saw a woman with a clipboard walking up the front path, and something in his chest went very still and very focused at the same time. He'd been waiting for this. He kept weeding. He did not run to the door. He did not do anything that would make Aunt Petunia look out the window and find him being visibly interested in what was happening, because Petunia noticed when Harry was interested in things and drew the wrong conclusions approximately 100% of the time. He heard the doorbell. Heard Aunt Petunia's voice, high and sharp, then dropping into the careful pleasant tone she used for visitors. Heard the door open properly. He counted the weeds he pulled. He counted slowly, deliberately, giving each one a full second of attention. He got to 47 before he heard the door close and Petunia's footsteps in the kitchen, and then her voice calling into the garden with the specific forced lightness of someone who wanted to appear normal. Harry. Come inside, please. He went inside. Janet Hoff was sitting in the Dursleys' sitting room, which was extremely clean and smelled of the air freshener Petunia used when she wanted the house to make a good impression. There was a cup of tea in front of her that Petunia had apparently made in the 3 minutes since she arrived, which was also making a good impression behavior. Dudley had been sent upstairs. Harry had heard the thump of his feet on the ceiling. Harry, Petunia said, with the smile she saved for strangers. This is Miss Hoff. She just wants to have a little chat. Hello, Harry, Janet Hoff said. She had a straightforward face and a straightforward voice and she looked at him the way Amelia looked at him, like she was actually seeing him, not performing the act of seeing him. I was hoping we could talk a bit. Would that be okay? Yes, Harry said. Petunia's smile tightened slightly. She had been expecting, Harry suspected, some variant of shy child, won't say much, nothing to worry about here. Harry being immediately cooperative and articulate was not what she'd been hoping for. Wonderful, Petunia said. Actually, Janet Hoff said pleasantly, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak with Harry privately. Standard procedure for a routine visit, just makes things a little less formal. Would that be all right, Harry? Shall we sit in the garden? Yes please, Harry said. Petunia's smile became entirely architectural. They sat on the garden bench, which was an old wooden one that Harry had sanded and painted last spring because Vernon had told him to. The morning was bright and warm and the street was quiet, and Janet Hoff put her clipboard on her knees and looked at Harry without the artifice of a professional smile. I'm going to be honest with you, she said. Someone was concerned about you. That's why I'm here. I want to hear what you have to say, in your own words, without anyone else in the room. Okay. Okay, Harry said. How are things at home? Harry had thought about this conversation. He and Amelia had discussed, in a practical way, what to say and what not to, not coaching him to lie, quite the opposite. She'd said, tell the truth clearly and without drama, because the truth is compelling enough. He'd thought about it and agreed and also thought that he was rather good at that particular approach by now. Not great, he said. I sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. I have a cot and some books behind a loose brick. I do most of the garden and some of the cooking and the washing up. If I do something wrong or if my cousin does something he blames on me, my uncle hits me. My aunt mainly ignores me unless there's work to do. Janet Hoff wrote things down. Her face did not change. This was professionalism, Harry understood. She was containing her reaction so it didn't shape his answers. "Can you show me the cupboard?" she said. He took her inside and showed her the cupboard, which she photographed. He showed her his cot and his books, which she also photographed. He showed her the 2 light bruises currently fading on his upper arm, which she photographed with a particular quiet attention. Petunia, standing in the kitchen doorway, watched this with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before, something between fury and fear, calibrated incorrectly, aimed at Harry when it should have been aimed inward. "He exaggerates," Petunia said. "He always has. He's a very dramatic child." "He's been very calm and clear with me," Janet Hoff said, politely, with the breezy certainty of someone who had no particular interest in the other person's alternative narrative. "She was there for 2 hours. She spoke with Vernon when he came home for lunch." Harry heard raised voices from the kitchen and then Vernon's particular strangled quiet, which meant he had decided to manage the situation rather than escalate it. "She took more notes. She took more photographs. She gave Petunia a card with a number on it and told her she'd be in touch. She caught Harry's eye on the way out. Just briefly. A look that said, 'I see you, I have what I need, things are moving now.'" He gave her a very small nod. 3 days later, Amelia called it a win. Not a complete win, the wheels of child welfare bureaucracy ground at their own pace, and removing a child from a home required more steps than a single visit, but a significant development, which in Amelia's vocabulary was approximately equivalent to most people's excellent news. Janet's filed her report, Amelia told him, past midnight, the mirror between his crossed legs on the cot. "It corroborates everything I had and adds her own observations. We now have a formal record of concern, which is the crucial piece. The next step is a case conference." "How long?" "Weeks, not months." "Harry," she looked at him with the direct steadiness that he'd come to read as her version of reassurance. "This is going to happen. The mechanism is in motion." He leaned back against the wall. "And then? Then we work out where you go. I've been making progress on the Sirius Black situation. There's a legal review process I've initiated through a contact on the Weisengamot, quiet, no public record yet. If it goes the way I believe it will, he can be positioned as your primary guardian." She paused. "I should warn you that he's been in Azkaban for 6 years. He'll need time." "What's Azkaban like?" Harry said. Amelia was quiet for a moment. "Horrible," she said, which was the most unqualified statement she'd made on anything in recent memory. "The prison uses creatures called Dementors as guards. They feed on happiness. Extended exposure causes severe psychological damage. So my godfather is probably in bad shape. He's alive, which given the circumstances is itself remarkable. He was, before Azkaban, by all accounts a somewhat chaotic and very loyal person. The loyalty will still be there, I think. The chaos may have been altered." She picked up her tea, which she did when she was thinking about something that discomforted her. "I want you to be prepared for the fact that meeting him may not be what you imagine. He may not be straightforwardly functional." "Neither am I," Harry said. She looked at him. "Straightforwardly functional, I mean," he said. "I'm not. I've grown up in a cupboard being called names and hit when I was inconvenient. I just manage it well. But it's not nothing." Amelia was quiet for a moment. Something in her expression did the thing it sometimes did, the thing where all the professional composure was present and intact and you could still see, just underneath it, that she found certain conversations harder than she allowed herself to show. "No," she said quietly. "It's not nothing. I'm not saying that for pity. I know you're not. I'm saying it because I think I can be patient with someone who's been through something. If you can prepare me for what he's like, I'll be prepared." She looked at him for a long moment. "Then, I'll tell you as much as I learn. How's that?" "Good," Harry said. He reached behind the brick and pulled out a book, the one she'd sent last week, a thick text on wizarding legal structures that most people found numbingly dry and Harry found fascinating in a specific, targeted way, the way a locksmith finds a new kind of lock fascinating. "I have a question about the Wizengamot," he said. And just like that they were talking about something else, which was the other thing about Amelia, she never lingered on the hard moments past their natural end. She let them sit for exactly as long as they needed to and then moved forward, which was perhaps the most useful skill Harry had ever watched anyone demonstrate. The books came regularly now, every week or two, slipped through the mirror's frame in the strange sideways way that the Department of Mysteries contact had made possible. Harry had devoured basic magical theory. He'd read everything Amelia had sent on wizarding history, including a particularly gripping account of the First War against Voldemort that was written with the dry precision of someone who had lived through it and wanted the record accurate. He'd read about potions, about charms, about the philosophical underpinnings of transfiguration. But the books he returned to most often were the ones on law. Not because they were exciting, most of them were the opposite, dense with precedent and caveat and the particular bureaucratic prose of people who were paid to be exhaustive. He returned to them because they were useful in the most fundamental way, the way a map was useful when you were in unfamiliar territory. The wizarding world, Harry had come to understand, was a place that had enormous respect for certain traditions and enormous contempt for others, and the line between them was not logic but power. Laws existed, but they were inconsistently applied. Rights existed, but they were frequently ignored for inconvenient people. There were supposed to be protections for children, for muggleborns, for those accused of crimes, and in practice, the protection you received depended heavily on who you were and who wanted to protect you. Amelia knew this. She talked about it the way she talked about the weather, factually, without pretending it was other than it was, with the underlying implication that knowing the terrain was the first step toward navigating it. "Can a minor have legal standing in the Wizengamot?" Harry asked one night, somewhere in the early stretch of his 8th year. Amelia looked up from her case file. "In limited circumstances. An emancipated minor can, or one with an appointed magical guardian acting on their behalf." "Why?" "I'm thinking about what happens when I get to Hogwarts. There's going to be a lot of people with a lot of opinions about what I should do and who I should be. Dumbledore is going to have opinions. The Ministry will have opinions. The Prophet," he'd read back issues of the Daily Prophet, sent through by Amelia in batches. He had extensive opinions about the Prophet. They'll all have opinions. I want to know what the legal framework is. What rights I actually have. Amelia was quiet for a moment. "You have more than most people think you do," she said. "Particularly given that the Potter family has a seat on the Wizengamot. It's been inactive since your parents died, but it exists, and at 17 you'd be entitled to take it." 17 is a long time away. "Yes. But a guardian can hold the seat in proxy until then." She was watching him with that look. The recalibrating one. "You're thinking about this very systematically for a 7-year-old. Nearly 8, Harry corrected. And you've been giving me books about legal systems for a year. Fair point. I want to understand the board before I'm put on it," Harry said. "That seems sensible. Extremely sensible." She paused. "You know, most children your age are reading adventure stories." "I read those too," Harry said. "You sent me 3. They were good. The one with the witch and the sea monster was especially good." He looked at her. "But adventure stories don't tell me how to get my godfather out of prison." Amelia's expression did something complicated for a moment. Then she looked back down at her file and said, "No. They generally don't." The formal case conference happened 6 weeks after Janet Hoff's visit. Harry wasn't there, he wasn't supposed to know it was happening, but Amelia had quietly arranged for Janet's report to be the centerpiece, and she'd arranged for a specific Wizengamot representative with oversight over magical child welfare cases to also be present, which was unusual and not entirely strictly procedural, but Amelia had a particular talent for inserting herself into adjacent jurisdictions when the situation warranted it. She told him about it the night after. The outcome is a formal action plan, she said. Which means the Dursleys are on notice, and the case is being actively monitored, and there is a documented pathway to removal if the conditions are not met. She looked at him across the mirror. It also means, Harry, that any incident of the kind you've described, being struck, being confined as punishment, anything like that, needs to be reported to me immediately, because it becomes evidence in an active case rather than just my own documentation. I understand, Harry said. The Wisingamot representative is someone I trust on this issue. She is not aware of the magical angle. As far as she knows, this is a Muggle child welfare case with ministry interest due to an unrelated matter. She doesn't need to know more than that right now. You're very good at compartmentalizing information. I've had a lot of practice. She opened her biscuit tin, which was a reliable sign that the formal part of the conversation was moving into the informal part. How are the books going? The Transfiguration Theory. I finished it, Harry said. Can I have the intermediate one? You finished the introductory text in 3 weeks. It wasn't very long. It's 300 pages. I read fast, Harry said, with the mild interest of someone reporting a fact rather than claiming a virtue. Amelia looked at him for a moment and then reached for her notepad. I'll see what I have. I may need to find something appropriate. The intermediate text is designed for second-year Hogwarts students. That's fine. I've got 3 years. She made a note. Then she looked at him with an expression that was as close to amusement as she typically got. You know, when this mirror first connected, I spent the better part of an hour wondering if it was a prank by someone in the Department of Mysteries. What made you decide it wasn't? You, she said simply. Nobody pranks with a child. Harry thought about that. What would you have done if it had been a prank? I'd have documented everything, been furious, found out who did it, and made their professional life briefly miserable. She said this with complete equanimity. Then I'd have moved on. But it wasn't. No. She looked at him. It really wasn't. Vernon Dursley broke 3 weeks into the formal action plan. Not dramatically. There was no incident requiring emergency use of the mirror. What he broke was his own self-restraint, which had apparently been held in place by fear of further social worker visits and was finally overwhelmed by the accumulation of small irritations that living with Harry represented, all of it boiling over one Saturday afternoon when Harry burned a batch of eggs. He hadn't burned them intentionally. He'd been distracted, thinking, specifically, about the transfiguration theory he'd been reading, about the mechanism by which human transfiguration differed from object transfiguration, which was either deeply interesting or he was slightly odd, probably both. He'd drifted, and the eggs had caught, and he'd fixed them as well as he could and put them on the table and watched Vernon's face go through several colors in quick succession. Vernon grabbed him by the collar, lifted him half off the floor, and said a variety of things in a low vicious voice that Harry had heard before in different configurations. He didn't hit him. The case conference had registered somewhere in Vernon's calculating fear brain. But the collar was close enough and the voice was close enough and the small space of the kitchen was close enough. Harry did not react the way he might have done a year ago, eyes down, small and still, waiting for it to be over. He met Vernon's eye and said, very quietly, "You should let go of me." Vernon blinked. He had not been expecting this. The children of his acquaintance, and his own child in particular, did not talk back in this tone. This tone was flat and even and had, underneath it, no fear whatsoever. "What did you say?" Vernon said. "I said you should let go of me," Harry repeated. "You're going to want to, because there's a social worker monitoring this household right now and she's coming back next week. And my understanding is that if you touch me in any way that leaves a mark between now and then, it will accelerate the timeline considerably." He was 8 years old. He was half lifted off the floor. He was making the exact same face he made when he was explaining something to Amelia. Vernon let go of him. Slowly, like someone releasing something that had bitten him. Harry straightened his collar. Picked up the plate of eggs. Put it on the table. "They're fine," he said. A little dark at the edges. You won't notice. He sat down and ate his breakfast. Vernon stared at him for a long time, and then sat down too, and ate in silence, and Harry could feel something shifting in the air between them, some axis of power doing a slow, silent rotation. He told Amelia about it that night. She listened without interrupting, which she always did, and then she was quiet for a moment. He didn't actually hurt you? No. He was close, but he stopped. The threat of formal consequences working as a deterrent, she said. Good. But Harry, she looked at him. What you said was confident and correct, and I want you to know that. And I also want you to know that if he doesn't stop, if it escalates regardless, you use this mirror and we move faster. Not slower. Yes. Yes. The goal is not to manage him indefinitely. The goal is to get you out. I know. And the serious situation, she paused, and Harry sat up slightly, because any update on Sirius was important and she didn't raise it without something to say. The legal review is progressing. I found the original arrest record. There are significant irregularities. Meaning? Meaning Sirius Black was never given a trial. Harry stared at her. He's been in prison for 6 years without a trial. Yes. That's illegal. Extraordinarily so. Her voice was perfectly even, which meant she was very angry. In the chaos after Voldemort's fall, several things were done outside proper legal channels. Sirius was one of them. A very senior Auror at the time made the call to send him directly to Azkaban rather than arraign him, and nobody pushed back because everyone was grieving and he was accused of killing 12 people and betraying your parents, and in that climate, nobody wanted to be the person defending a suspected Death Eater. But there was no evidence properly presented, Harry said. No trial, no interrogation under Veritaserum, there was an interrogation of sorts. The notes are incomplete and the Veritaserum was apparently not administered to the standard required by law. She looked at him. You've been reading the evidence law chapters. I told you I was going to. You were very thorough. She almost smiled. The case for a review is solid. The case for a formal trial is stronger. The problem is that reopening it publicly means someone has to answer for why it was closed improperly, and the person most implicated in that decision is now a fairly senior ministry official. Who? His name is Bartemius Crouch. He was head of magical law enforcement during the war. A pause. My predecessor's predecessor. He gave the order that put Sirius in Azkaban, among other decisions I find deeply questionable. Harry thought about this. So he's not going to want the case reopened. No. He is very much not going to want that. She held his gaze. But what Crouch wants is not actually the law's concern. And I have a job that specifically involves ensuring the law is followed. How long? Harry said. Realistically. If I push, 6 months, perhaps less. I'd rather take a year and do it properly so it can't be appealed or unwound. Harry nodded. Do it properly. She looked at him. You're not in a hurry to have this resolved. I'm in a hurry, Harry said. But rushing it and losing it would be worse than waiting. It's not a fast solution I want. It's the right one. Amelia Bones looked at him with the expression he'd come to think of as her honest face, the one that appeared when he said something that bypassed all her professional defenses and landed somewhere she hadn't expected. Yes, she said quietly. That's exactly right. The winter of Harry's 8th year was long and grey and cold in the specific way Surrey winters were, the cold without drama, just persistent and undeniable. The cupboard was difficult in winter because it had no source of heat and the door didn't seal properly, and Harry slept in 2 of Dudley's old jumpers layered over each other and kept warm by reading, which was not a physical solution but was a mental one. Amelia sent him a hand warmer through the mirror one evening without comment. It was a Muggle one, the kind you activated by clicking a metal disc inside, and he looked at it and looked at her and she was very carefully not meeting his eye, which was how he knew she'd been thinking about it and had decided not to make it into a moment. He clicked it and felt the warmth and said, "Thank you," and she said, "It's a Muggle item, nothing unusual about it," and then they talked about the history of the International Statute of Secrecy for 40 minutes, which was their version of a normal evening. He was learning magic, in theory, and in the small practical increments that were possible without a wand. He could do more with wandless magic now, small precise things, nudging objects, coaxing fire from a cold surface, once stopping a cup from falling off the edge of the table so smoothly that he hadn't fully realized he'd done it until Petunia went slightly pale and looked at the cup with that expression. He was careful with it around the Dursleys. Not afraid, just strategic. There was no point showing them cards he didn't need to show. He was, Amelia told him one evening, doing things that most children couldn't do wandlessly at all. Why? He asked. Several possible reasons, she said. Some people have a natural affinity for wandless work, it's rare, but it exists. And you've been doing it consistently since before you had any formal training, which may have developed the pathway in a way that formal wand training sometimes actually disrupts. And my parents? He asked about them sometimes. Amelia always answered factually and fully, which was what he wanted. Your mother was exceptionally gifted. Her charm work in particular was considered very advanced. Your father was more instinctive, powerful and fast, the kind of wizard who did things brilliantly without always knowing exactly why. A pause. You may have inherited different things from each of them. Or you may have inherited a combination that doesn't look exactly like either. Harry thought about that. He thought about it the way he thought about most things, not anxiously, but as a system to understand. He turned it over in his mind. I want to learn properly, he said. When I get to Hogwarts. I don't want to coast on whatever natural ability I have. I want to actually understand the theory. That's the right approach. I know. I just want to say it so it's stated clearly. He looked at her. I'm not interested in being the boy who lived in some mystical, chosen way. I don't want to win because I was destined to. I want to win because I worked out how. Amelia looked at him for a moment. That, she said, is probably the most important thing you've ever said to me. He shrugged. It seems obvious. To you, she said. Not to most people. She sent him, the following week, 3 books on advanced theory that were well above his current level and that she'd annotated as she did with all his books, sharp marginal comments, arrows to related passages, the occasional dry observation that told him exactly what was important and what was the author padding out their word count. He worked through them slowly, carefully, the way she taught him to work through legal texts, not rushing, building the structure as he went. He asked questions. She answered them, and answered them properly, and if she didn't know, she told him she'd find out, and then she found out. There was a night in January when the cold was particularly bad and he'd been awake since 2 anyway, shivering under the jumpers, and he'd taken out the mirror more for company than conversation, and Amelia had been at her desk late as usual, and they'd talked for nearly 2 hours about nothing consequential, about the boa constrictor at the zoo, which Harry had not told her about before, and about whether magical animals understood being confined the way humans did, which turned into a conversation about magical creature rights law, which was genuinely interesting but not the point being that it was 2 in the morning in a cold cupboard in Surrey and there was a warm lamp in the mirror and a voice on the other side of it. Do you have anyone? Harry asked eventually. The question came out slightly differently than he'd intended, more direct. Susan, Amelia said. And her parents. My brother and his wife. Are they good? Very, she said, simply. Edgar was a good man. Is a good man. There, she paused, something fleeting in her expression. They're important to me. That's good, Harry said. Everyone should have someone like that. A silence. Not uncomfortable. Yes, Amelia said. They should. He looked at the mirror for a moment, at the warm yellow lamp and the towers of files and the woman who wrote things down and followed through. "You know," he said, "when I found this mirror, I thought it might be magic. But I thought it was probably broken, because nothing good had ever happened to me before." Amelia was quiet. "I was wrong about the broken part," Harry said. There was a long moment. Then Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who maintained professional composure under conditions that would have shattered most people, said very quietly, "No. You were not wrong about that." She did not say anything more. Neither did he. It was enough. Outside, the January cold pressed against the walls of number 4 Privet Drive, and inside the cupboard under the stairs, Harry pulled Dudley's old jumpers tighter and read until his eyes grew heavy, and the warm light of the mirror glowed steadily beside him until Amelia turned it out just before dawn and went home to sleep. By spring, the case conference had produced a formal action plan, Janet Hoff had visited twice more, and Amelia's documentation had grown into something that was less a file and more a wall, complete, cross-referenced, watertight. By summer, Harry had turned 9 and could perform 7 wandless spells with reliable consistency, had read more about wizarding law than most second-year students, and had a clear and detailed understanding of exactly what Voldemort had done, who had helped him do it, and what had been left unfinished when he'd been driven back. By autumn, Sirius Black's case review had been formally opened through a quiet Wisengamot subcommittee that Amelia had described to Harry as a collection of people who are either genuinely principled or who owe me favors, and at this stage I'm not particular about which. And on a Thursday evening in October, when the leaves on Privet Drive were going orange and Harry was sitting on his cot reading about wizarding contract law with a cup of tea that he'd made for himself because he was 9 and tall enough to reach the kettle, Amelia appeared in the mirror with an expression he hadn't seen before. Not composed. Composed was her default. This was something past composed, something sharp and open and almost startled, as if something she'd expected to have to fight had simply moved aside. "Crouch has been formally notified," she said, "that the subcommittee is reviewing the Black case. He's responded, as expected, by attempting to assert executive authority to close the review. And I've filed a countermotion citing the specific statutes under which the original arrest was procedurally invalid, which means his executive authority doesn't cover it. It's now in the hands of the full Wisengamot." She paused. "Crouch does not have enough allies there to block it." Harry set down his book. "So it's going forward." "It's going forward." He thought about Sirius Black, in Azkaban, 6 years without a trial. He thought about the Dementors that fed on happiness and what 6 years of that would have done to a person. "Good," he said, and his voice was quiet and very certain. "It's past time." Amelia looked at him. She had the honest face. "I'll keep you informed at every step." "I know you will," Harry said. And there it was, that was the thing, the whole thing, the ground-level fact that Harry had built the last 3 years on. He knew she would. He knew it without hesitation or qualification, the way he knew other fundamental facts about how the world worked. He picked his book back up. She picked her quill back up. Outside, the October wind moved through the street, shaking the last stubborn leaves from the trees. Inside the cupboard under the stairs, the mirror glowed warm and steady, and the boy who was not afraid read his book, and the woman who did not give up wrote her notes, and slowly, methodically, the walls that had been built around both of them began, brick by brick, to come down. Chapter 3, the name on the rolls. The Hogwarts Register was not a book in any conventional sense. It was alive, in the way that very old magical objects sometimes became alive, not conscious, not thinking, but aware in the narrow purposeful way of something that had been doing one job for 1,000 years and had grown into the shape of that job completely. It sat in Dumbledore's office in a glass case on the second shelf from the left, and every year, on the 1st of September, it opened to the page with the most recent entries and the names there glowed briefly gold before settling back into their permanent ink. Every year, on the 1st of every month, it added new names, children who had turned 11 in the past 30 days and whose magical signatures had been recorded at birth. Albus Dumbledore had been watching it for 60 years. He watched it now, on a Tuesday morning in November, as it opened to its latest page and added 3 names in careful copperplate, and the third name glowed longer than the others before it settled, not brighter, exactly, just longer, the way a fire holds to certain wood differently than others. Harry James Potter. Dumbledore looked at the name for a very long time. Then he stood up and went to his window and looked out at the grounds, and Fawkes made a soft inquiring sound from his perch, and Dumbledore said nothing for a while. He had, of course, known this was coming. He had known since the night he left a baby on a doorstep in Surrey that this day would arrive, that the register would catch the name and the letters would begin their preparation and the machinery of Hogwarts would begin its slow, inexorable orientation toward one specific child. He had planned for it. He had, in his careful way, arranged things. What he had not accounted for, and this was the detail that sat uneasily in his mind as he looked out at the November grounds, was the report that had crossed his desk last month. A quiet note from a contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not addressed to him directly, not intended for him, but the kind of thing that reached him anyway because he had a very good network and a very long habit of watching for exactly these kinds of things. The note concerned an ongoing review of Sirius Black's imprisonment. It cited specific procedural irregularities. It named a Wisengamot subcommittee. It named, as the originating party of the review, Amelia Bones. It had taken him about 4 seconds to understand what that meant. Someone had gotten to Harry first. He picked up a quill and began to write. Amelia found the letter on her desk on a Wednesday morning, which meant it had been left there after she went home the previous night by someone who had either broken into her office or had access to it by other means. The envelope was addressed in precise, looping handwriting that she recognized immediately and which made her set down her tea with more care than was strictly necessary. She opened it, read it twice, and then sat back in her chair and thought. Dear Amelia, it began, with the characteristic warmth that she had always found slightly weaponized. I wonder if we might find time for a conversation at your earliest convenience. I find myself curious about several recent developments and am certain you could illuminate them considerably. I ask as a colleague, naturally, and with the greatest respect for your work, which continues to be, as ever, exemplary. Yours, Albus. She reread the last line. I find myself curious about several recent developments. He knew. Or suspected. Possibly both, Albus Dumbledore's suspicions tended to be well evidenced. She picked up her quill and wrote back, Albus. Thursday, 2 o'clock. Don't be late. Amelia. Then she sent her memo and got on with her morning, and did not tell Harry about the letter until that evening. He knows, Harry said. He suspects, Amelia said. There's a distinction. What's he going to do? Talk to me. She was at her desk, which she'd pushed back slightly to give herself room to think. Albus is many things, Harry. A schemer, certainly. A man who keeps information in the same careful way a miser keeps money, distributed, controlled, given out in measured amounts for maximum effect. But he is not cruel, and he does not want harm to come to you. He left me in a cupboard for 6 years, Harry said. He made a decision he believed was necessary for your protection, without adequate follow-up to ensure your welfare, Amelia said carefully. Whether that constitutes negligence or something worse depends on what he knew and when. She paused. I intend to find out. Thursday, Harry said. Thursday. Tell me how it goes. Every word, she said. Dumbledore arrived at 1:59, which Amelia recorded mentally as a point in his favor. He was in dark blue robes and his silver hair and beard were as immaculate as always, and his half-moon glasses caught the light in a way that made his eyes harder to read than usual. He sat in the chair across from her desk and folded his hands and looked at her with an expression of complete, benign attentiveness that she had learned, over 40 years of professional acquaintance, was how he looked when he was doing his most serious thinking. Thank you for seeing me, he said. Of course. She did not offer tea. She picked up her quill, which was her equivalent of establishing ground rules. She was working, this was official, and she was going to write things down. I imagine you want to discuss the Black case review. Among other things. He tilted his head slightly. How long? She didn't insult either of them by pretending not to understand the question. 3 years, she said. Something moved across Dumbledore's face, not surprise, exactly. More like confirmation of a calculation he'd hoped was wrong. The mirror, he said. Yes. It was logged as lost ministry property. I wondered, some years ago, what had become of it. He paused. How is he? It was the right question. Not what has he told you or what are you planning to do, but how is he, and the genuineness of it was, Amelia thought, the most Dumbledore thing possible. The man's care for Harry was completely real, even as his choices on Harry's behalf were frequently disastrous. He is, she said, choosing her words, considerably better than he has any right to be, given his circumstances, and almost entirely because of his own capacity rather than anything his guardians have provided. Dumbledore was quiet. He's been living in a cupboard, Amelia said, and she kept her voice level because that was more effective than anything else. Since he was placed there. He sleeps in it. He's been physically and emotionally mistreated. There is an active formal welfare case, multiple documented visits, and I have been building toward his removal from that household since approximately 3 weeks after he first contacted me. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were very old and very tired. I left monitoring to Arabella Figg, he said quietly. Mrs. Figg reported that he seemed, basically fine, Amelia said. She saw him during scripted interactions, not within the home. She is also, with respect, not a trained welfare assessor. She looked at him steadily. You placed a 15-month-old child in a Muggle home, Albus, based on blood protection theory that is sound in principle but not a substitute for actual oversight. And you did it unilaterally, without notifying my department, without establishing any monitoring framework beyond a neighbor who is not qualified to assess the things that needed assessing. The blood protection is real, she said. I'm not disputing its magical function. I'm disputing the implicit conclusion that because it was magically sound it was also sufficient. A child can be physically protected from Voldemort while being mistreated by his own family. Both things are true simultaneously. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, You're right, very simply, without deflection or qualification. Amelia had been prepared for arguments. The simplicity of his agreement landed differently. She kept her face neutral. What is he like? Dumbledore asked. She considered how to answer this. He's 9 years old, she said finally. He reads intermediate magical theory for recreation. He has a coherent understanding of wizarding law that would embarrass most adult practitioners. He is direct, he is unsentimental, he is kind in a precise and deliberate way rather than an instinctive one, the way people are kind when they have chosen to be because they've seen the alternative up close. She paused. He is not afraid of you. Dumbledore looked at her over his glasses. Should he be? No. But most people in his position would be, which tells you something about him. It tells me, Dumbledore said slowly, that he's been given a framework. Information, context, perspective. A pause. From you. He asks questions and I answer them. That's not a framework, that's basic respect. Of course. He was quiet for a moment. Amelia. I want to be clear about something. I am not here to undermine what you've built with him. I am not going to attempt to reassert control over his situation in ways that damage his trust. He looked at her steadily. I am here because I want to know how to be useful, going forward, without being in the way. This was either completely genuine or the best opening gambit she'd ever seen from a man famous for opening gambits. She found, somewhat against her will, that she thought it was genuine, which did not mean she trusted it entirely, because genuine intentions and damaging actions were not mutually exclusive, as Dumbledore's own history demonstrated. The first useful thing you can do, she said, is support the Sirius Black Review. A pause. That will create political difficulty. I know. Crouch has allies, I know, she said again. Support it anyway. Your public support will significantly accelerate the process and significantly reduce Crouch's ability to obstruct it. She looked at him. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban without a trial for 6 years for a crime that the evidence suggests he did not commit. If that's not sufficient reason to accept some political difficulty, I would like to hear your alternative reasoning. Dumbledore looked at his hands. I had doubts, he said quietly. About Sirius's guilt. Even at the time. I chose not to act on them because the alternative conclusion was worse to consider. What alternative conclusion? If Sirius was innocent, then the secret keeper had been someone else. And the only other candidate was someone whose death I had witnessed personally. He looked up. Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew, Amelia said. She wrote the name down. You believed him dead. There was a body. Partial remains, but remains. I had no reason to doubt it. He paused. I had a reason not to look too closely, and I chose that reason without being honest with myself about what I was choosing. Amelia wrote for a moment. Then she looked up. Where is Pettigrew now, if your doubts were correct? I don't know, Dumbledore said. In hiding, if alive. Transformed, possibly, he was an animagus. A rat. She wrote that down too. Circled it. I'll need everything you know about this, she said. Dates, evidence, the specific basis for your doubts. In writing. Of course. Within the week. Yes. She looked at him for a moment. He looked back, and what she saw in his face was something she didn't see there often, not the benign attentiveness, not the gentle misdirection, but something more stripped back. A man of genuine intelligence and genuine goodness reckoning, very quietly, with the consequences of having been wrong about something important. She did not soften toward him. She was too professional for that. But she noted it. One more thing, she said. Harry. Yes. He should be told about this conversation. I don't withhold information from him. Dumbledore considered this. He'll want to know about Pettigrew. He'll want to know about everything, Amelia said. That's who he is. The question is whether he hears it from me, accurately and in full, or whether he hears about it later from some other source, partially and filtered through someone else's agenda. She looked at him steadily. I would recommend the former. Yes, Dumbledore said. I rather think I would too. He stood to leave, and at the door he paused, which was something she'd seen him do before, pause at doors as if remembering a final thing. Usually the thing was not actually final, was usually the point. He's going to be remarkable, Dumbledore said. Whatever else happens. He already is, Amelia said. That's rather the point you missed. Dumbledore absorbed this, nodded once, and left. She sat for a moment in the quiet of her office. Then she pulled a fresh sheet of parchment and wrote Pettigrew, Peter, location unknown, animagus, unregistered, rat form, cross-reference with Sirius Black case file, priority. Underlined it twice. Then she went back to work. Harry heard everything that evening, exactly as promised. He sat with it for a while after she finished, the particular stillness he went into when he was processing something large. She'd learned not to fill the silence. He came out of it in his own time. Pettigrew, he said. So the actual traitor is probably alive. Probably. Dumbledore's account is unverified, but he was there and he had no reason to construct this particular story. He had every reason to construct a story that explained why he didn't act on his doubts, Harry said. But the Pettigrew detail is specific enough to be real. It's not the kind of thing you invent. He thought for a moment. If Sirius didn't betray my parents, then he's been in prison for 6 years for something he didn't do, and the person who actually did it has been free this whole time. Yes. And Dumbledore suspected this and chose not to look. In his own words, yes. Harry was quiet. Then, I'm not going to pretend that doesn't make me angry. I wouldn't expect you to. But I understand it, he said, and there was something careful in his voice, something that was doing precise work. He was grief-stricken and he'd just lost people, and looking closely at the alternative meant accepting that he'd been comprehensively fooled by someone he trusted, which is, he paused. That's its own kind of devastating, that kind of mistake. I understand it and I'm still angry about it. Both at the same time. That's the appropriate response, Amelia said. In my experience. What did he say? About me, when you told him I'm not afraid of him. She looked at him. He asked if you should be. Harry made a small sound that was almost a laugh. Not quite. What did you tell him? That no, you shouldn't, but that most people in your position would be anyway. And then he worked out that you'd given me context. A pause. He's smart. Extremely. Is he going to try to take over? He said it without particular alarm, just inquiry. He said he wanted to know how to be useful without being in the way. And you believe him? She considered this honestly. I believe he means it at the moment he says it, she said. I believe he has a capacity for self-deception that has historically overridden his good intentions. I believe he is genuinely fond of you and genuinely concerned for your welfare. And I believe that he also has a plan for Voldemort's eventual return that places you in a specific role, and that plan existed before I became involved, and I don't yet know how much of it he's willing to revise. Harry nodded slowly. So. Trust but verify. Exactly. And we keep going with what we're doing. Yes. He looked at her for a moment. Amelia. When this is all done, the review, Sirius, getting me out, what happens next? Hogwarts, she said. In September, almost 2 years from now. And between now and then? More books, she said. More preparation. She looked at him. And I'd like to arrange a meeting with Dumbledore, the three of us, before Hogwarts. So that he understands clearly what you are and what you're not, and so that he hears it from you directly, which I think will be more effective than hearing it from me. I'd like that, Harry said. I rather thought you would. The removal happened in spring, when Harry was 9 and the trees on Privet Drive were doing their optimistic best with new leaves that nobody on that street really deserved. It was not dramatic. This had been Amelia's entire strategy, not dramatic, not controversial, not the kind of event that created sympathy for the wrong people. Janet Hoff arrived with a colleague. There was a police officer present, Muggle, because the formal action plan had escalated to intervention under child protection law. Petunia opened the door and looked at the assembled faces, and whatever she'd been planning to say did not come out. Harry came out of the cupboard with his books in a pillowcase and a mirror in his pocket and stood in the hallway while Janet Hoff spoke to Petunia in the sitting room, and the police officer stood nearby looking at the cupboard door with an expression of slow-building understanding, and Vernon sat in his armchair with the specific stillness of a man who had decided that movement in any direction would make things considerably worse. Dudley was at the top of the stairs. He watched Harry with wide pale eyes. He had been watching Harry differently since the kitchen incident, the egg incident, as Harry thought of it privately. With a kind of calculation that was unpleasant but was also considerably less unpleasant than his previous approach, which was comfortable confidence. Harry looked back at Dudley for a moment. He thought about what to say. Take care of yourself, he said. Not warmly, but not unkindly either. Dudley blinked. Then he nodded, once, which was perhaps the most genuine communication they'd ever managed. Harry walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive and did not look back. The temporary placement was with a woman named Sarah Mullins in the next town, a kind and sensible Muggle woman who fostered children professionally and had been briefed by Janet Hoff to expect a quiet, independent boy who would mostly read and ask specific questions and be no trouble at all. This turned out to be entirely accurate. Harry stayed there for 6 weeks, which was comfortable and quiet and the first time he'd had a proper bedroom. He spent the 6 weeks reading at a pace that alarmed Sarah slightly, helping in the kitchen without being asked, and using the mirror in the evenings while Sarah was watching television. "It's odd," he told Amelia. "Having space. You'll get used to it." "I know. That's the odd part." He was lying on his back on an actual bed, the mirror held above him. "I'm already adjusting, and I've been here 3 days. Adaptability is a strength," she said. "It also means the cupboard adjusted me more than I'd fully realized." She was quiet for a moment. "Harry, it's all right," he said. "I'm not dwelling on it. I'm just noting it accurately, which is what you do." He glanced at her. "I learned that from you." She looked at him for a long moment. "You'll see a counselor," she said. "When things are settled. Someone who understands both worlds." "I'm fine." "I know you are. You can still see a counselor." Her voice was its usual even, non-negotiating calm. Being fine and processing things properly are not mutually exclusive. He thought about it. "All right," he said. The Wisengamot subcommittee delivered its preliminary ruling 4 weeks after Harry left Privet Drive. The ruling stated, in the precise bloodless language of formal legal documents, that the original detention of Sirius Orion Black had proceeded without the procedural requirements mandated by wizarding law, specifically the right to trial and the right to examination under Veritaserum, and that accordingly his continued detention could not be justified under the existing warrant, such as it was, and that a formal hearing had been scheduled. Bartemius Crouch filed 3 objections. Amelia answered each one in writing within 48 hours, citing specific statute, specific precedent, and in the third objections case, a rather pointed observation about the selective application of due process standards that made Crouch's response come back 3 days late and considerably less confident than his first 2. Harry read all of it. Amelia had started sending him the actual documents, redacted where necessary, but the structure intact, because she'd found early on that he didn't need things simplified, he needed them explained, which was different. "His third objection is the weakest," Harry said one evening. "He's arguing executive authority over detention decisions but he's citing a precedent that was overturned in 1979. "I noticed that," Amelia said, with the slight dryness that meant she was pleased. "Did he not notice, or does he not care?" "I think," she said carefully, "that he is accustomed to his objections succeeding on the basis of his position rather than their legal merit. He hasn't had to be rigorous in a while. Because nobody pushed back. Until now." Harry looked at the document. "He's going to be a problem after this, isn't he? Not just about Sirius." "Probably. Men like Crouch tend to take professional opposition personally." She paused. "But that's a problem for later. Right now, Sirius's hearing is in 3 weeks. Can I be there?" She looked at him. He looked back. "You're 9 years old," she said. "I'm aware of that." "The hearing will be, he's my godfather," Harry said. "I want to be there." A pause. "It will be formal and tense and possibly unpleasant." "So is most of my life," Harry said pleasantly. Amelia's mouth twitched. She wrote something down. "I'll look into whether a child can attend a Wisengamot subcommittee hearing with a guardian present." "You're my de facto guardian at this point." "I am not," she stopped. "I am acting in that capacity pending the resolution of, you're my de facto guardian at this point," Harry repeated. She looked at him. He looked back. She wrote something else down. "I'll look into it," she said, which from Amelia was as good as yes. The hearing chamber of the Wisengamot was underground, which Harry thought was an unnecessarily dramatic architectural choice, though he kept this opinion to himself. The walls were stone, the benches were arranged in tiered semicircles, and the chair in the center had chains on the arms that were currently lying flat and still, which Amelia had explained to him were only activated in criminal trials rather than review hearings. He sat next to Amelia in the observer's gallery. She had found the relevant statute, as he'd known she would, and it did permit minor relatives or interested parties to attend review proceedings when accompanied by a legal guardian or advocate. She had filed the paperwork citing herself as his advocate pending the Black resolution, which was technically and precisely accurate. Dumbledore was present as well, in the capacity of Chief Warlock, which meant he was chairing the hearing. He caught Harry's eye when they came in, and Harry met his gaze steadily and nodded, once, and Dumbledore's expression did something brief and complicated before settling. They brought Sirius in from a side door. Harry had prepared himself. Amelia had described what Azkaban did, and he had read everything he could find, and he had composed himself carefully in the way he'd been composing himself around hard things since he was old enough to understand that composure was sometimes the most effective tool. He had prepared himself, and it was still harder than he'd expected. Sirius Black was 33 years old, which Harry knew but which did not match what he saw. He was thin in the way of someone who had been thin for a long time, not recently, the kind of thin that went into the bones. He had long tangled dark hair and hollows under his eyes and the gray skin of someone who hadn't seen proper sunlight in years. He wore prison clothes that were too thin for the season. His hands, at the ends of two long arms, were very still, and that stillness was the most striking thing, the way he moved with the economy of someone who had learned not to move unnecessarily, not to use energy on gestures, not to reach for things. But his eyes were clear. Gray, direct, and when they swept the gallery and landed on Harry, they stopped. Harry looked back at him. He saw Sirius process something, work through something rapidly, recognition of the face, comparison with the memory, the specific mathematics of this is James's nose and Lily's eyes and this is the baby I held and this is somehow 10 years later and that baby is now a small person in an observer's gallery looking at me like he expected to find me here. Sirius's mouth opened slightly. Then he closed it. He sat down in the center chair and faced forward again, but his whole body had done something different than before, still thin, still marked by years of Azkaban, but slightly more present in the room than he'd been a minute ago. Harry understood. He filed it away. The hearing took 2 hours. The subcommittee asked questions. Sirius answered them in a voice that was rougher than Harry had imagined, and used to extended conversation, but clear and coherent and without hesitation. He explained the secret keeper switch. He explained the meeting with Pettigrew on the street. He explained the explosion. Pettigrew had done it, had blown up the street himself, had cut off his own finger before transforming, and disappeared into the sewer. 12 dead muggles, 1 severed finger, and 1 unregistered animagus in a drain. Why, said a subcommittee member with a long gray beard, did you not explain this at the time of your arrest? Nobody asked, Sirius said. 3 words. Flat and without effect. The gray-bearded man looked at his colleagues. Nobody, he said. The Auror who brought me in said, and I remember this very specifically because I remember everything from that day with absolute clarity, you're done. Then I was processed and sent to Azkaban. There was no interrogation. There was no hearing. There was no opportunity for statement. Sirius's voice was even. I was convicted by public opinion and held by administrative convenience, and at the time I was so devastated by what had happened to James and Lily that I don't think I would have been coherent enough to mount a proper defense anyway. A pause. But nobody tried to find out. The chamber was very quiet. Amelia, beside Harry, was writing something. She did not look up. Harry looked at Sirius, who was not looking at him now but was facing forward with his jaw set and his hands flat on the arms of the chair. He thought about Amelia, 3 years ago, writing things down at 2 in the morning. He thought about Janet Hoff with her clipboard. He thought about a file that had grown into a wall, cross-referenced and watertight. He thought about how long it took to do things properly and how the doing things properly was the entire point, and how the original failure was never about evidence or law or truth but about whether anyone had cared enough to look. He made a decision. Quietly, before he could reconsider, Harry reached forward over the gallery railing and caught Sirius's eye. Sirius looked at him. Harry held up his hand, not a wave. More like a specific acknowledgement. I'm here. I've been waiting. We're going to be fine. He watched Sirius Black take a breath that was slightly unsteady at the edges, hold it, and then let it out, and something in his shoulders did a small movement that was not quite sagging but was the bodily equivalent of setting something heavy down. Then Sirius looked forward again, and Harry sat back, and Amelia glanced at him sideways without comment and continued writing. The subcommittee deliberated for 40 minutes. The ruling was unanimous. They let Sirius sit in a consultation room afterward, in proper clothes that a clerk had brought, with tea and food that he approached with the careful attention of someone relearning habits. Amelia had arranged for Harry to have 10 minutes. The room was small and bright and ordinary, and Sirius looked slightly undone by both the bright and the ordinary, like someone who'd grown accustomed to absence. Harry sat across from him and looked at him and said, "Hello." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "Hi." His voice was still rough. "You were in the gallery." "Yes." "Amelia Bones brought you." Yes. She's been helping me." Sirius absorbed this. He was looking at Harry with an expression that was still working through something. "You look like James," he said. "Except the eyes." "I know. You know." A brief flicker in his face. "How do you know?" "Amelia described them to me. And I've read photographs, she found some from my parents' Hogwarts years, from ministry records." He looked at Sirius steadily. "I know a lot of things. She's been very thorough." A long pause. "She got me out." "I asked her to," Harry said. 2 years ago, when she told me about you. I said I wanted you out and she said she'd do it properly and she did." Sirius looked at him. Really looked, the way adults only did when something had genuinely reconfigured their understanding. "You asked her," he said quietly. 2 years ago." "Yes." "You're 9. Nearly 10. Harry." Sirius's voice did something on the name, caught slightly, steadied. "I was supposed to be there for you. After your parents. I was supposed to come back for you and I didn't." "You were in prison," Harry said. "For something you didn't do." "I should have been smarter. Should have anticipated, or the people responsible for keeping you should have followed proper procedure," Harry said, "instead of letting grief become a legal framework." "That's not on you." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "Amelia's been talking to you a long time," he said finally. 3 years, Harry said. "She found the mirror." "Long story." He looked at Sirius, at this man who was thin and marked and carrying 6 years of something that would take a long time to put down. He thought about what Amelia had said, about being patient with people who'd been through something, about how he'd said he could do that. "We have time," he said. "To figure out the rest. There's no rush." Sirius was quiet. The room was quiet. Somewhere outside, the normal noise of the ministry continued, unconcerned. "I'd like that," Sirius said eventually. "To have time." "Good." Harry looked at him. "Are you hungry? You keep looking at the sandwiches." Sirius laughed. It was a rusty, unpracticed sound, like a door that hadn't been opened in years, but it was real. "Starving," he said. "Then eat," Harry said. "We can do the complicated stuff after." Sirius reached for a sandwich, and Harry sat back, and outside the room, Amelia Bones was already filing the next set of paperwork, and the day moved forward the way days did when things had finally gone right, simply, quietly, and without any particular fanfare. Which was, Harry had come to understand, exactly what doing things properly looked like. Chapter 4, The boy who arrived. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, and Harry Potter was on it 20 minutes early, which was not because he was anxious but because Sirius had insisted on arriving at 10 and then spent 15 minutes trying to figure out how the trolley worked, which Harry found quietly entertaining. Sirius had been out of Azkaban for just under a year. He was better, considerably better than the man Harry had met in that consultation room, fuller in the face, steadier in the hands, laughing more easily and with less rust in it. He still had nights. Harry knew about them because he had the mirror, and sometimes at 3 in the morning Sirius would appear in it having clearly not slept, and they would talk about nothing consequential until one of them fell asleep, and neither of them made it into a thing that needed to be discussed. The flat they shared in London was not large, but it was full of books, which was primarily Harry's influence, and it had a motorbike in a shed out back, which was entirely Sirius's. Sirius had learned to cook approximately 4 dishes with real competence, and Harry had learned to make him tea exactly how he liked it, and they had arrived at a way of being around each other that worked in the specific, particular way of two people who were both independently unusual and had found the other's particular unusualness compatible. Amelia visited sometimes. She and Sirius had a relationship that Harry thought of as two people who respected each other's competence while still occasionally wanting to argue about methodology. She had, in Sirius's words, been the most frighteningly efficient person he had ever encountered, which, coming from someone who had been to Hogwarts with James Potter and considered himself something of an expert in relentless people, was meaningful. "You don't have to look quite so calm," Sirius said, watching Harry watch the platform fill up. "It's your first day of school." "I've been looking forward to it for 2 years," Harry said. "I've read the curriculum." "You've read, Harry, nobody reads the curriculum." "I did. 3 times. Harry looked at the train. "I want to see how the theory translates to actual spellwork. That's the part one can't do without a wand." Sirius stared at him for a moment. "Right," he said. "Right, yes. Normal 11-year-old, totally standard." "You were the same at my age," Harry said. "I was completely different at your age. Amelia showed me your academic record. You were bored by second year because you'd read ahead." I read ahead for fun, not to optimize," he made a gesture. "You know what, fine. Fair." He put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, which was their version of things that needed saying without being said. "Right when you get there." "Owl, I mean. I have an owl now. Her name is Cassiopeia. You named her after a black family constellation." "Family habit," Sirius said, with the mild irony of someone who had spent most of his life in deliberate opposition to his family and still found their patterns embedded in his reflexes. "She's brown and she bites people she doesn't know. You'll like her." The whistle blew. Harry picked up his trunk. He turned and looked at Sirius, who was standing on the platform looking slightly undone in the way he sometimes looked when he was feeling something he wasn't quite ready to put language to. "All right," Harry said. "Good." Sirius looked at him. "And Harry, you know you don't have to be anyone other than who I am," Harry said. "I know. That's not what I was going to say. It was somewhere in the sentence though." Sirius pointed at him. "That's very annoying." Harry smiled and got on the train. He found a compartment that was empty, stowed his trunk, and settled with a book, Advanced Charms Theory, 3rd edition, which he'd already read but which was a useful prop for the specific social dynamic of "I'm friendly but I'm also doing something, use your judgment about interrupting." He was 4 pages in when the door slid open and a girl with very bushy hair and a lot of teeth looked in, assessed the compartment, assessed him, and said, "Is it all right if I sit here? Everywhere else is full or has people who are being quite loud and I'm trying to read." "Yes," Harry said. He looked at her book, a heavy introduction to Hogwarts curriculum that he recognized. "Have you read ahead?" She looked at the book in his hands, then back at his face. "Have you?" "The whole curriculum," Harry said. "Twice formally, once more for the Transfiguration section because I had questions." She sat down. "I've read it twice," she said, with the specific enthusiasm of someone who'd found the first person today who didn't look at her like she was strange for that. "I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born." "Harry Potter," he said. He paused for exactly 1 beat. "Half-blood, technically, but I grew up Muggle." She stared at him. Not the stare he'd been expecting, not the famous one stair, which he'd been preparing for since Amelia had explained what his name meant to most of the wizarding world. It was the other stair, the wait, that's actually interesting, tell me more stair, which was considerably better. But you've read the whole curriculum, she said. I had help, he said. I've been preparing for a while. Who helped you? A woman at the ministry. Long story. He looked at her. You've been preparing too. My parents are dentists, she said. They like research. When my letter came we all did research. She said this with a slight challenge in her voice, like she'd encountered people who found this funny. Sensible, Harry said. Hermione Granger visibly relaxed 3 degrees. Yes, she said. That's what I thought. They read in companionable parallel for 20 minutes before the compartment door opened again. This time it was a boy who was slightly round-faced and had a toad in a box under one arm and an expression of someone who had been having a bad morning before this particular day even started. He looked at both of them hopefully. Sorry, has anyone seen a toad? Only mine got away and I've been up and down the corridor twice. Check the overhead storage in the last carriage, Harry said, without looking up. Something got in there when the family ahead of you on the platform loaded their trunk. I heard it. The boy blinked. Oh. He looked at Harry. Thank you. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry looked up. Longbottom was a name Amelia had mentioned, once, in a different context, the Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, Aurors, Voldemort's War, St. Mungo's. He met Neville's eyes and said, with the straightforwardness he defaulted to when direct was kinder than careful, Harry Potter. Come and find me if your toad turns up, I know a decent sticking charm, wandless. Should keep it from escaping again. Neville looked at him for a long moment. Wandless? I'll show you if you find him. He watched Neville think about this, watching him work through the permutations of whether this was being laughed at or being helped, and decide on helped, and nod with the particular gratitude of someone who'd been not helped enough times that being helped stood out. His name is Trevor, Neville offered. Go and find Trevor, Harry said. The last carriage. Neville went. Hermione leaned over. Can you really do a sticking charm wandlessly? Yes. Harry turned a page. It's not very big. More of a nudge than a proper charm. She stared at him. That's extraordinarily unusual. So I've been told. How? I've been practicing since I was 7, Harry said. I'll tell you the theory if you want. It's actually not complicated, it's about intent more than form at that level. The wand adds precision and power, but the basic mechanism is accessible without one if you practice the underlying. He noticed her expression. What? You're explaining this like it's obvious, she said. It's not obvious to most people. Harry, she said, with exasperated affection that felt startlingly natural for someone he'd known for 20 minutes, nobody at Hogwarts can do anything wandlessly. Teachers included. Some of them can, Harry said. The Transfiguration professor can. Dumbledore obviously can. I've read, he caught himself. Anyway. I'll explain the theory if you want. I very much want, she said. He explained it. She asked 8 questions, each better than the last. He answered all of them. By the time they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, they had filled 6 pages of Hermione's notebook. She had tried the basic focusing technique twice and gotten a result on the second attempt that was arguably a result, and Neville had returned with Trevor, whose box Harry had reinforced with a small nudging charm that made the lid stick reliably while still being operable. You actually did it, Neville said, watching the lid resist Trevor's persistent attempts to headbutt it open. I told you I would, Harry said. Neville looked at him with that assessment again, that recalibration. Are you going to be in Gryffindor? I genuinely don't know, Harry said, which was true. He'd read extensively about the houses. He'd read about the sorting process. He'd arrived at no strong prediction because the sorting hat used its own criteria and Harry had no particular access to those. "My grandmother says I'll be in Hufflepuff," Neville said, with the tone of someone repeating a thing that had been said enough times to take on the weight of fact. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, at the toad under his arm and the round, kind face and the careful way he'd said thank you earlier, like he'd meant it specifically. He looked at the fact that Neville had gone and checked the last carriage on the advice of a stranger without much hesitation, which was either very trusting or very brave and was possibly both. "Your grandmother is wrong," Harry said pleasantly, and turned to help Hermione with her bag. The boats, the lake, the castle from the water. Harry had read Hogwarts, a history 3 times and it had still not quite prepared him for the actual scale of it, the way it sat against the night sky like something that had been there before the concept of buildings existed, like the landscape had simply decided to make a castle there and had not consulted anyone. He didn't say this aloud because it was the kind of observation that came out sentimental if you said it and he preferred to just note it and move on. The entrance hall was enormous. The ceiling was, he looked up. He'd read about the ceiling. Reading about it and seeing it were different. "Enchanted," Hermione murmured beside him, also looking up. "It reflects the sky," Harry said. "Direct reflection, not a window. The charm's been running continuously since the early 1300s. It's considered one of the most stable enchantments in Wizarding Britain." Hermione looked at him. "I read a lot," Harry said. The other first years were clustering and murmuring. Harry looked around at them, at the faces, sorting them rapidly in the way he developed, the way Amelia organized information, who was watching what, who was looking at him specifically, who was performing their reaction for other people. He caught 3 people looking at him with the particular charged attention that meant they recognized the name, and he filed their faces. 2 of them were talking to each other in low voices. He spotted the Weasley twins before he could see their faces, purely on the basis of the quality of the chaos around them, which was very high. He also spotted, across the entrance hall, a boy with precise pale hair and an expression of careful studied boredom that was itself a kind of performance. "I am not impressed by any of this being the act, with I am very aware of everyone here being the reality underneath it." He was flanked by 2 larger boys and was looking around the hall with the measuring gaze of someone who'd been taught to walk into rooms and establish a hierarchy immediately. The boy caught Harry looking and held it for a moment. Then he walked over. "Draco Malfoy," he said, with the ease of someone who expected the name to land. It did, though not in the way Draco probably expected. Amelia had briefed Harry on the major wizarding families, their histories, their political positions. Malfoy, old family, significant wealth, known Death Eater affiliation during the war, Lucius Malfoy acquitted on grounds of being under Imperius, an argument Amelia had described as exceptionally convenient and almost certainly false. Not villains in the simple sense. Political animals with interests to protect. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Draco looked at him with the careful attention of someone recalibrating. "I know," he said. "I heard you were placed with Muggles." "I was," Harry said. A beat of silence in which Draco appeared to be waiting for Harry to either explain or be embarrassed, and Harry did neither. "My father says the wizarding world owes you a great deal," Draco said finally. "Your father is probably right," Harry said pleasantly. Draco blinked. This was not the response he'd been structured for. "I could introduce you to the right sort of people," he offered. "It can matter, at Hogwarts. Who you know." Harry looked at him with the specific kind of patience he applied to people who were operating from a script he'd already read. "I appreciate that," he said, and meant it, genuinely, not sarcastically, because the offer was real even if the framing was off. "Why don't we see how things shake out in the next few weeks and take it from there?" Draco blinked again. He'd been expecting either acceptance or rejection and Harry had given him neither, had instead offered an equal negotiation. He didn't know quite what to do with that. "Fine," Draco said carefully. "Good." Harry turned back to Hermione. Neville had appeared at her elbow. "Who was that?" Neville murmured. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said. He'll be in Slytherin. He's not stupid, just running a program he's been taught since he was small. He looked at Neville. His father was a Death Eater. Neville's expression did something complicated. My parents were Aurors, he said. Quietly, in the particular quiet of someone stating a fact that is also a wound. I know, Harry said. Amelia told me about them. Neville looked at him. She told you? She told me a lot of things, Harry said. Including that Frank Longbottom was one of the best Aurors she ever worked with. He held Neville's gaze. I know what happened to them. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Neville was very still for a moment. He was the kind of person, Harry had already worked out, who carried things silently because he'd learned that most people couldn't hold them. He was looking at Harry now with something careful in his face, like someone offering a hand across something steep. She's good, then, Neville said. Amelia Bones. Very, Harry said. The sorting happened in a great hall, under the enchanted ceiling, with all 4 house tables watching and the sorting hat on its stool looking ancient and patient and slightly smug, as sentient objects with long institutional memories often did. Harry stood in a line and watched the hat do its work. It was longer with some students than others. A girl named Millicent Bulstrode it placed immediately, not even sitting, a boy named Seamus Finnegan it held for almost a minute. Neville sat down under it and Harry watched his face, the uncertainty, the weight, and then the flash of something when it called out Gryffindor, something that was close to disbelief, as if he hadn't believed the good thing until it happened. Hermione went in with her chin up and came back with Gryffindor called before she'd barely settled. Harry sat down. The hat came over his head and went dark, and then something very unexpected happened, a voice in his ear, dry and sharp and considerably more awake than its physical appearance suggested. Well, said the hat. This doesn't happen often. Harry said nothing. You've been trained in ways most first years haven't. That's interesting. You know what you want, which is rarer than you'd think. Loyal, deeply, once given. Brave, but not recklessly. And clever, very clever, but not in the way that makes you cold. A pause. You do excellently in Slytherin. I know, Harry thought back, because thinking at the hat seemed to be how this worked. But you're not going to ask for it. I'd rather earn the respect I get, Harry thought. Slytherin affiliation carries a weight I'd spend years explaining. I'd rather build than argue. Pragmatic, the hat said, with something like appreciation. Not idealistic. You're choosing on efficiency, not on principle. My principles are efficient, Harry thought. The hat did something that might have been a laugh, low and internal. I think, it said, you might be the most dangerous sort of Gryffindor. The kind who chose it deliberately. Gryffindor it called, loudly, and the table on the left erupted. Harry lifted the hat off his head, replaced it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table without any apparent urgency. He sat down between Hermione and Neville. Ron Weasley landed on his other side a few minutes later, red-haired and amiable and with a smear of something on his nose, and said, "Brilliant, isn't it?" The ceiling. He was looking up. Enchanted, Hermione started. It reflects the sky, Harry said, and then added, before she could be annoyed, you explain the mechanism better than I do. Hermione looked at him, reassessed, and explained the mechanism. Ron listened with the interest of someone who'd grown up in the magical world and still found the actual mechanism interesting when explained properly. My mum knows a charm that does something like it, he offered. On a smaller scale. She enchanted the kitchen ceiling once. You could see outside while you were washing up. We all kept staring instead of doing the dishes, so she took it down. This made Neville laugh, which was a good sound, genuine and surprised, the laugh of someone who hadn't expected to laugh today. Harry looked around the great hall. At the teacher's table, at a tall thin woman with a severe bun who had to be McGonagall, at a figure in purple and gold who was clearly Dumbledore, at a nervous-looking young man with a pale purple turban who was sitting very still and not eating. He looked at the turbaned figure for a moment. Something was wrong. Not dramatically wrong, not visibly wrong, just a note off key, the kind of thing that registered and filed itself without insisting on explanation yet. He looked away. He'd come back to it. Are you excited? Ron asked, helping himself to a massive portion of everything. Yes, Harry said, and meant it. I've been waiting for this since I was 8. 8? Ron looked at him. Why 8? That's when I started preparing. Ron absorbed this. He was the kind of person, Harry was already working out, who was sociable and warm and operated largely on instinct, good instincts, but unevaluated ones. He'd be a useful person to think with, if you could get him to slow down and think. He was also genuinely funny in the immediate, unintentional way. I haven't really prepared, Ron said, with the casual ease of someone who wasn't particularly worried about this. That's fine, Harry said. We can work on that. Ron looked at him sideways. You're going to try to get me to study, aren't you? Not if you don't want to. I don't really, but you should know, Harry said, that there are some interesting things in the curriculum that aren't obvious from the surface. The theory behind the vanishment charms and transfiguration is basically the same mechanism as the unforgivables, just applied to objects instead of beings, which, Ron's eyes had gone slightly wide. How do you know that? I read a lot. Harry took some potatoes. Think about it. Where does a transfigured object go when you vanish it? It doesn't cease to exist, it's redirected. The force directing it is will, shaped by, right, Ron said, now looking genuinely interested despite himself. Okay, yeah. That's actually interesting. Hermione said crisply, from Harry's other side, in the tone of someone who had already thought about this. Extremely, Harry said. Neville was leaning in now too. Trevor was presumably in his pocket, secure, thanks to the sticking charm, and Neville had the look of someone who'd come to school expecting to be on the outside of conversations like this and had unexpectedly found himself in the middle of one. Harry looked around the table. Ron. Hermione. Neville. 3 people who were each, in their different ways, exactly who they appeared to be, which was considerably rarer than it sounded. He looked at the turbaned figure at the teacher's table again. Still wrong. He filed it more specifically this time, the wrongness is directional. It's not the man. It's something on him, or in him, that's oriented in a particular way. He would need to get closer. The dormitories were comfortable in the way that very old, well-maintained places were comfortable, not because they were luxurious but because they had been lived in for long enough that comfort was built into the stone. Harry's bed was by the window, which he'd asked for simply by being the first one there and putting his trunk down. He had the mirror in the inside pocket of his robes, where it had been since King's Cross. He waited until the other boys in the dormitory were asleep, Ron first, quickly and completely, and then Dean Thomas with the thoroughness of someone who'd played football all summer, and then Seamus last, talking until he wasn't. Harry sat up in the dark and took out the mirror. Amelia appeared within 3 minutes. You made it, she said. She looked at him with that expression, the honest one, and he realized that she'd been waiting for this, that the evening had probably not been entirely comfortable for her either. I'm in Gryffindor, he said. Expected. The hat tried for Slytherin. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Did it? I explained my reasoning. It agreed. He looked at her. The castle is remarkable. Yes, she said. I remember my own first night. 30 years ago, and it's still one of the clearest memories I have. Hufflepuff, he said, because he'd read her file in the ministry's public records and she'd never told him directly, which had amused him. She looked at him. You looked that up? Yes. She picked up her quill. The usual cross-referencing, or did you also find my OWL results? Your defense against the dark arts OWL was an O, which at the time was very unusual for a Hufflepuff student, Harry said pleasantly. The prejudice about Hufflepuff and defense is outdated, she said, with the brisk certainty of someone who had been correcting this assumption for 30 years. I agree entirely. She looked at him. You're in a good mood. I'm happy, he said, simply, which was not a thing he said often. I'm in the right place. He looked out the dormitory window, at the night and the stars over the lake. I met Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom on the train. Good. They're good people. He thought about it. Hermione's going to be exceptional. She has the methodology already, she just needs someone to confirm that methodical is worth being. And Neville? Brave, Harry said. He just doesn't know it yet. That's a common condition, Amelia said. There's also a problem, he said. Her expression shifted, not obviously, but he knew what to look for. Tell me. The defense against the dark arts teacher. His name is apparently Quirrell. There's something wrong with him. I can't define it exactly, it's a directional wrongness, like something oriented toward a specific intent that isn't his. He thought about it. I've never felt anything like it in proximity to a person before. I've felt it in proximity to certain objects. Old ones. Amelia was very still. Explain directional, she said. Like when you're near an object that has a strong enchantment on it, you feel it pointing somewhere, like it has a purpose. Quirrell feels like that. But it's inside him, not on him. He paused. It reminded me of something you sent me to read. About objects with anchored magical consciousness. She wrote something. Horcruxes, she said, very quietly. That's the word, Harry said. I thought about it and then I didn't want to be wrong. You may not be wrong, she said. Harry, this is a serious concern. I know. I want you to be cautious. Very cautious. Do not engage with Quirrell directly on anything substantive. Do not attempt to investigate personally. I know, Harry said. I mean it. Amelia. He looked at her directly. I know. I'm not reckless. I'm reporting it to you so that the right people can handle it through the right channels, which is the correct approach. She looked at him for a moment. Yes, she said. It is. She wrote more. I'm going to need to speak with Dumbledore tomorrow. I want you to write me a description of what you felt, precise, detailed. Like a case report. I can do that. Good. She looked up. First night at Hogwarts and you're already filing an intelligence report. Is that a problem? No, she said. It's impressively you. He almost smiled. Is that a compliment? It is, she said, definitively. He wrote the report in careful detail and sent it through the mirror, and Amelia read it on the other side with her quill moving fast and her face doing the sharp, open expression it did when something important was coming into focus. I'll handle this, she said. You focus on Hogwarts. I can do both. I know. She looked at him steadily. That's what I'm afraid of. He laughed, a quiet laugh, in the dark dormitory with the other boys asleep and the stars over the lake outside. A genuine one. Good night, Amelia. Good night, Harry. A pause, and then, with the careful understatement she applied to things that mattered, it's good that you're there. He put the mirror away and lay back on the pillow and looked at the ceiling of Gryffindor Tower, which was old stone and shadows and the residual warmth of 1,000 years of students who had done exactly this, laying here on the first night, looking up, somewhere between the world they'd come from and whatever came next. He thought about Sirius, who would be in the London flat right now, probably pretending he wasn't waiting for an owl. He reached for the parchment and quill on his nightstand and wrote, I'm here. Gryffindor, same as you. The castle is exactly as good as you said. Trevor the Toad has been secured. Tell Cassiopeia hello. H. He opened the window and gave it to the school owl at the end of his bed, who accepted it with the dignified professionalism of an owl that had done this 1,000 times, and flew out into the dark toward London. Harry lay back down. Somewhere below, in the castle's depths, a man in a purple turban was doing whatever he did at night, and the thing inside him was oriented and purposeful and very, very patient. Harry thought about it once more, filed it precisely, and set it aside. There would be time for that. Tonight he was 11 years old and he had friends and a castle and a godfather waiting for an owl, and the world was full of things he hadn't done yet. He closed his eyes. He was asleep in 4 minutes. Chapter 5, The Shape of Monsters. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled like garlic. Not subtly. Not in the way that a kitchen might carry the ghost of last night's cooking. It was aggressive, layered, the kind of smell that had been building for weeks and had opinions about the furniture. Harry sat in the third row on his first morning in Quirrell's class and breathed through his mouth and looked at the man at the front of the room with the specific attention he reserved for things that required understanding before action. Quirinus Quirrell was slight and young for a professor, with a nervous energy that expressed itself in small repetitive movements, adjusting his turban, shuffling his notes, starting sentences with a stutter that Harry had already noticed was inconsistent. It stuttered more when Quirrell was performing nervousness and less when he was actually focused on something. That inconsistency was interesting. The wrongness Harry had felt at the feast was stronger here, in a closed room, with the source of it standing 20 feet away. Stronger and more directional, pointing inward, pointing down, pointing somewhere specifically internal with the focused intent of something that was not passive. He took notes. He took very good notes, actually, because whatever Quirrell was, his knowledge of the subject was sound and his early curriculum was well structured. Harry wrote down everything he said about the theory of dark creature repulsion and added his own marginal observations in the corner of his parchment, the ones that weren't about the curriculum. Stutter pattern, present during introduction, performance, absent during explanation of red cap weaknesses, genuine engagement. Turban adjusted 6 times in 20 minutes, always when answering questions, never when asking them. Orientation, strongest when facing the classroom, weakest when facing the board. Whatever is wrong is aware of the students. He circled that last observation. Looked at it. Circled it again. Hermione, next to him, was writing at the same speed he was and had filled half a page more, which he respected. She glanced at his parchment once, clocked that his notes were different from hers, and gave him a sideways look that asked a question without asking it. He gave a small headshake. Later. She turned back to the front. After class, in the corridor, while Ron was complaining about the garlic with the committed specificity of someone who had strong opinions about smells, Harry fell into step beside Neville and said quietly, "Do you feel anything odd about Quirrell?" Neville thought about it seriously, which Harry had already come to appreciate. Neville took questions seriously rather than answering fast. "He's nervous," Neville said. "More nervous than a teacher should be, I think." "More than that." Neville looked at him. "You mean the feeling? In the classroom?" He said it carefully, like he wasn't sure if what he'd felt was real. Like something in the room was watching. "Yes," Harry said. Neville's jaw tightened slightly. "I thought it was just me." "It wasn't," Harry said. "I've reported it already." He watched Neville work through that. "Someone's looking into it properly. We don't need to do anything except be aware." "Reported to who?" "Someone at the ministry who I trust and who will handle it correctly." Neville absorbed this. He was quiet for a moment. "Amelia Bones," he said. "Yes." Another silence. "All right," Neville said, with the particular solidity of someone choosing to trust a thing because the evidence supports it. "All right. You'll tell me if there's something I need to know?" "Yes," Harry said. "Immediately." October settled over Hogwarts with the efficient thoroughness of Scottish autumn, which did not do things by halves. The trees went spectacular and then went bare and the lake went steel grey and the mornings had a bite to them that made the walk to the greenhouses an exercise in moving fast. Harry's first weeks at Hogwarts were, by any reasonable measure, extraordinary. Not because he was famous, though he was, persistently and inconveniently, and people looked at him in corridors with that charged recognition he'd been prepared for. Not because of the coursework, which was interesting but not difficult, the theory he'd studied translating into practical spellwork with the smoothness of knowing where you're going before you start walking. But because of what it felt like to do magic with a wand for the first time. He'd known the theory. He'd practiced the wandless version of things for years, developing pathways that apparently didn't develop in most people because most people went straight to wand work at 11. What he hadn't known was what it would feel like to have a wand, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, flexible, amplify that pathway. The first spell he'd cast in charms, a simple Wingardium Leviosa, had gone 15 feet in the air before he'd reined it in, and Professor Flitwick had fallen off his books and Harry had apologized and Flitwick had looked at him with an expression that was half delight and half something more complicated. "You'll need to learn to moderate," Flitwick had told him, after class, in the specific quiet of a teacher who has realized a student needs different guidance than their usual approach. "The wandless practice you've done has given you a very strong baseline. The wand multiplies it. We'll work on precision." They'd been working on precision for a month. It was the most interesting thing he was doing academically, not adding power, which he apparently had in considerable quantity without effort, but learning the fine control that made power useful rather than simply large. Transfiguration with McGonagall was extraordinary for different reasons. McGonagall taught the way people wrote good law, Harry thought, rigorously and without tolerance for approximation, but with a clear underlying logic that made the rigor feel like architecture rather than arbitrary restriction. Her classroom was the one where Harry felt most precisely himself, the place where understanding the theory completely paid off the most immediately. She'd kept him after class twice. Not for anything wrong, for the opposite. "Mr. Potter," she'd said, the second time, with the particular manner she had when she was going to say something precise and meant to be taken precisely. "Your theoretical foundation is exceptional. Your practical work matches it. I want to be honest with you that I've only seen this combination once before in a student in my career here." She'd paused. "What you do with it will depend entirely on how seriously you take the parts that don't come easily." "What parts don't come easily?" he'd asked, genuinely. She'd looked at him with something that was not quite a smile. "That's what we're going to find out," she'd said. He'd thought about that more than anything else she'd said that month. The letter from Amelia came on a Wednesday morning in late October, carried by a ministry owl who looked professionally self-important in the way of ministry owls. Harry read it at breakfast, shielding it casually with his parchment. "Harry, I have spoken with Dumbledore about your report. He is aware of the concern and has been for some time, though your specific observation about directionality added something he hadn't fully articulated. He believes, and I concur, that what is present in Quirrell is a fragment of Voldemort, using him as a host. The Philosopher's Stone currently held in the school is the likely target. Dumbledore is monitoring. I have additionally deployed 2 Aurors to the village in a watchful capacity, unofficially, as I cannot justify official deployment without confirming the threat formally, which would require revealing the stone's location in Hogwarts, which Dumbledore has asked me to avoid for now. I am watching Crouch, who has been unusually active in ways that don't yet make sense to me. I'll explain when I have more. Be careful. Not afraid, I know you're not afraid. But careful. ABPS Sirius says the Nimbus you asked about is completely reasonable for an 11-year-old to own. Amelia, stop making that face. He folded the letter. He ate his toast. He looked at the Gryffindor table, at Ron and Hermione arguing companionably about the best approach to the upcoming charms practical, at Neville coaxing Trevor back into his pocket with the focused patience that characterized everything Neville did. He'd been added to the Gryffindor Quidditch team 3 weeks ago. Not because he'd sought it, but because he'd caught a Remembrall in a dive that he'd later calculated was approximately the most efficient arc available given the trajectory, and McGonagall had appeared at his shoulder afterward with her mouth tight and her eyes bright and had said, "I need you to come with me," and that had been that. He enjoyed flying in a fundamental, physical way that had nothing to do with strategy. It was one of the few things he did simply because it felt good. He put the letter in his pocket and went to class. November brought the incident. Not the big one, Harry had been tracking the shape of the big one since his first report to Amelia and was fairly confident he understood when and how it would come. But incidents existed below the level of the big one, and this one came in the shape of a Quidditch match and a jinx and a broom that was trying to throw him off it. He was 60 feet up when it started, the broom jerking underneath him in a pattern that felt immediately wrong, not mechanical malfunction, nothing in the broom itself, but an external interference, a focused magic pressing against the broom's enchantments from a specific direction. He didn't panic. He gripped the broom, scanned the stands, felt the interference triangulate. Up in the stands. Staff section. Someone in the staff section was maintaining eye contact with him, lips moving. He identified the source, Quirrell, sitting 4 seats from Snape, who was also muttering, though Snape's muttering had a different quality, a different direction. He recognized, with a kind of clinical interest, that the two things were actually canceling each other. Snape was countering something, not causing it. He filed that away immediately. It was important. He could be angry about it later. For now, the broom. The interference was maintaining a focused pull in one direction. He stopped fighting it and instead turned toward it, which was counterintuitive and which caused the broom to buck violently as the pull overextended, and in a half-second of that overcorrection he pushed back with a precision he'd been working on in Flitwick's extra sessions, not a huge force, just a sharp targeted disruption. The interference broke. The broom steadied. He was 40 feet up and the match was still happening around him, and he spotted the snitch 3 seconds later near the Slytherin goalposts and went for it with the specific, efficient dive that won him the match in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which was apparently some kind of record. He found out later, through the particular mechanism of being surrounded by 3 people who had seen it from different angles and all had opinions, that Hermione had set Quirrell's robes on fire, Neville had nearly fallen out of the stands, and Ron had spent the last 4 minutes shouting things that he subsequently couldn't remember specifically. "You knew it was Quirrell," Hermione said, in the common room afterward, with the quiet voice she used when she was putting something precise together. Not a question. Yes. You knew before the match. I've known something was wrong with him since the first day, Harry said. I've been reporting it to someone at the ministry. She looked at him for a long moment. The firelight was doing things to her expression that made her look older. What are they going to do? Monitor it, he said. Look for the right moment to move. Is that enough? He looked at her steadily. It's more effective than 11-year-olds investigating on their own. A flash of something in her expression, not offense, more like a recalibration. You think we'd investigate on our own? I think we're exactly the kind of people who would investigate on our own, Harry said. Which is why I'm telling you explicitly that we don't need to, because the right people are already doing it, and our job is to be students and stay available. Ron, from the armchair across from them, had been following this with the focused attention he gave things that surprised him. You're actually well sorted, he said, in his particular tone of genuine appreciation. I'm trying to be, Harry said. Who's the person at the ministry? Hermione said. Amelia Bones. Hermione's eyes widened. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Yes. You know her personally? Since I was 6, Harry said. It's a long story. Neville, on the floor with Trevor on his knee, looked up. The mirror, he said. Harry looked at him. You mentioned a mirror once, Neville said. On the platform. That she'd helped you through a mirror. He shrugged with the slightly apologetic manner he had when he was being more observant than he thought he was allowed to be. I remembered. Yes, Harry said. The mirror. Hermione was already putting things together, he could see her doing it, the rapid cross-referencing behind her eyes. That's how you knew things, she said. When you came to school already knowing things. Someone was teaching you. She was answering questions, Harry said. And sending books. That's teaching. Yes, he admitted. A comfortable silence. The fire. Outside, The first real rain of November was doing its work against the tower windows, and the common room was warm in the specific way of rooms that had been warm for centuries. "I want to meet her," Hermione said. "She's coming for the Christmas visit," Harry said. "She usually is. You can meet her then if you'd like." "I would very much like," Hermione said, with the focused enthusiasm she brought to things she considered genuinely important. December moved quickly, the way the end of terms did, acceleration built into the calendar. Harry worked through his exams with the thoroughness that had become his default mode, not because he was anxious about results but because incomplete work irritated him on a structural level, the way a badly organized file irritated Amelia. He was top of his year. This was not surprising to him and was apparently surprising to several of his teachers, which he found mildly puzzling until Hermione pointed out that most first years did not arrive having already read the intermediate curriculum. "You've set a standard," she said, not complaining. She was second. She'd told him this with the particular combination of competitive spirit and genuine appreciation that characterized her relationship to being bested at things. She didn't like it, and she thought it was interesting, and she wanted to understand how he did it, and she intended to do it herself eventually. "The standard was already there," Harry said. "I just prepared for it." "I prepared for it," she said. "You prepared for the stated curriculum," he said. "I prepared for the curriculum and the gaps the curriculum doesn't mention. Flitwick gave me a reading list." She stared at him. "Flitwick gave you a private reading list?" He suggested some texts. "I requested the rest." "I'm going to talk to Flitwick," she announced. "He'll give you the same list," Harry said. He was waiting to be asked. She marched off toward the Charms classroom with the determined energy of someone correcting a situation, and Harry watched her go and thought, not for the first time, that Hermione Granger was going to be extraordinary and was going to be extremely difficult to keep pace with in about 3 years when she'd fully hit her stride, and he found that prospect genuinely motivating rather than threatening, which was perhaps the most important thing he'd learned since arriving. He went home for Christmas. The flat in London was warm and slightly chaotic in the way Sirius made spaces, books mixed with motorbike parts, a Christmas tree that had been decorated with obvious enthusiasm and no particular system, Cassiopeia the owl eyeing a string of tinsel from her perch with philosophical suspicion. Sirius had cooked, which was brave. He'd made 3 of his 4 reliable dishes simultaneously, which had created an interesting fusion that wasn't technically bad. They ate it at the kitchen table and Harry told him about the term, the broom incident, the classes, the people, the castle's particular quality of feeling like a place that had always been expecting you. Sirius listened with the full attention he gave things he actually cared about, which was a quality Harry had come to rely on. He asked good questions. He laughed at the right things. When Harry described the broom incident, his expression went briefly through several stages before settling on impressed with an underlay of retroactive terror. "You diagnosed a jinx mid-flight and countered it," Sirius said. "I identified the source and disrupted the connection," Harry said. "The diagnosis came first. You were 60 feet up. Height doesn't affect the identification process." Sirius pointed at him. "James would have said exactly that," he said, in the tone he used when he was saying something that was equal parts happy and painful. With exactly that expression. Harry looked at him. "Is that okay?" "More than okay," Sirius said. He picked up his fork again. "More than." Amelia came for dinner on the 23rd, which had become a tradition in the 1 year of them living in the flat. She arrived precisely on time, brought wine for Sirius and a book for Harry with her own annotations, and sat at their kitchen table and was, in the way she was only in informal settings, slightly less armored than usual. She and Sirius had reached, over the course of a year, a relationship built on mutual respect and regular low-level argument. They argued the way 2 people argued when they had different philosophies about the same goal. She was institutional, methodical, working within the system to fix the system. He was viscerally anti-institutional in ways that Azkaban had calcified, wanting the system dismantled rather than repaired. They met Harry somewhere in the middle, which was to say, in the practical. "The quarrel situation," Amelia said, after dinner, when Sirius had gone to make tea and she and Harry were at the table with the book she'd brought him and the notes she'd made. Dumbledore has increased the enchantments on the stone's protection. My aurors in Hogsmeade have noticed increased activity at the school's perimeter on nights around the full moon, which is interesting. Interesting how? Harry said. Consistent with something that needs a specific condition. Either a specific time or a specific absence. She paused. Dumbledore has a way of drawing people out, Harry. He has done it his whole career, setting conditions that make the thing he wants to expose itself. I believe the stone is partly a trap. Harry looked at her. You think he wants Voldemort to try for it? I think he believes that a direct attempt on the stone will produce Voldemort in a form that can be assessed. Possibly ended. She said the next thing carefully. I think he would prefer to have you involved in that confrontation. The kitchen was quiet. As what? Harry said. As the boy who survived as a baby, meaning lightning might strike twice. As the component of a prophecy, Amelia said. There is a prophecy, Harry. Dumbledore told me about it in November, as a condition of our continued cooperation. I told him I needed full information or I couldn't work effectively, and he agreed. What does it say? She told him. The words with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Born as the 7th month dies. Neither can live while the other survives. He sat with it for a moment. It didn't land the way she'd perhaps expected. He turned it over the way he turned everything over, looking for structure, for the shape of the argument. It's a prophecy, he said finally. Not a law. No, she said. It says I have a power he doesn't know. It doesn't say I win because I'm special. It doesn't say I have to face him alone or sacrifice myself or any of the things that reading between the lines might suggest. He looked at her. It says I have a capability. A power he doesn't know. Which means the question is what that is and how to use it effectively. Amelia was watching him with the honest face. Yes, she said. That's exactly how I read it. Dumbledore reads it differently. Dumbledore reads it with 60 years of guilt about every person who died in the First War, she said quietly. He reads it as a burden you must carry and ultimately resolve alone, because that's the shape of the story he's been living. I read it as information, which is how you read things. Harry nodded slowly. What's the power? I don't know, she said. I suspect it has something to do with what your mother did. The protection she gave you. Love as active magic, not sentiment, but an actual, specific enchantment she cast in the act of dying for you. Voldemort cannot understand it because he cannot replicate it. He has never had anyone love him enough to die for him. She paused. Possibly never at all. That's the most dangerous thing about him, Harry said. Not his power. It's that he doesn't understand what he's missing, so he can't plan around it. Amelia looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said. Exactly. Sirius came back with tea. He looked between them. You're doing the thing again, he said. What thing? Harry said. The thing where you talk about very large, very serious matters as if you're going over shopping lists. He sat down. It's unnerving. It's efficient, Harry and Amelia said at almost the same time. Sirius pointed between them. That right there. That's the thing. January. The school came back to itself slowly, the way it always did after the holidays, shaking off the quiet and rebuilding its particular noise. Harry came back with 4 new books, 2 letters from Amelia waiting at the school's orrery, and a plan that he'd been developing over the Christmas week that he'd laid out for Sirius and Amelia both and received their input on. He found Professor McGonagall on the second day back. I'd like to speak with you, he said. About something that isn't coursework. She looked at him over her glasses with the expression she reserved for unexpected variables. My office, she said. 7 o'clock. He arrived at 7 and sat across from her at a desk that was very organized in the way that things were organized by people who thought clearly, and said, "I believe Professor Quirrell is hosting a fragment of Voldemort and is planning to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I've reported this to Amelia Bones at the Ministry. She's coordinating with the headmaster. I wanted you to be informed because I believe when it moves, it'll move fast, and you're the person in this school I trust most to respond correctly." McGonagall was very still for a long moment. Then she said, "How long have you known?" "Since the first day of term," Harry said. "The report went to Bones the first night." Another silence. "You've been walking into that classroom since September knowing what was sitting at the front of it?" "Yes." "And you've been," she stopped. Started again. "I'm going to ask you a direct question and I want a direct answer. Have you done anything to investigate this yourself?" "No," Harry said. "I've been watching. I've been noting. Every observation has gone to Amelia immediately. I haven't gone near the third-floor corridor and I have no intention of doing so." She looked at him for a long moment. The kind of look that was doing structural analysis. "You are," she said carefully, "a very unusual child." "I've been told," Harry said. "Most 11-year-olds in possession of this information would have gone looking," Harry said. "I know. It's a compelling problem and the architecture of it is interesting and the instinct to investigate is completely understandable." He looked at her steadily. "But the right tool for this isn't first-year students. The right tool is trained adults working through proper channels, which is what's happening. My job is to be a student and to be here if something goes wrong in a way the planned response doesn't cover." McGonagall was quiet for another moment. "You've discussed this with Bones?" "Extensively. She agrees with your assessment." "She arrived at it independently," Harry said. "I think we agree on most things." McGonagall looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen on her before, not the bright-edged professional assessment, not even the careful evaluation she gave to exceptional work. Something more fundamental. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I want you to know that if at any point in the remaining term you feel the situation has moved outside what the adults are managing, you come to me. Immediately. Day or night." "I will," Harry said. "I mean regardless of the hour." "I understood you the first time," he said, and she looked at him, and something in her expression did a small, quick thing that might, in a different light, have been the beginning of a smile. It moved in June, as he'd expected. The warning came through the mirror on a Tuesday night, Amelia, her face sharp and specific in the way it got when things were converging. "My Aurors have confirmed a breach attempt at the school perimeter tonight," she said. "I'm moving to deploy officially now. Dumbledore has been informed." "Harry, I know," he said. "Stay in the tower." "I know." "Harry, Amelia," he said, with the particular patience he used when she was asking him to promise something she already knew he'd honor. "I know. I'll stay." She looked at him. "Dumbledore has gone to the Ministry tonight, drawn away. We think deliberately. The attempt is happening now because Quirrell has manufactured a reason to have the castle's primary protection absent. Then Dumbledore should come back," Harry said. "He's on his way." A pause. "The stone's protection will hold. Dumbledore's enchantments are, they're very good, Harry." "I know." He looked at her. "Are you all right?" She looked slightly surprised by the question. "I'm here," she said. "I'm fine." "Good." He put the mirror down. He sat in his dormitory for 4 minutes, which was how long it took him to reconstruct the timeline, the perimeter breach, the removed headmaster, the gap in the protection, the thing inside Quirrell that had been patient since September and was now moving. He thought about what Amelia had said, "My job is to be here if something goes wrong in a way the planned response doesn't cover." He thought about Dumbledore not yet back. He thought about whatever was under the third floor, past the protections, brilliant protections, but designed against Voldemort, not against a willing host who could let Voldemort direct him through them. He picked up the mirror. Amelia reappeared immediately. The protections are designed to stop Voldemort, he said. Not Quirrell. If Quirrell goes through them willingly, with Voldemort directing but Quirrell making the physical choices, he watched her face shift. That's a gap, she said. Yes. Dumbledore is 15 minutes out. Can your Aurors get into the school faster? They're at the perimeter, they can't get to the 3rd floor in, she was writing. Fast, urgent. Harry. The mirror. Keep it on you. It's always on me, he said. She looked at him. If I need to make a decision in the next 10 minutes that involves you, I'm going to need you to trust me. I always trust you, he said. No matter what I ask. He looked at her steadily. Yes. She wrote something. Spoke to someone off frame, fast and direct. Looked back. Go to McGonagall, she said. Right now. Tell her what you told me. She has access to the castle's alarm systems in a way I don't. He was already moving. McGonagall's office was 3 floors down and he made it in 90 seconds and knocked once and opened the door and she was there, still dressed, at her desk, and when she looked up she read his face and was on her feet before he spoke. He told her. 40 seconds. She was already at the door. Stay here, she said. McGonagall, here, Mr. Potter. Her voice was absolute. The voice of someone who did not say things twice and did not accept negotiation. I will send for you if I need you. You have my word. He looked at her. He thought about the conversation in her office in January. About what it meant to use the right tool. Yes, he said. Send for me. She was gone. He sat in her office and held the mirror and waited, which was not the same as doing nothing. He talked to Amelia, who was coordinating from the ministry, feeding him information in real time, Aurors through the perimeter now, Dumbledore incoming, McGonagall through the 3rd floor door, alarm bells beginning to ring in the castle's deep structure. 17 minutes. 17 minutes of McGonagall and 2 Aurors working through protections that were designed for Voldemort in his full power and were considerably less matched to a skilled transfiguration professor who knew the castle better than she knew her own name. Quirrell was found in the chamber with the mirror of Eriste. He hadn't touched the stone. The mirror's enchantment, you could only take it if you wanted to find it but not use it, had been beyond him, because the thing inside him wanted the stone with an absolute and totalizing desire that made the enchantment's logic apply in the hardest possible way. He was alive when they found him. Barely. The possession had been burning through his body for months and the attempt tonight, the focused pushing of Voldemort's will through a vessel that was deteriorating, had done something to him that the healers later described in clinical language that meant irreversible. Voldemort's spirit fled. Where it went was the question that occupied the ministry for the remainder of the term. The stone was moved within 24 hours, to a location that Dumbledore told Harry about personally, which was its own acknowledgement. The conversation with Dumbledore happened the next morning, in his office, with Fawkes on his perch and the portraits of old headmasters doing a poor job of pretending to be asleep. Harry sat across from him and felt the particular charge of the room, a man of enormous power in his own space, and felt nothing in the vicinity of intimidated. You went to Minerva, Dumbledore said. Yes. Not to the 3rd floor yourself. I assessed the risk correctly, Harry said. The right response was an experienced adult with full access to the castle's systems. Not me. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. I know, he said. I was not suggesting otherwise. I was, he paused. I was noting, Harry, that most 11-year-olds given the information you had, in the moment you had it, would have made a different choice. Most 11-year-olds haven't been preparing for something like this for 5 years, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said quietly. They haven't. He looked at him. Amelia tells me you've been extraordinary. Amelia is precise with language, Harry said. She doesn't say things she doesn't mean. No, Dumbledore said. She doesn't. He was quiet for a moment, and something in his face was doing the honest thing, the old, tired, genuine thing. I owe you an apology, Harry. Not for tonight. For before, for the choices I made when you were 15 months old and the choices I failed to make in the years after. I placed you in a situation I believed was necessary and I did not adequately monitor it, and you spent 6 years in circumstances no child should be in part because of my oversight. Harry looked at him. He'd thought about this conversation. He'd known it would come. He had all of the feelings about it that were appropriate to have, the old, complicated anger, the specific grief of understanding what 6 years without care had cost him in ways he was still discovering. He didn't minimize those. He didn't perform equanimity he didn't feel. But he also knew that Dumbledore was a real person, not a category, and that real people made wrong choices for complicated reasons, and that the most useful thing was not punishment but understanding. I know you're sorry, Harry said. I believe you mean it. A pause. I also need you to understand something. Going forward, in this war, in whatever comes next, I'm not a piece on a board. I'm not a tool you use and put back. I'm someone who understands what's happening, who has been preparing for it, and who will make my own decisions about my own role. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I will cooperate. I want to cooperate. I think we can do a lot of good together. But I need to know what you know, when you know it. No managed information. No drip-fed truths designed to produce specific reactions. Dumbledore was quiet. You told Amelia about the prophecy, Harry said. Because she demanded full information as a condition of cooperation. I'm making the same condition. A long pause. Then Dumbledore said, that seems entirely fair. Good, Harry said. He stood up. He was 11 years old and he was standing in the headmaster's office having told Albus Dumbledore that their relationship had terms, and Dumbledore had agreed, and Fawkes made a sound from his perch that was either approval or commentary and was possibly both. Harry, Dumbledore said, as he reached the door. He turned. You remind me, Dumbledore said, of your mother. Not in the obvious ways people mean when they say it. In the way that matters most. A pause. She had the same refusal to be managed. Harry looked at him for a moment. Good, he said. She sounds like she knew what she was doing. He went back to Gryffindor Tower, and it was the last day of term, and the sun was coming through the windows of the corridor and making gold bars on the stone floor, and somewhere in London Sirius was waiting with the motorbike and 3 of his 4 recipes, and the mirror was in Harry's pocket, and the shape of the monster that was coming had shown itself and retreated and would come back, as shapes like that always did. He was ready for that. He had been getting ready for 5 years. He walked into the light and kept going. Chapter 6, The Prisoner and the Proof. The diary turned up in Ginny Weasley's cauldron on the first day of September, which meant it had been there since Diagon Alley, which meant someone had put it there, which meant the summer had started with a plan already running. Harry knew about the diary by the 2nd week of term. Not because Ginny told him. She was 11 and frightened and carrying something she didn't understand, and 11-year-olds carrying things they didn't understand rarely told second years about it, especially second years with reputations for knowing things. He knew because he'd been watching the castle the way he'd learned to watch it, with the particular attention Amelia had spent years developing in him, and Ginny Weasley's behavior had shifted between the first week and the third in a way that was specific and concerning, not shy new student nervous, which he'd catalogued separately, but something with direction to it, some internal pull that reminded him of the wrongness he'd felt around Quirrell. He told Amelia. First week of October, the usual mirror conversation, late. A diary, she said. Black, small, ink won't stay in it. Tom Riddle, 1943. He'd got a look at it during a study session in the common room where Ginny had left it on the table and the spine was visible. Amelia. I know. Her voice was doing the specific evenness of contained urgency. A Horcrux. That's what I think. The same magical signature as Quirrell. Similar structure, different quality. This one is older. More deliberate. He thought about it. The quarrel situation felt like something improvised. This feels like something made. She was writing. Where did it come from? Ginny's cauldron in Diagon Alley. She was buying supplies with her family. The Malfoys were there. There was apparently a confrontation between Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley. Physical, briefly. I wasn't there, but Ron described it. The writing paused. Malfoy, she said. It would fit the profile, Harry said. Old family, Death Eater, items of significant dark magic acquired during the war. Someone with access to Voldemort's possessions, who would understand what a diary like this could do and who would benefit from the chaos it caused. What kind of chaos? That's what I don't know yet. He looked at the dark window of the dormitory. I'm watching Ginny. Carefully. Without her knowing. Harry, I'm not going to approach the diary, he said. I'm watching the person who has it. There's a difference. A beat. What's your current concern level? He thought about it honestly. Medium. Rising. He paused. There's something in this castle that the diary is communicating with, I think. Something that's been here longer than the diary. I don't know what yet. She wrote for a long time. I'm going to pull the historical files on Hogwarts, she said. 1943 specifically, there was something, I remember reading a note about something that year, in a context I didn't fully understand at the time. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. She stopped writing. I read the history of magic curriculum properly, Harry said. The chamber is mentioned in one paragraph in the chapter on Salazar Slytherin, framed as legend. But legends have origins, and the specific detail, a monster, a chamber, opened only by the heir of Slytherin, that's too particular to be invented. Something real happened in 1943. There were attacks, Amelia said slowly. I remember now. Students were petrified. One died, a girl, I think. The attack stopped suddenly. A student was expelled. She was pulling something, rustling through files. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Expelled on suspicion of, the note says opening the Chamber of Secrets, which at the time nobody believed was real. But Riddle didn't open it then, Harry said. Or if he did, he closed it again. He opened it and demonstrated he could control the monster and used another student as the scapegoat. A pause. Hagrid. He's the one who was expelled. The silence from Amelia's end had a very particular quality. You worked this out, she said. The diary is a piece of riddle from 1943. If it's being used to open the chamber, it needs a vessel, someone to possess, someone descended from Slytherin by blood or close enough. Ginny is the vessel. The diary is directing her. He thought about it. The monster is probably a basilisk. Harry. The description fits, something that can kill by looking at it, something that moves through the castle's pipes, something that could avoid detection for 1,000 years in the right environment. A basilisk matches all of those. Slytherin himself is said to have been a Parselmouth, which means, he paused. Which means it responds to Parseltongue. A long pause. Can you speak Parseltongue? She said, carefully. I don't know, he said. I think I might be able to. I haven't tried. He thought about the zoo, the boa constrictor, the conversation he'd had that he hadn't fully understood as a conversation until later. Amelia. If Voldemort transferred something of himself into me when the curse rebounded, we're not going to that possibility tonight, she said, with the focused authority she used when she was stopping a line of thinking that was going somewhere neither of them could navigate right now. All right, he said. Not tonight. What I'm going to do tonight, she said, is find the historical file on the 1943 incidents, cross-reference it with everything I know about Horcruxes, and speak with Dumbledore first thing tomorrow morning. She was already moving, he could hear it. You are going to continue watching Ginny. You are going to tell me immediately if her condition worsens. Yes. And Harry, her voice did something careful. If the attacks start, if students are being petrified, you will not go into the chamber. We've had this conversation before, he said. We're having it again. I know, he said. I won't go alone. I've never said I would go alone. Good. A breath. Good. Get some sleep. He put the mirror down. Outside the dormitory window, the castle was dark and large and very old, and somewhere in it something that had been sleeping for 50 years was being woken up. He went to sleep, because being rested was part of being useful, and he was very deliberate about being useful. The attack started in November. Mrs. Norris first, then a group of students found on a staircase, then 2 more in January, all petrified, all found near water sources, all consistent with reflected basilisk vision rather than direct contact, which meant the thing wasn't trying to kill, or wasn't being directed to kill, or was being cautious. He added each incident to his running case report for Amelia and cross-referenced the locations with the castle's plumbing map, which he'd found in the library in a very old architectural digest that somebody had shelved under astronomy by mistake. The plumbing runs through the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, he told Amelia in December. There's a ghost there, moaning Myrtle. She died in a bathroom incident in the 1940s. I think that's the entrance. Do not go in, Amelia said. I'm not going in, Harry said. I'm mapping. There's a difference. You keep making distinctions that I keep finding technically accurate and still alarming. That means my distinctions are correct. She made a sound that was not quite a sigh. The 1943 file confirms a basilisk was involved in the original attacks. There were no fatalities because every student who encountered it did so indirectly, reflections, through cameras, through other surfaces. The one death was a girl who was found in a flooded bathroom, and the official cause was never Harry, the girl was Myrtle Warren. He was quiet for a moment. So the ghost in the bathroom is the person who died in 1943. Yes. She's been there for 50 years. Yes. Has anyone ever asked her what she saw? Silence. I don't believe, Amelia said, very carefully, that anyone has treated her as a witness. She's the only living, present, direct witness to how the chamber is opened. He thought about it. She might not know that's what she is. Harry, I need you to, I'm not going in, he said. I'm going to talk to a ghost in a bathroom. That's well within acceptable parameters. Another sound from Amelia that was definitely closer to a laugh than a sigh. Myrtle Warren had, in 50 years of haunting the 2nd floor bathroom, received a very specific and not particularly charitable level of social interaction from the living, which meant she was suspicious of Harry's arrival and his questions and his overall evident interest in her, and it took 3 visits over 2 weeks before she trusted him enough to describe what she'd seen. I was crying, she said, from inside her U-bend, her voice echoing peculiarly. I always cried in here. That awful Olive Hornby was being horrible about my glasses and I came in here to cry and then I heard a voice. A boy's voice? Harry said. Yes. A cold voice. Saying things I didn't understand, not English. I opened the stall to look and then, she made a gesture. That was that. Where was the voice coming from? She drifted out and looked at him with the wary, slightly dramatic attention of someone who had been underestimated for decades and was calibrating whether to trust a different outcome. The sink, she said. The one with the crack. He was speaking to the sink. Harry looked at the sink. It was old, slightly cracked, with a small engraved snake on the tap that you'd overlook entirely if you weren't looking for it. Thank you, Myrtle, he said. She looked at him with the specific surprise of someone thanked sincerely by a living person. You're welcome, she said, slightly flustered. Then, with her usual note of competitive tragedy, nobody ever asks me anything useful. That's their loss, he said, and meant it. He told Amelia about the sink that night. She told Dumbledore the next morning. Dumbledore sent Harry a note in his precise handwriting that simply said, confirmed. Thank you. And then, on a line below, you are very good at talking to people, Harry. Better than you perhaps realize. He put the note in the box where he kept the things worth keeping and went to Charms. Ginny was found in the chamber on the 21st of February, which was a Tuesday, which was one of those details that stuck in Harry's mind the way specific details did when they belonged to bad days. He knew immediately when it happened. He was in Transfiguration when the alarm went through the castle, the deep bell tone that McGonagall had told him about in January and that he'd filed as a significant signal. He looked at McGonagall, who looked at him, and something passed between them in the shorthand they'd developed over a year and a half. "Go to my office," she said, quietly, while the rest of the class was still orienting to the alarm. "What's happened?" "Weasley girl is missing," she said. They found her shoes near the second-floor bathroom and a message on the wall. Her face was tightly controlled. "I need to get to Dumbledore. Go to my office and use the flue if you need to reach Bones." He went. He used the flue. Amelia appeared with the focused urgency that meant she'd already heard, because she had sources in the school and had been monitoring since October. "She's in the chamber," he said. "Yes. Dumbledore is aware. He's trying to determine the safest way to the sink in the girls' bathroom," Harry said. "Parseltongue to open it. There's a basilisk. You need someone who can speak Parseltongue and someone who can deal with a basilisk." "Harry, Dumbledore speaks Parseltongue," Harry said. "He's Dumbledore, he speaks everything. And a basilisk can be killed by its own reflected gaze or by the crow of a rooster." He looked at her through the green flame. "Ginny Weasley is 12 years old and she's in there with a Horcrux and a 50-year-old basilisk and we need to move now, not in an hour when Dumbledore has assembled a committee." "I know," she said. "I know. I have Aurors at the school's perimeter, I'm moving them in now." "Dumbledore is going in, is he going alone?" A pause. "He and Fawkes." "Fawkes is immune to a basilisk's gaze," Harry said. "His tears are a healing agent. He stopped. He thought very fast. "It's going to work," he said. "That should work. Dumbledore and Fawkes." "Yes," she said. "And Harry. This is the part where you stay." He looked at her through the flame. He thought about Ginny Weasley, who he'd watched for 4 months and who was 12 years old and who Ron had been pale about all morning because she hadn't come down to breakfast. He thought about Dumbledore going into the chamber, which was the right call, he was the right person, immensely powerful, with Fawkes, with full information. He thought about what he could add versus what could go wrong if he went too. "I know," he said. "I'm staying." "Good." She looked at him. "The diary, Harry, the Horcrux. When she's out. We need it." "I know. I'll handle it." She was gone. He sat in McGonagall's office for an hour and 40 minutes. He did not pace. He sat in the chair and thought through everything he knew about the situation methodically, which was the closest thing he had to a productive use of waiting. Dumbledore brought Ginny out alive. She was pale and very cold and had been unconscious for an extended period, but she was alive. The diary had been destroyed, by the sword of Godric Gryffindor, which Fawkes had brought into the chamber in a sorting hat, which was Dumbledore doing what Dumbledore did, constructing elegant solutions to problems in the specific moment of the problem. Harry was in the hospital wing when they brought her in. He sat with Ron, who was doing a very poor job of being composed, and Hermione, who was doing a better job but who kept making small sounds that meant she was upset when she thought nobody was listening, and Neville, who had arrived without explanation and just sat, which was what Neville did when people needed someone present. Ginny was awake by evening. She looked at Harry with the eyes of someone who had been through something and survived it and was working out how to exist on the other side. "The diary," she said. "Gone," he said. "Someone put it in my..." She stopped. "I know who," Harry said. "And it's being handled." She looked at him. "Are you sure?" "Yes," he said. "That's not something I'd say if I wasn't." She absorbed this. She had the specific exhausted quality of someone whose internal compass was recalibrating. "Okay," she said quietly. "Okay," he said. He wrote the evidence report that night. Thorough, precise, cross-referenced, the confrontation in Borgin and Burke's he'd read about in the Prophet Society pages, the timeline of Ginny's acquisition of the diary, the fact that the last person with documented access to Voldemort's personal possessions who had both the motivation and the capability to weaponize a Horcrux against a Muggle-born child in the specific current political climate was one Lucius Malfoy, currently a school governor of Hogwarts with his son enrolled as a second-year student. He gave the report to Amelia through the mirror. She read it while he watched. She asked 4 clarifying questions. Then she said, "This is solid." "It's circumstantial in some parts," he said. "It's solid circumstantial," she said. "Which is different. Combined with the testimony we'll get from Ginny and from Dumbledore about what he found in the chamber, combined with the diary's origins traced to 1943 and Riddle's possession history, she was working through it. "Malfoy moved a Horcrux," she said. "That's dark artifact possession. That's endangerment of a minor. That's conspiracy to cause grievous harm in an educational institution." She looked up. "I can work with this." "Good," Harry said. She looked at him. "You've been building this case for 4 months. Since October," he said. "When I identified the diary. Alongside your coursework." The coursework wasn't suffering. She made that sound again, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. The sound she made when she was fond and exasperated simultaneously. "No," she said. "I don't imagine it was." Lucius Malfoy was formally questioned under Veritaserum in April. He was smooth and prepared and clearly accustomed to the legal process in the specific way of someone who had navigated it successfully before, and Amelia conducted the questioning herself, which was unusual, and which she justified to her department as the complexity of the dark artifact angle requires senior oversight, which was true and not the only reason. The Veritaserum did what Veritaserum did. He'd purchased the diary from a private estate sale of confiscated Death Eater possessions in 1982. He'd known what it was. This took 3 questions to establish, with Amelia's precision finding the gaps in his careful phrasing. He'd given it to Ginny Weasley in Diagon Alley with full knowledge of its potential to cause harm. He claimed he hadn't known she'd be harmed directly. That he'd expected the diary to cause instability and disruption without targeting a specific student. Amelia wrote this down and let it sit in the room. "So your defense," she said, in her perfectly even voice, "is that you gave a Horcrux to a 12-year-old child in the hope that it would cause general chaos rather than specific harm." A silence in the questioning room that had a particular quality. "That is not a mitigating factor," she said, and moved to her next question. "The charges were filed in May. Dark artifact possession, distribution to a minor, conspiracy to cause magical harm on school premises." Malfoy's legal team was expensive and skilled, and the case would take time to fully prosecute, but Amelia had cross-referenced the evidence with 3 different statutes, had a dozen corroborating witnesses, had Dumbledore's testimony, had Ginny's, and had Harry's 4-month documentation trail, which the legal team looked at and then looked at the person who'd compiled it and appeared mildly disturbed by the combination of age and organizational skill. Harry heard about this secondhand from Amelia and found it satisfying in the specific way that done things were satisfying. It was in June, when the school was winding down toward exams and Hogwarts was doing its best impression of a peaceful educational institution, that Sirius arrived. Not for any crisis. Just arrived, on the motorbike, at the gates of Hogwarts, because Harry's most recent letter had mentioned that Sirius could come and watch the end-of-year Quidditch match if he wanted, and Sirius had interpreted this as an enthusiastic invitation and acted accordingly. He was recognizably better than the man Harry had met in the consultation room 2 years ago. Filled out, clear-eyed, with the restless energy that was apparently his natural state and that Azkaban had suppressed and that had been coming back over the past year in increments, like something cautiously trying its own legs. He'd grown his hair back to shoulder length. He was wearing robes that were not quite formal and not quite informal, the specific combination of someone who had been out of the world long enough to lose track of where the middle was. The students who recognized him, and many did, his acquittal having been public news and his face having been in the Prophet twice since, looked at him with the range of reactions that always accompanied his presence. Some stared. Some went deliberately blank, performing the particular studied neutrality of people who had family feelings about the First War. Sirius didn't much care. He'd been through the thing beyond which public opinion was a relatively minor irritant. He found Harry after the match, Gryffindor won, and they stood by the lake in the early June warmth and Harry watched Sirius do what Sirius did with water, which was stand near it and be slightly more at ease. Something about the open space. "You look good," Harry said. "I look acceptable," Sirius said. "You look annoyingly tall. You grew. People do. You're going to be taller than James." He said it simply, which meant it was one of the good and painful ones. He was always a little annoyed that Remus was taller. Harry looked at him. "Tell me about Remus." Sirius glanced at him sideways. He was the most decent person in our year. The most decent person I knew for a long time, maybe still." A pause. "He's a werewolf." "I know," Harry said. "He's been struggling, since the war. Since Peter and prison and all of it. We were 4, and then we were 3, and then we were," he stopped. "He doesn't have much work. The prejudice against werewolves is extensive and codified," Harry said. "I've read the legislation. Most of it is Umbridge's department, which makes it worse." "You know about Umbridge." "I know about most things that are wrong in the current legal framework," Harry said. "It's a hobby." He looked at Sirius. "Does Remus know you're out?" "I wrote to him," Sirius said. He wrote back. Briefly. A pause that carried years in it. "We're working on it." Harry nodded. He thought about Remus Lupin, who he'd never met, who existed in his mind as a figure at the intersection of several important stories. He thought about what Amelia had said about people who carried things silently, about people who were decent and struggling and who sometimes needed someone to simply be present. "Can you bring him for the summer?" Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "You want me to invite him to the flat? Tell him there's room, which there is, and that nobody is going to make a thing about the other thing." He looked at Sirius steadily. "Sometimes people need to be invited before they'll accept that they're wanted." Sirius was quiet for a moment. The lake did its lake things, rippled, reflected, maintained the general profound indifference to human drama that large bodies of water specialized in. "Yeah," Sirius said quietly. "All right. Good." They stood there for a while. A giant squid tentacle emerged lazily from the lake and was regarded for a moment by both of them. "There's also Pettigrew," Harry said. Sirius went very still. "He's alive," Harry said. "We think. Animagus, rat form. Living as a rat with a wizarding family is the best theory. When I figure out which family, I'll tell Amelia." "When you figure out," Sirius said, very carefully. "I'm going to know every wizarding student's family composition by the end of next year," Harry said. "I pay attention. Eventually it'll surface." He looked at Sirius. "When it does, we do this through the right channels. Proper arrest, proper trial. We need it done correctly." "I know," Sirius said. His voice was very even, which meant it was costing him to make it that way. "I know. The right channels." He breathed. "It's just, I know," Harry said. And he did know. He knew the specific quality of the anger that Sirius was managing, the kind that had been alive for 12 years and had nowhere to go, and he understood it completely without pretending it was simple to hold. "We'll get him," Harry said. "Properly. On the record. In a way that sticks." He held Sirius's gaze. "I promise you that." Sirius looked at him. The honest face. Not Amelia's version of it, but Sirius's, which was rawer and less armored, the face of someone who had learned to believe in promises again slowly and carefully and was still learning. "Yeah," Sirius said. "Okay." Overhead, Cassiopeia was circling, because she'd been riding the thermals all afternoon and had apparently decided that the conversation by the lake was interestingly emotional enough to merit close observation. "Your owl is eavesdropping," Harry said. "She does that," Sirius said. "I think she learned it from Amelia." "Amelia does not eavesdrop. Amelia has had a ministry surveillance network monitoring your well-being since you were 6. What would you call that?" Harry thought about it. "Thorough," he said. Sirius laughed. "The good kind. The full kind." It startled a nearby first year into dropping a book, which Sirius apologized for with the reflexive charm that was apparently also a pre-Azkaban muscle memory coming back. The evening came in from the mountains the way Scottish evenings did, not slowly but all at once, the warmth dropping and the colors going gold and the castle lighting up window by window. They walked back toward the gates, talking about nothing in particular, and Harry thought about Pettigrew somewhere in his rat form, thinking he was safe, thinking 12 years of hiding had been enough. He thought about the specific patience of evidence, the way it accumulated in quiet increments until suddenly it wasn't quiet anymore. Peter Pettigrew had 12 years of safety left in him. He was running out of them 1 year at a time, and he didn't even know it. Peter Pettigrew, it turned out, had been living as a rat named Scabbers in the Weasley family for the entirety of those 12 years. Harry figured it out in September of 3rd year, which was not, in retrospect, surprising given that he had been systematically cataloging the pets of every wizarding student for the purpose of exactly this kind of cross-reference. What was surprising was how simple the confirmation was once he had the right frame. Ron Weasley had owned a rat for 12 years. A rat named Scabbers. A rat who was notable primarily for his remarkable longevity. Rats lived 3 years, for at the outside, and Scabbers had been the Weasley family pet since before Ron was born. Long-lived, gray, missing a toe on his right front foot. Pettigrew had cut off his finger before transforming. Harry sat with this for about 30 seconds after the connection landed, and then he went and found Neville and said, "I need you to do something for me," and Neville said, "Yes," before he heard the rest, which was the kind of friend Neville was. He did not go to Ron first. He knew what Scabbers was, but Ron was his friend and Ron had been carrying the rat for 3 years of Hogwarts and before that for years of childhood, and the conversation required accuracy and care before it required haste. He also needed to be certain. He needed a specialist. Specifically, he needed Remus Lupin, who was the new defense against the dark arts professor and who knew exactly what Peter Pettigrew's animagus form was, because they had gone to school together and had all become animagi together in their 5th year. He found Lupin on the 3rd evening of term. Lupin was in his office, marking something, and looked up when Harry knocked with the particular careful expression he'd had since the first day, the expression of someone who knew this meeting would come and had been deciding how to hold it. He was thin in the way of someone who had been thin for a long time. He had gray in his light brown hair that was probably not entirely aging. He had the steadiness of someone who was accustomed to managing complicated things with limited resources and had made peace with most of that, not all of it. He looked at Harry and said nothing, which was one of his best qualities. "You know who I am," Harry said. "Yes," Lupin said. "And you knew my parents?" "Yes." "And you know Sirius?" "Yes." A pause. "He told me about the mirror." "And about you." At length. Something shifted in his expression, very slightly, towards something warmer. "I've been wanting to meet you for some time." Harry sat down across from him. "The rat," he said. Lupin went still. "Scabbers," Harry said. "Ron Weasley's rat. I've been tracking the Weasley family composition since 1st year because Amelia told me Pettigrew was alive and in rat form with a wizarding family and I was looking." He held Lupin's gaze. "Missing right front toe. Gray. 12 years old." Lupin sat back in his chair slowly. He looked like someone who had just put down something very heavy and wasn't sure yet what that felt like. "You're certain," he said. "I need you to confirm it," Harry said. "But yes, I'm certain." "If we take him," Lupin said quietly, "it needs to happen correctly. You can't just, Peter is dangerous." "Cornered, desperate, I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm here, planning it with you, instead of telling Ron what his rat is and watching chaos happen." He looked at Lupin steadily. "Amelia needs to be involved. This needs to be a proper arrest. Proper processing. Veritaserum, full testimony. If we do this right, Sirius is fully, publicly, unambiguously cleared." Lupin was quiet for a long moment. Harry watched him and thought about Sirius in the flat, saying "we're working on it" with 12 years of distance in his voice, and about the way Lupin had said Sirius's name in that sentence, carefully, like handling something that might still break. "If I help you," Lupin said. "If we do this, Sirius will be free. Completely free." "That's the point," Harry said. Lupin closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them they were very clear. "Tell me what you need from me." Harry pulled out his notes. Carefully compiled, cross-referenced, with a separate section on animagus capture methodology drawn from 3 different Defense Against the Dark Arts texts and 1 restricted section book that Madame Pants had permitted him to access on the strength of McGonagall's written endorsement. Lupin looked at the notes. He looked at Harry. "You've been at this since first year," he said. "Since before first year," Harry said. "The theory. The planning started when I had the identity." A pause. "Your mother would have done exactly this," Lupin said. "Not your father. James would have gone immediately, on instinct, and it would have worked, but it would have been extremely close. Lily would have sat down and made notes." He looked at the parchment. "Same handwriting style, actually." Harry looked at him. "You knew her well?" "She was one of my closest friends," Lupin said. "For a long time." He said it simply, the way you said things that were true and also painful and had stopped being fragile. "She would be extraordinarily proud of you." Harry looked at the notes so that his expression could do whatever it needed to do without an audience. "Right," he said, when he'd held it. "Let's go over the approach." They spent 2 hours planning it. Lupin was good at this, methodical, precise, better than Harry had expected, which said something about the limits of expecting, because Lupin was a former marauder and a trained Aura-level defense professor and had been thinking about Peter Pettigrew for 12 years with the specific focus of someone who needed to answer a question about the worst decision he'd ever made. The capture happened on the last Thursday of October, in the grounds near the Whomping Willow, in an operation that involved Harry, Lupin, Hermione, Neville, and 2 Aurors who Amelia had stationed in Hogsmeade specifically for this eventuality. Ron was there too, because telling Ron what his rat was had to happen before the operation and he'd taken it, after the initial winded silence of a bad hit, with the particular solidity he showed when things got actually serious rather than just inconvenient. Pettigrew transformed back under the animagus reversal spell, which Lupin cast with the focused certainty of someone who had been waiting to do it for 12 years. He was small and pale and trembling and looked exactly like what he was, a man who had made choices and had been running from the consequences of them since 1981. He tried to talk. He tried several approaches. Harry watched all of them without feeling any particular mercy and without feeling any particular anger either, which was the version of himself he was most careful about, the cold version, the version that emerged when something had been reduced to its structural components. He let Lupin handle the first part and the Aurors handle the restraint. He was there for one thing. When Pettigrew was restrained and there was a brief moment in the proceedings, Harry crouched down to his level and said, very quietly, 12 years ago you destroyed 3 lives to save your own. You've had 12 years of running, and now it's done. You're going to give a full testimony under Veritaserum, and Sirius Black's name is going to be cleared completely. He held Pettigrew's eyes. That's not a threat. It's just how this goes. Pettigrew looked at him with the specific terror of someone who had been hiding in the dark for a long time and was suddenly in light. You're just a boy, he said. Yes, Harry said. That should probably tell you something about how thoroughly you lost. He stood up and the oars moved Pettigrew toward the castle, and Harry stood in the October dark with the whomping willow doing its indignant background work and thought about Sirius in the flat, probably eating one of his 4 dishes right now. He took out the mirror. Amelia appeared within a minute. She read his face. Got him, she said. Not a question. Got him, Harry said. He's in custody. Your oars have him. She was quiet for a moment. He watched her write something, the first entry in the new file, and then she looked up and for a moment she was entirely honest, entirely unarmored, the underneath showing. Well done, she said. Just that. He put the mirror away. Hermione appeared at his elbow. Okay, she said. He thought about it. Yes, he said. The honest answer, which meant he was actually checking rather than defaulting. Yes. I am. Good. She fell into step beside him. The report's going to need to be very thorough. It's already thorough, he said. I started it in first year. She looked at him sideways. I'll show you tomorrow, he said. You can edit. I'm going to edit a lot, she told him. I know, he said. That's why I'm showing you. They walked back toward the castle and the light from the windows came down to meet them on the dark grass, and somewhere in the ministry, Amelia Bones was opening a new file, and somewhere in London, Sirius Black was about to receive the news that had been 12 years coming. It came to him in the form of a ministry owl, formal and self-important, landing on his kitchen table while he was having tea, bearing a letter he read twice before putting it down and sitting very still for a long time. Fully exonerated. Public record amended. Pettigrew in custody, testimony pending. No remaining legal challenge to status. He sat with it for a while, and then he went to the shed and sat with the motorbike, and he thought about James and Lily and the specific texture of 12 years, and then he cried for the first time since Azkaban, the real kind, the kind that had been waiting for somewhere safe to happen. When he was done, he dried his face and went back inside and wrote Harry a letter that simply said, I know you said the right channels. You were right. Thank you. Harry read it in his dormitory and held it for a moment and then wrote back, come for Christmas. Bring Remus. We'll celebrate properly. He meant every word. Chapter 7, The Tournament of Knives. The Triwizard Tournament was announced in September of Harry's 4th year, which meant it had been planned since at least the summer, which meant someone had been doing very deliberate work for months before Harry ever heard the name. He knew about it 2 weeks before Dumbledore announced it at the start of term feast. Amelia had flagged it in August, not because it was secret, it had been in the Prophet and the Ministry had been buzzing with it, but because something about the timing and the specific enthusiasm of certain people was bothering her in the way that specific things bothered Amelia when she was reading a situation that had a different shape underneath its surface. The tournament was last held 1792, she'd written in her letter. It was discontinued due to the death toll. The decision to revive it now, with the current political climate and Voldemort's return confirmed unconfirmed, strikes me as either very poor timing or very deliberate timing. I am watching who pushed for this revival and through which ministry channels. He'd written back, who pushed for it. Her response had taken 4 days, which meant she'd been verifying, Ludo Bagman, Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bartemius Crouch Sr., still technically an advisor on international magical cooperation despite his formal removal from active department roles. And several people I don't recognize in a chain that goes somewhere I haven't fully traced yet. Crouch's name appearing had been the first concrete piece. The second had been when Harry looked at the tournament structure and thought about the Goblet of Fire, a magical artifact that chose champions, that was ancient and powerful and largely ungovernable once activated, and which could theoretically be manipulated if you understood its mechanism well enough, and thought, this is a delivery system. He was in the London flat when this landed, for days before the Hogwarts Express. Sirius was in the garden doing something to the motorbike. Remus was in the kitchen making tea in his precise, unhurried way, which was something Harry had come to find deeply comforting over the past year, the specific rhythm of Remus making tea. Hypothetically, Harry said, from the kitchen table, if someone wanted to get someone specific into a magical tournament without that person entering themselves, how would they do it? Remus poured the tea without turning around. Age restriction doesn't apply to the goblet once activated, he said. You'd need to confund the goblet itself to submit an additional name from a fourth school, which would create a binding magical contract for the selected champion regardless of their actual desire to compete. He set a cup in front of Harry and sat down. That's very hypothetically. Yes, Harry said. Remus looked at him. You think the tournament is a mechanism? I think someone wants a binding magical contract on someone specific, Harry said. The tournament is the most publicly legitimate way to create one that can't be contested through normal legal channels because it's operating under very old magic. He looked at Remus. And I think the someone specific is probably me. Remus was quiet for a moment. Because you're Harry Potter. Because I'm Harry Potter and Voldemort wants me dead in a specific way, in a specific place, at a specific time, for a specific ritual. He'd read about the blood magic. Amelia had sent him the restricted texts when he'd asked, because she had determined, correctly, that him understanding what was coming was more valuable than him being protected from the knowledge. He needs my blood. He needs me there willingly or at least present, and a binding tournament contract is the most elegant way to get me somewhere with no legal recourse. Remus was very still. Does Amelia know this theory? I'm calling her tonight. Sirius came in from the garden, wiping his hands on a cloth, and read the room immediately. What happened? Nothing yet, Harry said. That's the point. He explained. Sirius listened, and Harry watched him do the thing he did with bad information now. The 12 years of Azkaban had done something to his relationship with fear, had refined it, made it functional rather than paralyzing. He didn't panic. He thought, fast and with the specific quality of someone who understood the dark in a personal way. He can't kill you in the tournament, Sirius said. Too public. Too monitored. He's not planning to kill me in the tournament, Harry said. He's planning to use the tournament to get me out of the tournament. To a graveyard, probably, or somewhere equally unmonitored, at the end. The final task. He needs the contract to compel me to finish, to reach the end point where the portkey is. The Triwizard Cup, Remus said quietly. If you make the cup a portkey, Harry said, the contract compels whoever wins to touch it, and touching it takes them wherever you've set it to go. The kitchen was very quiet. Right, Sirius said. Right, so. You're not entering. I might not have a choice, Harry said. If someone confounds the goblet and submits my name, the contract is binding regardless. Then we need to identify who's going to do it before they do it, Sirius said. Yes. Harry looked at him. That's the plan. He arrived at Hogwarts with the plan already outlined and the mirror already talking. Amelia had spent the last 2 weeks of summer running 2 separate investigations simultaneously, one into Bagman's finances, which were apparently chaotic in ways consistent with someone under significant pressure from gambling debts to people who had leverage, and one into Crouch Sr., whose recent activity had included several meetings with ministry officials that were technically logged but which Amelia's cross-referencing was finding inconsistent with his stated advisory role. Crouch has a son, she told him, on the first night back. Bartemius Crouch Jr. He was convicted of being a Death Eater in 1981, one of the ones who tortured the Longbottoms. Harry went very still. Neville's parents. Yes. Her voice was careful. He died in Azkaban 3 years into his sentence. Officially. Officially, Harry repeated. His mother was dying at the time of his incarceration. She was allowed to visit. She, according to the official record, died in Azkaban a few months after visiting him. But the bodies were never independently confirmed. Crouch Sr. signed off on the identification himself. She paused. It is possible that she chose to remain and that her son left under Polyjuice Potion. So Crouch Jr. might be alive, Harry said. And if he's alive, and if he's loyal to Voldemort, and if Crouch Sr. knows this, she wrote something. Crouch Sr. might be under Imperius, Harry. Which would explain his behavior patterns and explain the apparent participation of someone who publicly destroyed his career over his fervent prosecution of Death Eaters being involved in a plan to restore Voldemort. And Moody? Harry said. Dumbledore hired Mad-Eye Moody as the defense professor. That's also convenient. Alastor is trustworthy, she said, with the certainty of someone who had worked with him for 20 years. I think it won't be Alastor Moody who teaches the class, Harry said. A pause. Polyjuice Potion. If Crouch Jr. is alive and loyal and positioned at Hogwarts, it explains everything, Harry said. The tournament, the goblet manipulation, access to the castle's internal workings. Moody would have been taken before the school year started, kept somewhere. Crouch Jr. has been impersonating him since September. He thought about it. Moody would have to be kept alive. The Polyjuice needs ongoing source material. She was writing very fast. I need confirmation, she said. I can't move on this without confirmation. I know, Harry said. I'm going to get it. Harry, I'm going to observe, he said. Carefully. I need to see how he moves. Moody has a very specific set of physical tics. Sirius knew him, described him to me once. 40 years of Auror work leaves traces. Crouch Jr. wouldn't have them all, wouldn't have the right history in the right bones. He looked at her. I'll be careful. You always say that. And I always am. She looked at him steadily. The tournament is going to proceed regardless. Dumbledore can't stop it, the Ministry is committed, the international guests are coming. If your name comes out of the goblet, then I play, he said. I've thought about this. If the contract is binding, refusing it has consequences I can't predict and which might be worse than complying. So I play, I survive the tasks, and I reach the end point knowing what's waiting for me. You're planning to let yourself be taken to wherever the portkey goes. I'm planning to arrive there knowing it's a trap, fully prepared, with the information you'll have gathered and with backup that doesn't broadcast itself. He looked at her. I need Aurors who can arrive at an unknown location based on a signal from me. A modified point me charm anchored to the mirror, she said immediately. It can be set to broadcast location coordinates when activated. I can have 4 Aurors on standby for an instant response. She wrote it. And I want Sirius in Hogsmeade. He'll want to be there anyway. And Remus. Also there anyway. Harry looked at her. Amelia. When this is done, when Voldemort is either gone or clearly back and in the open, you know what the Ministry is going to do. Deny it, she said. Panic and deny it. Fudge is going to spend the next year telling everyone it didn't happen. He's going to attack anyone who contradicts that, which starts with you and Dumbledore. She looked at him with the steady attention that meant she was already 3 steps ahead of this. I know. What are you doing about it? Building the documentation, she said. Every piece of evidence, from every source, going into a record that is sufficiently airtight that when the time comes to release it publicly, no denial holds. She paused. I also have 2 journalists I trust. Not the Prophet, I have someone at the Quibbler and someone at an international magical publication. When the time comes, the story goes out through channels Fudge doesn't control. Harry nodded slowly. That's good. I've been doing this for 30 years, she said, mildly. I know. I'm saying it's good because it is. She looked at him, and the honest face appeared briefly. Thank you. The Goblet of Fire was placed in the entrance hall on a Thursday in October, and Harry's name came out of it on a Friday evening, and the Great Hall went in the direction that large groups of people always went when something unexpected happened, loud, confused, and oriented toward whoever was most visible. He walked up to the front and took his piece of parchment from Dumbledore's hand and felt the binding magic settle over him like a second skin, warm, specific, thoroughly inescapable. He'd expected it. Knowing it was coming made it exactly as bad as a binding magical contract on a 14-year-old should feel, which was bad, but manageable. He looked at Dumbledore, who was looking at him with the controlled urgency of someone who understood immediately what had happened and was containing his response. "Your office," Harry said quietly. "After." Dumbledore nodded, once. The room with the other champions was briefly complicated. Victor Crumb, enormous and quiet and considerably more thoughtful than his Quidditch champion reputation suggested, Fleur Delacour, elegant and sharp and visibly annoyed at the disruption to what should have been a cleanly won prize, Cedric Diggory, who Harry knew from Quidditch and liked, who was looking at Harry with the specific expression of someone trying to work out whether to be suspicious or sympathetic and landing somewhere between. "I didn't enter," Harry said, "because all four of them deserved clarity. Someone put my name in. I don't know who yet, but I'm looking into it." Crumb looked at him steadily. He had a measuring quality, slow and patient. Fleur looked at him with the consideration of someone updating an assessment. "The goblet can be confounded," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "That's what I think happened." "Do you know why?" "I have a theory," Harry said. "I'll share it when it's confirmed." She looked at him for a moment and then nodded, the nod of someone accepting professional courtesy. Cedric said, "I believe you," simply and immediately, which made Harry look at him. "Thank you," Harry said. "You're not the type," Cedric said. "You don't need it. You don't need the glory, you're not built that way." Harry thought about that. "What am I built for?" Cedric smiled, slightly wry. "Something else," he said. "Something more specific." Moody, Crouch Jr., taught defense with a quality that Harry found interesting in a specific and alarming way. He was excellent at it. Genuinely excellent, the kind of excellent that came from either deep study or deep experience, and the particular exercises he ran and the particular things he emphasized were consistent with someone who had spent real time on the other side of dark magic. Who had used it? Harry watched him in every class. He watched the physical vocabulary, the specific way the body moved when it believed itself to be in a particular configuration. He'd taken Sirius's descriptions and Amelia's files on the real Alastair Moody and built a reference, and what he was watching in class was close, very close, the kind of close that required years of practice, but had specific gaps in it. The real Moody had a combat standing habit of keeping his magical eye's trajectory and his natural eye's trajectory diverged, a result of 40 years of needing to watch two directions simultaneously. The Moody in the classroom converged them when he was focused, which was technically efficient but was not what a man with 40 years of the habit would do, because the habit would be reflexive, not deliberate. Also, the real Moody drank exclusively from his hip flask because he was paranoid about poisoning, and checked the flask's seal with a specific wand tap before drinking, every single time, a pattern so ingrained as to be unconscious. The Moody in the classroom checked the flask but the wand tap was inconsistent, present when he was being observed, absent when he thought he wasn't. Harry documented this. He gave it to Amelia, in careful language, with specific timestamps. "That's not sufficient to act on alone," she said. "But combined with what I'm building on Crouch Sr., I know," Harry said. "I'm not asking you to move yet. I'm asking you to be ready." "Ready is already handled," she said. "The 4 Aurors are on standby. The mirror modification is complete. When you activate it, it broadcasts your location." She paused. "I've also notified Dumbledore about the Crouch Jr. theory." "What did he say?" "That he'd been uncertain about Moody since the first week and hadn't been able to identify the specific tells." A pause. "He said your observation about the wand tap was the kind of thing Alastair himself would have noticed." 40 years of Auror work," Harry said. "It leaves traces." "Yes," she said. She looked at him across the mirror. "Harry. The tasks. You're going to have to compete." "I know. The first one is in November. Dragons. I know, he said again. You know what the first task is. Fake Moody told me, he said. Accidentally on purpose. He's trying to be helpful to his supposed champion, which means his job is to keep me alive until the final task. Harry looked at her. Which is actually useful information because it means I'm safe through the first 2 tasks, at minimum. You're using the fact that someone is manipulating you as tactical intelligence, she said. It's good intelligence, he said. I'd be stupid not to. She looked at him for a long moment. Your dragon is the Hungarian horntail. Good, he said. Good. Fastest dragon. Most aggressive. The task is to retrieve the golden egg past the dragon. The fastest, most aggressive dragon is the one you can outfly, because it commits to its movements. The slower breeds are more patient and harder to predict. He'd read the full dragon compendium in September when he'd first suspected dragons were the first task. I'm going to fly past it. Simple. Harry, that's, simple is better than complex, he said. The more complicated the approach, the more things can go wrong. Summon my firebolt, fly, retrieve the egg, leave. The whole thing in under 4 minutes. She absorbed this. The Hungarian horntail, she said again, flatly. I can outfly it, he said. You are 14 years old. And the best flyer in England under 20, he said, which was not arrogance. It was a fact Amelia herself had verified when she'd read the Quidditch reports McGonagall sent through every year. You've seen the match reports. She breathed. 4 minutes. Less, probably. Less, she said. Definitely fine. He grinned. He didn't grin often enough for it to be unremarkable when it appeared, and she looked at it for a moment with the expression she kept trying to contain. Get some sleep, she said. Yes, Amelia. The first task went in 3 minutes and 40 seconds, which he was quietly pleased about. The horntail was magnificent, he thought, while he was doing it, not in the planning, but in the actual execution of the thing, the specific muscular realness of a 40-foot dragon doing exactly what a dragon should do, which was be terrifying and committed and exactly as predictable as commitment made something. He went low, then hard right, and she followed, and he pulled up at the last possible moment and the egg was in his hands and he was gone, and the crowd had that particular energy of people who had expected something to go badly and were surprised that it hadn't. He landed and checked himself methodically and he was fine. The tie for first place with Crumb was fine too. He'd noted that Crumb had used a partial conjunctivitis curse, which was smart, and had tucked that observation away. Cedric was safe. Fleur was safe, slightly singed. He exhaled. He found Cedric after, in the champion's tent, and said, "Open the egg underwater." That's the clue. Cedric blinked. Why are you telling me? Because someone told me about the dragons, Harry said. It seems fair to balance the information flow. Cedric looked at him for a moment, and the wry quality was back. You're very strange, he said, with affection in it. I've been told, Harry said. December brought the Yule Ball, which was on the whole a less professionally significant event than a dark wizard's plan to resurrect himself using Harry's blood, but which occupied considerably more of the castle's social energy. Hermione went with Crumb, which Harry thought was excellent. They'd been talking since the summer training period and had a particular quality of mutual respect that was good for both of them. Ron did not immediately recognize what was happening, which was a temporary problem. Harry went with Parvati Patil, who was kind and funny and had been very direct about the whole thing. I want to dance, she'd said, and you're tall enough and you won't step on my feet, will you? He'd said no and meant it, and they'd had a genuinely pleasant evening that included an extended conversation about advanced divination theory that neither of them believed in, which turned out to be a foundation for good company. He spent 20 minutes of the Yule Ball standing in the rose garden in the cold watching Crouch Jr., Moody, talk to a house elf named Winky who had been dismissed from Crouch Sr.'s service and who was in considerable distress. He filed what he observed and went back inside. He told Amelia about it the next morning through the mirror. Winky was Crouch Sr.'s elf, she said. She was devoted to the family, to both of them. She was dismissed at the Quidditch World Cup under circumstances that I have documented inconsistencies around. She wrote fast. If Crouch Jr. is being hidden at his father's house and Winky was part of that arrangement, her dismissal suggests Crouch Sr. is losing control of the situation. Or being directed to remove witnesses, Harry said. Yes. She paused. Harry, I want to move on Crouch Sr. I have enough for a welfare check, a formal ministry wellness visit to a senior official who has been demonstrating erratic behavior. It gives me access to the house. What are you hoping to find? Evidence of Crouch Jr.'s presence. Signs of Imperius. A reason to escalate to a formal investigation. She looked at him. And I want it done before the third task. Before whatever is planned for the final task. Do it, Harry said. Carefully. I'm always careful, she said, with mild affront. I know, he said. I just like saying it back. She looked at him and then wrote something that was probably not case-related, and moved on. Amelia sent 2 hit wizards to Crouch Sr.'s house in March. They found him under heavy Imperius enchantment, barely functional, with evidence of long-term magical coercion and recent deterioration. They also found, in the cellar, the real Alastair Moody, alive, thin, furious, and communicative enough to provide the confirmation they needed in under 4 minutes. Amelia sent Harry a brief mirror communication that was 3 words, "We have him." He sat with that for a moment. Then he wrote back, "Moody alive?" Yes. Crouch Jr. is still at Hogwarts. Impersonating Moody. I know. I need 24 hours to position. Do not approach him. He didn't approach fake Moody directly. He did, however, go and find Dumbledore, because Dumbledore needed to know that the person teaching defense was a Death Eater who had been in the building since September, and Dumbledore needed to know it before Amelia's operation began, because operations went better when the headmaster of the relevant school had been briefed. Dumbledore's expression when Harry told him was one he'd only seen a couple of times, the expression of a man who was genuinely angry, not performing it, the anger of someone who prided themselves on knowing their own house. Since September, Dumbledore said. Since September, Harry confirmed. I suspected from the 3rd week. Amelia has been building the case. And you didn't tell me until now. Amelia told you about the theory in October, Harry said. The confirmation only came yesterday. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. You've known what was possible since October. The delay in confirmation was investigative, not informational. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're right," which was getting easier from him, Harry noted, than it had been 2 years ago. What do you need from me? Keep him teaching, Harry said. Don't change his access. Amelia needs 24 hours. And you? I need you to know exactly what's happening, Harry said. So that when it moves, you move correctly. And the 3rd task, Dumbledore said. The 3rd task happens, Harry said. On schedule. Because if we pull Crouch Jr. early, whoever else is involved in this adjusts. The 3rd task is the moment I can identify every active participant in one location. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression Harry thought of as the longest view one, the one that was doing calculations across decades. You're going to walk into it deliberately. I'm going to walk into a trap I've been preparing for since August, Harry said, with 4 Aurors on instant response, Sirius and Remus and Hogsmeade, my location broadcasting through the mirror, and full knowledge of what's at the end of it. He held Dumbledore's gaze. It's not brave. It's just prepared. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. What Voldemort is planning requires your blood. He needs you there for the ritual. If it works, it won't work, Harry said. Because I'm going to make sure his ritual is interrupted before it completes. He paused. But I need to understand something first. The prophecy says I have a power he doesn't know. I've been thinking about this for 3 years. I think it's the blood protection, what my mother did. If he takes my blood, the protection I carry transfers to him in some form, which means, he takes your protection into himself, Dumbledore said, slowly, with the quality of a man hearing a theory that reorganizes several things he thought he understood. He can touch you, yes, because he's incorporated your blood, but he also carries the protection my mother gave me, Harry said. Which means if he uses that protection as a tether, if I die while that protection lives in him, you don't fully die, Dumbledore said. The part connected to the tether doesn't, Harry said. Which might be the power he doesn't know. He thinks taking my blood weakens the protection. He doesn't understand it strengthens the connection. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm not planning to die. I want to be clear about that. But I want to understand the mechanism so I can navigate it if something goes wrong. Dumbledore was very quiet for a long moment. You worked this out, he said finally. Amelia and I worked it out, Harry said. Together. Over 3 years of thinking about it. He paused. She didn't want me to know about it. She changed her mind when I argued that understanding the mechanism was safer than not understanding it. She's usually right, Dumbledore said. She always is, Harry said. That's why I listened to her. The third task was a maze. He went in knowing the cup was a portkey. Knowing where it would take him, a graveyard, the Riddle family graveyard in Little Hangleton, which Amelia had identified from old Voldemort research done during the First War. Knowing that Wormtail would be there, escaped from Ministry custody in January under circumstances that still frustrated Amelia, and knowing that Voldemort in some form would be there, and knowing that a ritual requiring Harry's blood and Wormtail's hand and Voldemort's bone was the mechanism. He also went in with the mirror in his pocket, modified and ready. With 4 Aurors anchored to it. With Sirius and Remus in Hogsmeade with portkeys set to the graveyard coordinates. With Dumbledore briefed to the last detail. He found Cedric in the maze. The maze, operating on its own dark intelligence, had separated the champions efficiently. Harry had navigated 2 challenges and was tracking southeast toward the cup's magical signature, a skill he'd spent October practicing, when he found Cedric under a full body bind on the ground, conscious, eyes furious. He released it. Fake Moody, he said, because Cedric needed to know. Cedric got up quickly. I know, he said. I saw the eye move wrong. Harry looked at him. You noticed. You made me paranoid about physical tics, Cedric said, which was almost funny under the circumstances. Cup is southeast, 40 meters, Harry said. We go together. When we get there, I need you to listen to me. They moved. Harry told him, in quick precise sentences, what the cup was and where it went and what was waiting there. Cedric listened with the specific focused calm of someone who was frightened and managing it correctly. You have 2 options, Harry said. You don't take the cup. You go back through the maze and you tell Dumbledore to move, and he does. Or I come with you, Cedric said. There's active aura response the moment we arrive, Harry said. You won't be defenseless. But it's a graveyard with a Death Eater and a Proto-Voldemort and I cannot guarantee your safety. Cedric looked at him. Can you guarantee mine if I stay? Harry thought about it honestly. No. Fake Moody is still loose somewhere in the maze. Then I'd rather be in the graveyard with someone who knows what they're doing than in a maze with a Death Eater I can't see, Cedric said. No offense. None taken. Harry looked at him. Stay close. Don't touch Pettigrew, he's dangerous when cornered, we've established that. Don't look directly at Voldemort, the direct look allows legilimency and he'll use it immediately. This is a lot of instructions for touching a cup, Cedric said. It's a lot of cup, Harry agreed. They touched it together. The graveyard was cold and very quiet and smelled like old stone and cut grass. Harry had the mirror out before Pettigrew had finished his startled half-turn. He hit the mirror's activation rune. One sharp tap. Location broadcast initiated. Pettigrew was small and pale in the moonlight, holding a bundle wrapped in dark cloth that moved. He looked at Harry with the trapped animal calculation Harry recognized from the Whomping Willow, looking for the exit, and Harry said, "Don't," with enough certainty that Pettigrew went still. "Get behind me," Harry told Cedric. I'm not suggesting it because you're less capable," Harry said quickly. "I'm suggesting it because the thing in that bundle is looking for a soul to fix onto and you're less shielded than I am. I have protections you don't." Cedric moved without further argument. What happened next was the specific chaos of a plan meeting reality. The ritual began because Pettigrew panicked and moved and Harry couldn't stop it cleanly, the bone and the hand and the blood, a nick on Harry's arm, Pettigrew's knife, fast and stinging, and the cauldron went white and the thing that emerged from it was Voldemort. Tom Riddle, restored. He was tall and pale and entirely wrong in the way that something not quite human was wrong, and he stood in his new body with the specific satisfaction of something that had been waiting a very long time and considered the wait over. He looked at Harry with the red eyes that Harry had seen in first year on the back of Quirrell's head, and this time they were full-powered and present and focused. Harry had 1 second while Voldemort oriented. He made it count. "Now," he said to the mirror, loudly and clearly. "Graveyard. Now." Voldemort sent the first curse the same moment Harry moved, hard left, rolling, coming up with his wand already tracing the counter, and the Cruciatus missed him by a foot. Expelliarmus, Harry said, which was not the spell most people would have led with against Lord Voldemort, but which had the advantage of connecting wand to wand in the specific way of twin-core magic, and the priori incantatem effect that followed was not something Voldemort had planned for. The golden thread. The connection. The spell bridge between the two wands made of feathers from the same bird, and the echoes that came pouring out of Voldemort's wand, the last spells, the last victims, his parents' shadows coming first, James and then Lily, and Harry held the thread and looked at his mother's echo and felt something that had no name anchor itself in his chest and make itself available. He held the thread. Voldemort pushed. Harry pulled. It lasted 12 seconds, which was longer than most duels Harry had been in, shorter than it felt. He looked at his mother's shadow and she looked at him and her mouth moved, and what she said was not words but was clear anyway, the specific communication that went through that golden thread in both directions, and whatever it was enough. He broke the connection deliberately. "Cedric," he said. "Cup. Go." Cedric was already moving, the cup was on the ground 30 feet away, knocked there in the first movement. Pettigrew was down, stunned, which Harry had managed during the priori incantatem somehow, wandless and automatically, the reflex of years. The Death Eaters who had been summoned were arriving in a loose ring, but the Aurors were arriving faster. They arrived with the specific controlled efficiency of a well-planned operation, 4 of them, operating to his location coordinates, wands out, the containment formation spreading automatically. 2 more a second behind. Sirius came in on the motorbike from the graveyard's edge, because he'd been in Hogsmeade and the portkey had taken him close and he'd ridden the rest, which was both completely unreasonable and completely serious. Remus came from the other direction, and the Death Eater ring, which had been assembling with the confidence of people who had expected to be dramatically outnumbering their target, found itself being outnumbered instead. Voldemort's face did something Harry had never expected to see on it, something like recalculation. Harry walked toward him. Not running. Walking, with his wand up and his eyes clear and the golden thread's echo still humming somewhere in his chest. "This is the second time you've underestimated what you're dealing with," Harry said. "I'd think about whether a third attempt is worth the investment." "You're a child," Voldemort said. His voice was cold and high and exactly as wrong as his face. "I'm aware," Harry said. "And you're a man who has been outmaneuvered by a series of children, which I think is the more significant data point." He looked at him steadily. "The Aurors are going to take you and everyone here into custody. You'll be tried. Given what Crouch Jr. is going to say under Veritasrum tonight, and given what Pettigrew is going to say, and given that you're standing in a body rebuilt tonight with 6 witnesses present, the case is fairly complete. Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes, and what was in them was not the fear Harry had half expected. It was something older and more fundamental than fear. It was the look of a man who was working out that he had miscounted, somewhere, at some essential level. "You prepared for this," Voldemort said. "Since I was 8 years old," Harry said. "Someone taught me that the best thing you can do with a problem is understand it properly before you try to solve it." A pause in which the Aurors were moving and Sirius had his wand at Pettigrew's head and the Death Eaters were being systematically subdued and only this specific pocket of the graveyard remained outside the containment. "You have my blood now," Harry said. "You know what that means." "It means I'm protected," Voldemort said. "It means I cannot be killed while I have it means my mother's protection lives in you," Harry said. "Which means as long as you're alive, there's a tether. Which means I'm not fully mortal in the usual sense while you carry it." He held the red eyes. "You thought you were taking my weapon. You took my insurance policy." The silence lasted exactly as long as it needed to. Then Amelia Bones arrived. She arrived into the graveyard with 2 senior Aurors and a containment specialist and surveyed the scene, the subdued Death Eaters, the restored Voldemort, Pettigrew stunned on the ground, Harry standing in the middle of it with his wand steady and his expression calm, with the expression she reserved for situations that had gone exactly as planned except for being worse than planned. She looked at Harry. "Report," she said. "Ritual complete," he said. "Voldemort restored using my blood, Pettigrew's hand, Riddle Sr.'s bone. 12 Death Eaters present, all subdued. Pettigrew is stunned, he's going to need separate secure custody, he's an animagus. Cedric Diggory is safe, he portkeyed back with the cup approximately 4 minutes ago." He paused. "The priori incantatum effect connected my wand to Voldemort's. I'd recommend examining his wand before it's stored." Amelia took in the complete report without blinking. Then she turned to Voldemort, who was standing in his ring of containment with the controlled stillness of something deciding between options and finding them limited. "Tom Riddle," she said. "You are under arrest for the murders of James and Lily Potter, Cedric Diggory." "Diggory is alive," Harry said. "Attempted murder of Cedric Diggory," she amended, without pause, "conspiracy to commit numerous additional offenses, possession of a soul fragment in violation of," she kept going. The list was long. She'd clearly been writing it for a while, because she recited it without notes. Harry listened to it and thought about the mirror, and the loose brick, and the velvet cloth, and a 6-year-old in a cupboard who had said hello into the dark and been answered. He put his wand down. Not dropped, set down, deliberate, because the fight was over and he was in the habit of deliberate actions. Sirius appeared at his shoulder. "You all right?" "Yes." "The blood, his arm, a cut," Harry said. "It's fine." Sirius grabbed him in a hug that had several years of compressed worry in it, and Harry let him, because that was what the moment needed and he understood that. "You rode a motorbike into a dark wizard's resurrection ritual," Harry said, into Sirius's shoulder. "The portkey took me to the village," Sirius said. "The bike was faster." "That's insane." "That's family," Sirius said, in a tone that dared contradiction. Harry didn't contradict it. Remus appeared on Harry's other side and put a hand on his shoulder, briefly, which was the Remus version of the same thing, and the 3 of them stood in the graveyard in the early summer night while Amelia's team processed the scene with the organized efficiency of people who had been preparing for exactly this. He looked at Amelia across the graveyard. She was directing her team, writing something, speaking to her containment specialist, being in 3 places in one body the way she always was. She caught his eye. She held it for a moment. He nodded. She nodded back. Then she turned and went back to work, because there was a very great deal of work left, and Amelia Bones had never in her life left necessary work undone. Chapter 8, The Ministry Falls Forward. The denial started before the sun came up. Cornelius Fudge arrived at the graveyard at 2 in the morning, 30 minutes after the last Death Eater had been processed and contained, wearing his green bowler hat over his nightclothes in the specific way of a man who had been woken from sleep and had reached for the nearest symbolic authority he could find. He looked at the scene, the cauldron, the headstone, the scorch marks, the contained and documented presence of 12 Death Eaters and one restored Dark Wizard currently surrounded by Amelia's people, and his face did something that Harry had been expecting and Amelia had been documenting for months. It went blank. Then it went busy. The blank was the moment of genuine confrontation with reality. The busy was the moment Fudge decided what story he was going to tell instead. "This is," Fudge started. "Tom Riddle," Amelia said, without looking up from her documentation. "Restored to a body through a dark ritual using Harry Potter's blood, Pettigrew's hand, and the exhumed bone of Riddle Sr., performed on this site approximately 90 minutes ago. I have 14 witnesses, a crime scene that has been fully documented by 3 separate qualified witnesses under the Ministry's evidence preservation standards, and a confession from Pettigrew already on record via preliminary veritaserum administered on-site by Senior Auror Shacklebolt." She looked up. "I also have Harry Potter, who has a cut on his arm consistent with the blood extraction described and who can give direct testimony as a witness and victim." She held Fudge's gaze. "Would you like to review the documentation, Minister?" Fudge looked at her. He looked at Voldemort, who was in a magical containment circle being overseen by 2 hit wizards who did not look like they wanted to be anywhere near him but were doing it anyway because Amelia had asked them to, and Amelia's requests tended to be structurally indistinguishable from orders. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "I'd like a private word," Fudge said. "With Mr. Potter." "No," Amelia said. Fudge blinked. "I beg your, Mr. Potter is a minor witness in an active criminal matter," she said. "He has given a preliminary statement and will give a full recorded statement under appropriate conditions. He is not available for private conversations with the Minister for Magic at 2 in the morning in an unsecured crime scene location." She said this with the flat authority of someone reciting statute, which she was. "You are of course welcome to observe the continued processing of the scene, or to return to the Ministry where you will be updated formally in the morning." Fudge stood very still. He was a heavy man with a politician's face, readable by profession, though the reading rarely went deep, and right now the face was doing something that Harry had seen on people before when they encountered Amelia in full operational mode. It was the look of someone who had believed, going into the conversation, that they had authority, and was rapidly revising that assessment. "Amelia," Fudge said, quietly, in the specific tone of a man trying to communicate something through implication. "What we say here, tonight, will be said in the same way at tomorrow's formal briefing," she said. "And in the full documented record, and in the statement I'll be releasing to the press at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I really don't think, the statement has already been prepared and will go out regardless of this conversation." She looked at him directly. "There is nothing to discuss, Cornelius. What happened tonight happened. It is documented. The documentation will be released." A pause. "What you choose to say about it is your decision. I'd recommend choosing carefully." Fudge left at 2:45. He did not look at Harry again. Harry watched him go and then looked at Amelia, who had already turned back to her work. "You've been ready for that conversation for a year," he said. 18 months, she said. "Get that arm looked at." He went back to Hogwarts as the sky was graying toward dawn, in a Ministry car with Cedric Diggory, who had been waiting in the school's hospital wing and who had insisted on being present when Harry arrived despite Madame Pomfrey's excellent arguments against it. He looked slightly pale and extremely awake and like someone who had been doing a great deal of processing in the last 3 hours. "I've been thinking," Cedric said. "That seems right," Harry said. "You knew," Cedric said. "You knew exactly what was going to happen and you brought me with you anyway." "I gave you the choice," Harry said. "You chose. Because you gave me accurate information." Cedric looked at him. "Most people in your position would have gone alone. Most people in my position haven't spent 5 years being told that going alone is strategically inferior," Harry said. A pause. "Who taught you that?" Someone very good at their job, Harry said. The car moved through the early morning. The sky was doing something interesting, not sunrise yet, but the particular luminous gray that preceded it, the sky deciding. I want to be an oarer, Cedric said. Not like he was announcing it for the first time, but like he was saying something he'd known for a while and had just decided to say aloud. I've been thinking about what to do after Hogwarts and it keeps coming back to that. You'd be good at it, Harry said. You could be too. Harry thought about it. He'd thought about it before. I'm not sure oarer is the right frame, he said. I think what I want is, closer to what Amelia does. The institutional work. The structural work. He paused. You can catch dark wizards one by one for 50 years, or you can build the framework that makes the catching more effective and the breeding ground smaller. That sounds like a longer project. Yes, Harry said. It is. Cedric was quiet for a moment. Do you ever get tired of the long project? Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About counting cracks. About the weight of a mirror in his hands in the dark. About 5 years of preparation for a night that had lasted less than an hour of actual crisis. No, he said honestly. I find it more interesting than the alternative. Cedric looked at him with the expression he'd had on him since the maze, the one Harry was starting to recognize as something like genuine admiration without the fan quality that the rest of the school's admiration had. I'm glad you were in that graveyard, he said. I'm glad you were, Harry said. You held steady under pressure. That's not nothing. Cedric laughed softly. Coming from you, that's extraordinarily high praise. It's accurate praise, Harry said. Same thing. The press statement went out at 9 o'clock, as promised. It went to the Prophet, yes, but also, and this was the piece that Fudge had not been able to anticipate or prevent, to the international magical publication that Amelia's contact worked for, and to Xenophilius Lovegood's Quibbler, and to 4 international outlets and 2 Muggle wire services through a Muggle liaison contact who had been briefed carefully over the preceding year. The statement was factual, precise, and complete. It included the witness list, the documentation summary, the preliminary Veritaserum results from Pettigrew, and a specific section on the political history of Voldemort's followers in the Ministry that named names and cited evidence and did not use the passive voice. Fudge's response came at 10:15, in a press conference at the Ministry atrium, where he said several things that carefully avoided the word Voldemort and included the phrase unconfirmed reports 3 times. The international publication had been running the story for 40 minutes by then. Harry read the coverage in the hospital wing, propped up in bed with his arm properly dressed and Hermione sitting in the chair beside him with 6 different publications spread across his blanket, cross-referencing them with the focused energy of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a year and a half. The Prophet's running his version, she said. But look at the Quibbler. Lovegood ran the full documentation. All of it. Amelia gave it to him, Harry said. She said the Prophet could spin what they printed, but they couldn't spin what had already been printed elsewhere. Smart, Hermione said. She's always smart, Harry said. That's not the part one worry about. What part do you worry about? He thought about it. Fudge has 12 months until the next Wisengamot session, he said. He's going to spend those 12 months discrediting every source. He'll go after Amelia's credibility. He'll go after Dumbledore. He'll go after me. He'll go after you, Hermione said, flatly. He's already planning it, Harry said. He looked at me in that graveyard like I was a problem that needed reframing, not a witness that needed protecting. What are you going to do? Not be reframable, Harry said. It's difficult to discredit a witness whose documentation is impeccable and who has Amelia Bones behind them. He paused. But it's going to be a long year. Ron appeared in the doorway of the hospital wing with Neville at his shoulder, and behind them Ginny, and behind Ginny somehow the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the hospital wing's next 20 minutes were a specific kind of chaos that Madame Pomfrey managed with the resigned authority of someone who had been managing it for 30 years. Harry looked at his people, Ron's uncomplicated loyalty, Hermione's precision, Neville's quiet steady strength, Ginny's sharp eyes, and thought about what he'd said to Cedric about the long project. About the framework. He was 15 in 2 weeks. He had a great deal of work left. Summer was complicated in the way that post-crisis summers were complicated. Things that had been running on the energy of the crisis didn't immediately find a new pace, and people who had been moving quickly had to remember how to move normally. The flat in London was full for most of July. Remus came and stayed, because there was room and because his own flat was not particularly comfortable and because Sirius had finally asked him directly instead of obliquely, which had made the difference. Hermione came for 3 weeks with her parents, who Sirius charmed immediately and who spent a baffled and delighted week asking questions about the magical world that Harry answered with the same care he gave all questions, which Hermione's mother later told Hermione was the most extraordinary young man she'd encountered. Neville came for a week. He and Remus had a quiet conversation one afternoon in the garden, just the two of them, that Harry didn't ask about and that Neville didn't explain, but which changed something in Neville's bearing afterward in a way that was small and significant and very good. And through all of it, every night, the mirror. Amelia was working harder than Harry had seen her work in 5 years of knowing her, which was saying something given that he'd met her at 2 in the morning while she was reading case reports. She was fighting the denial on 3 fronts simultaneously, the media narrative, the Wisengamot politics, and the internal ministry culture that had 12 years of comfortable assumptions to protect. She slept 4 hours a night. She ate when she remembered to. When Harry said this to her directly, she said she was fine, and he said she was not fine, and she said she was managing, which was a different thing and they both knew it. "Susan's worried about you," Harry said one night. A pause. "She told you that?" She didn't have to. He'd met Susan Bones at the ministry's public garden party in June, a girl his own age who had her aunt's jaw and her own considerable warmth, who had looked at Harry with the specific familiarity of someone who had heard about him for years. "She's watching you the same way you watch people you're concerned about. With the calculating attention. You're both too observant," Amelia said. "You raised us to be," he said. She looked at him. "I did not raise Susan to, you raised her by example," Harry said. "And you raised me by correspondence, which amounts to the same thing." He looked at her steadily. "You need to sleep more. The case against Fudge's narrative doesn't build itself." "No. But it also doesn't get built effectively by someone running at 60% capacity." He held her gaze. "Amelia. I'm serious. You sound like Minerva." "I'll take that." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm aware that I've been pushing past reasonable limits." She said it with the characteristic precision of someone acknowledging a fact they find mildly irritating. "I'll reassess." "Good," he said. "Don't look so satisfied." "I'm not satisfied. I'm relieved." He paused. "There's a difference." She looked at him. The honest face appeared, the underneath one. "You worry about me," she said, like she was still slightly surprised by the fact of it. "Of course," he said. "You're one of the 3 most important people in my life." He said it the way he said true things, plainly, without performance. It would be strange not to worry. She was quiet for a long moment. "4," she said finally. He looked at her. "You listed 3, she said. Sirius, Remus, myself, I assume." Hermione would dispute her omission. "Hermione is 1 through 3 on a separate list," he said. "She and Neville and Ron." She smiled. Not the small quick smile she deployed when he surprised her, but the other kind, rarer, more complete. "Get some sleep, Harry." "You first," he said. She pointed at him. "Bed." He went. 5th year began with Dolores Umbridge. He'd known she was coming. Amelia had been tracking the appointment since July, Fudge placing his own person in the defense against the dark arts position, someone whose loyalty was entirely to the ministry's current narrative and who had the specific skill set of someone who understood power through institutional control rather than magical ability. Umbridge arrived at the start of term feast in a pink cardigan and a smile that worked like a wall, smooth, impenetrable, pointing in one direction. She sat at the teacher's table and surveyed the students with the expression of someone who had come to solve a problem and was identifying the variables. Harry was one of the variables. He could tell from the way her gaze tracked to him and held for a fraction too long, with the calculation underneath the smile. He ate his dinner. After the feast, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step beside him with the specific tension in her shoulders that meant she was processing something she didn't like. "Umbridge," she said. "I know," he said. "She's going to teach defense without actual defense. Theory only, ministry approved. It's in the course description." "I know that too. So what are we going to do?" He looked at her. "We're going to learn defense ourselves," he said. "Properly, outside official channels. And we're going to document everything she does that violates educational standards, because when this year is over, there will be a reckoning and I want the file complete." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You want to form a study group?" "I want to form a teaching group," he said. "There's a difference. I'm not going to be a figurehead. I'm going to actually teach." She looked at him with the expression that meant she was already several steps ahead. "We'll need a space." "The room of requirement," he said. "3rd floor, 7th corridor, think of what you need and walk past 3 times. I found it 2nd year when I needed somewhere to practice." He paused. "It generates exactly what's required." "How did you find that?" "I needed a place to practice wandless transfiguration without anyone watching," he said. "The castle provided." She stared at him. "You've had a secret room for 3 years. I've had a useful room for 3 years. It's only secret if you don't tell people about it." He looked at her. "Tell Ron and Neville. We'll start with the people we trust and grow carefully." "How many people?" "As many as want to learn and can keep it quiet," he said. "This isn't elitist. It's operational security." Hermione nodded with the crisp focus of someone given a project she believes in. "I'll draft a founding document," she said. "Of course you will," he said. "It should have a name," she said. "Dumbledore's Army," he said immediately. She blinked. "Why?" "Because if Umbridge finds out about it, that's the name she'll report to Fudge, and Fudge's greatest fear is that Dumbledore is building a private army. It's both accurate to who we are and specifically calibrated to cause maximum political inconvenience to the people trying to silence us." Hermione looked at him for a moment. "You thought of that immediately," she said. "I've been thinking about this since July," he said. Dumbledore's army met twice a week in the room of requirement, and by November it had 26 members and was, by any honest assessment, producing better defense results than 5 years of official Hogwarts instruction had managed. Harry taught the way Amelia had taught him, not simplified and encouraging, but actual, the real theory behind the real spell work, because people learned better when they understood mechanism and not just motion. He explained why a shield charm worked, not just how to perform it. He explained the internal logic of the Patronus. He explained the difference between defensive dueling and combat dueling and why the distinction mattered. He also taught the way McGonagall taught him, with standards, with expectation, with the underlying message that you are capable of this and I expect you to be. Neville was the development he found most significant. Neville, who had arrived at Hogwarts believing himself incapable, who had spent 4 years being consistently underestimated by the people responsible for teaching him, responded to being actually taught with a specific, flowering competence that was breathtaking to watch. By December he was one of the best in the group. By March he was better than most of them. "How," Ron said, after watching Neville produce a full corporeal Patronus, a large, steady one, a bear, on his 3rd attempt. "How is he doing that?" "Because he was always capable of it," Harry said. Nobody showed him the mechanism before. We had the same classes, Ron said. We had the same classes, Harry said. We didn't have the same experience of those classes. He looked at Ron. Snape has spent 4 years telling Neville he's inadequate. That's not neutral information. It goes somewhere in a person. He paused. The room of requirement doesn't have Snape in it. It makes a difference. Ron was quiet for a moment, thoughtful in the way he went when something was reorganizing his understanding. Yeah, he said. That's right. Document it, Harry said. What? Document how Neville performs here versus in class. Quietly, accurately. Date it, describe it. It's part of the case file. Ron stared at him. You're building a case file on Umbridge's teaching. On the impact of hostile pedagogy on magical development, Harry said. Umbridge is the current example, but she's not the only one. Snape, Ron said. Among others. Harry looked at him. Will you do it? Ron picked up a quill. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I'll do it. Umbridge found out about the DA in March, which was later than Harry had expected and earlier than he'd hoped. The specific mechanism was a betrayal from within, which he'd assessed as a 20% risk when he'd been thinking about operational security and which turned out to have a name, Marietta Edgecombe, who had excellent reasons for her anxiety about ministry consequences and whom Harry didn't forgive but also didn't entirely blame, because fear was real and coercive institutions knew how to use it. The confrontation in Dumbledore's office, Fudge, Umbridge, 2 ministry officials, Dumbledore, and Harry, was the most interesting meeting Harry had attended in 5 years of interesting meetings. Fudge had come to arrest Dumbledore. He said so directly, with the confidence of a man who had planned this for several months and believed he had the authority. Dumbledore looked at Fudge with the benign, ancient attention he brought to things he found mildly beneath him and said, I don't think that will be happening, Cornelius, and then left through his flue with Fawkes and his silver instrument collection, which Harry thought was perhaps the most elegantly pointless act of self-preservation he'd witnessed. Dumbledore removing himself so that the institution could continue operating without the political complication of his presence. Fudge's expression when Dumbledore left was the expression of a man who had prepared for a confrontation and received instead a polite exit, which was in some ways worse. Harry stood in the office and looked at Fudge and Umbridge and said nothing. Umbridge looked at him. She had the smile on, but underneath it something very specific, not anger, not fear, but the particular focused resentment of someone who knew they'd been outmaneuvered and were deciding how to respond to that. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor Umbridge, he said. You've been running an illegal, I've been running a voluntary study group, he said. For which I'm happy to provide the detailed session notes and outcome assessments that I've been keeping since September, which document specifically what was taught and how it relates to the standard defense curriculum. He looked at her. The case for educational supplementation seems fairly straightforward given the documented gap between our official curriculum and ministry examination standards. Fudge looked at him. You're 15 years old, he said, which seemed to be the thing people fell back on when the other arguments weren't working. Yes, Harry said. I know. Umbridge became headmistress in April, which was the ministry's attempt at control, and was an escalation that Harry had been anticipating. He told Amelia that night. Her response was immediate. The appointment is legally questionable, she said. The Board of Governors has primacy over school leadership, and the minister doesn't have direct appointment authority without their approval. I'm reviewing the statutes. How quickly can you move? 3 weeks minimum for a formal challenge. She was already writing. In the interim, Harry, I need you to be careful. Not afraid. But careful. Umbridge has actual legal authority in that building right now and she's going to use it. I know, he said. She's going to try to get me to react. To do something she can frame as dangerous. He thought about it. She wants the boy who lived to become a threat. It's a better story than the boy who lived being a credible witness. Yes. Amelia looked at him. Don't react. I don't react, he said. That's practically a defining characteristic. You have been known to react, she said. When people you care about are threatened. He thought about that. I'll be careful, he said. Good. He was careful. For 3 weeks, while Umbridge consolidated her authority and instituted educational decrees that he documented meticulously, he was careful. He taught DA with increased frequency and increased security. He helped Neville and Hermione drill their weakest skills. He helped Ron develop the specific tactical patience that didn't come naturally to him. He was careful until the night in May when Umbridge told him his godfather was in danger. It wasn't real. That was the piece he knew first, in the 90 seconds after she said it, the way you knew things when you'd been building the habit of accurate assessment for 9 years, the information was too convenient, too precisely targeted at his specific vulnerability, delivered at a moment when he was isolated and already under pressure. He knew it wasn't real. He also couldn't rule out that it was. He thought about Amelia. About calling her through the mirror immediately, which was the correct response, which was what the years of preparation had built toward. He also thought about 17 people who had followed him every week for 7 months, who had been building skills because they trusted him to build them correctly. He thought about Neville's Patronus. About Ron's tactical patience. About Hermione's three-dimensional understanding of every spell they'd practiced. He went to find them. Not to tell them what to do. To tell them the truth. Someone told me Sirius is in danger, he said, in the 7th corridor where the room sometimes appeared even when you hadn't asked for it. I don't know if it's real. I need to verify it before I move on it. But I need your help to do that. Hermione was already problem-solving. Umbridge's office has a fireplace, she said. The flue's still connected, she uses it to contact the ministry. If you could get in, distraction, Harry said. I need her out of the office. We can do that, Neville said. Harry looked at him. We've been training for months, Neville said, with the steady certainty that had been building in him all year. Let us do something with it. What happened in the next hour was the DA operating as what it was, a group of people who understood their own capabilities and each other's, working a problem in real time. He got to the fire. He called through to Grimmauld Place and found it empty and found the specific quality of the empty that meant no one had been there in the last few hours, not because someone was being held but because no one was home. He was back in the corridor in 7 minutes, and the something isn't right was still present but the specific fear for Sirius was lower, and he stood in the corridor and thought about what came next. Umbridge found them. Brought ministry officials. And then did the thing Harry had been half expecting all year. She had Snape bring her Veritaserum, and when Snape said he had no more of it, Harry watched Snape's face and understood in the space of 2 seconds that Snape was lying and knew something and was choosing this moment to have no more Veritaserum, and filed it as significant. Umbridge threatened worse. Harry looked at her and saw the line she was approaching and what was on the other side of it, and made a fast decision. He told her a partial truth, shaped truth, the truth that pointed at something real but not at what she wanted, and watched her take it, and watched her take the 4 people she'd restrained out to the Forbidden Forest to verify it, and in the forest the centaurs did what centaurs did with people who treated them as less than they were. Umbridge was gone. Harry stood in a clearing after, with Neville and Ginny and Luna Lovegood who had been there since the beginning, calm and observant and exactly as strange as usual, and thought about the next move. Sirius is somewhere, he said. The Ministry of Magic. The Department of Mysteries. He'd seen it in the mirror, not the communication mirror, the other mirror, the connection he had through Voldemort's blood and the tether between them. He'd seen it every night for weeks in his sleep and had told Amelia, who had said it was either a real vision or a targeted one and that they were preparing for both. I need to know if it's real or if Voldemort is using the connection to place an image. How do you tell? Ginny said. Harry took out the mirror. He called Amelia, and she answered in under 30 seconds, which meant she'd been near it, which meant she'd been expecting this call. I need to verify Sirius's location, he said. Hold on. He heard her move, heard her speaking to someone. Sirius, where are you right now, and don't make a joke about it, and then Sirius's voice, puzzled and present, in the kitchen. Why, what happened? Harry breathed. He's here, Amelia said. He's safe. Whatever you were shown, it wasn't real. It was Voldemort, Harry said. Using the connection. He wanted me at the Department of Mysteries. He thought about it very quickly. Which means something is at the Department of Mysteries. Something he wants me to retrieve. Something that's there and accessible and that he can't get himself. The prophecy, Amelia said. The prophecy, he confirmed. The original recording, in the Hall of Prophecy. He needs me to get it because only the people named in it can take it from the shelf. A brief pause. I've been watching the Department of Mysteries for 3 weeks, she said. There have been unusual access attempts on the outer perimeter, magical, targeted, consistent with someone testing the wards. I didn't have the connection piece until now. His Death Eaters are there, Harry said. Waiting for me to come and retrieve it. Yes. Her voice was doing the commergency thing. Stay where you are. I'm coming. Amelia, I'm coming, she said again, in the tone that ended that conversation. I have 6 Aurors staged. This is exactly what we prepared for. Stay in the forest. The Death Eaters are going to be at the prophecy, Harry said. Not at the forest. I know. If you go in, they'll know you're coming. I know that too. You need the element of surprise, Harry said. Which means you need them to think I'm coming instead. He thought about it very quickly. Which means I need to be there. Not alone, not going in alone. But going in first, visibly, so that they're oriented toward me and you can come in on the flank. A pause. That, she said, is the most elegant argument for you doing something dangerous that you've ever constructed. It's also correct, he said. Another pause. A long one. Sirius is going to want to come, she said. I know. I'm not going to be able to stop him. I know that too. 6 Aurors, she said. I'm there in 15 minutes. You take the long route through the atrium entrance. Visible, moving at student pace, so that anyone watching the entry point sees you coming and alerts their people. She was already moving, he could hear it. And Harry, I know, he said. The prophecy doesn't matter, she said. Whatever it says, whatever Voldemort wants with it, it doesn't change anything I know about you. You understand that? He was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. I do. Good, she said. 15 minutes. The Department of Mysteries was underground and dark in the specific way of places that held powerful things, not threatening dark, but deep dark, the dark of something with weight to it, something old and significant. Harry went in with Neville, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Luna, because they were there and because leaving them behind was not actually safer for them, and because he'd spent 7 months building a team and the situation that made it useful had arrived. He told them, quickly and clearly, exactly what was happening. The full picture, Voldemort, the prophecy, the ambush, Amelia's team incoming, their job, which was not to be heroes but to be alive when the Aurors arrived. He watched their faces take in the information and do something with it that was its own kind of extraordinary, not panic, not bravado, but the specific focused presence of people who had been preparing and recognized the moment. The prophecy is secondary, he said. If we get to it without engagement, we take it. If we're engaged before we get to it, we hold and wait for backup. Yes. Yes, they said, in 5 different keys, all of them meaning it. The Hall of Prophecy was exactly as the vision had shown it, long, dark, lined floor to ceiling with glowing glass spheres, the rows stretching to invisible ends. He found the right row, found the right sphere, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter, and took it from the shelf. The Death Eaters appeared from between the rows. 12 of them. He recognized Bellatrix Lestrange immediately, from the photographs Amelia had shown him and from the specific quality of her focus, which was absolute and not entirely rational. He recognized Lucius Malfoy, who had been quietly reinstated into social respectability after the graveyard operations evidence had somehow not quite accumulated to his door, which was a failure Amelia had been methodical about for months. "Give it to me," Bellatrix said. Harry looked at her. "No," he said. He kept the prophecy. What happened next was the DA doing what it was built to do, not heroics, but application. Covering each other, maintaining mobility, the specific fighting retreat of people who understood that the goal was survival until backup arrived, not victory. Neville took a spell to the nose and kept going. Hermione went down for 90 seconds, Harry's heart did something extreme, and then was back up, infuriated and bleeding slightly from her hairline and considerably more dangerous for it. Ron engaged 2 Death Eaters simultaneously with the tactical patience that had taken 7 months to develop. Ginny was fast and precise. Luna was fine, which was the thing about Luna, she moved through dangerous situations with the specific calm of someone who had a different relationship with reality than most people, and occasionally this was a profound advantage. Amelia came through the entrance chamber with 6 or 7 minutes after Harry arrived. 7 minutes was long. It was also shorter than most battles. The Death Eaters turned at the sound of the Aurors, and in the turn there was a gap, and Neville, who 4 years ago couldn't reliably perform a simple locomotion charm, Neville hit Dolohov with a full-force stupefy from 40 feet and meant it so completely that Dolohov was unconscious before he finished falling. Harry looked at him. Neville was breathing hard, his nose bent in a way it shouldn't be, and he looked back at Harry with the wide-eyed expression of someone who had just discovered the exact location of a limit they didn't know they had. "Good," Harry said. "My nose," Neville said. "Later," Harry said. The battle compressed into the specific final phase of things once proper Aurors arrived, experienced, trained, organized, and in this specific case furious in the quiet way of professionals who had been watching students fight Death Eaters for 7 minutes. It ended with 9 Death Eaters in custody, including Bellatrix Lestrange, who was still shouting when the containment closed over her. 3 had escaped. Lucius Malfoy was in custody, which Harry noted with specific satisfaction. Voldemort arrived in the atrium. Not sneaking. Not hidden. He walked into the Ministry of Magic through the public entrance and stood in the atrium that was decorated with the Fountain of Magical Brethren and looked at Dumbledore, who had arrived from wherever Dumbledore had been with his usual combination of exactly the right timing and zero explanation. What happened between them in that atrium was the most significant duel Harry had ever seen and would likely ever see, 2 of the most powerful wizards in a century, completely unapologetic about what they were, in a public ministry building at 2 in the morning. Dumbledore was, Harry observed with the specific appreciation of someone who had been studying magical theory since he was 7 years old, extraordinary. Not flashy. Precise and enormous, the way very old power was precise and enormous, like watching a mountain decide to move. Voldemort was also extraordinary. The restored body had brought restored power, and the red eyes had the absolute focus of something that had been building toward this moment for 40 years. Harry stood at the edge of the atrium with Amelia's hand on his shoulder. She was beside him, because she'd come through from the Department of Mysteries corridor and wasn't going to let him stand here alone, and watched the duel and thought about the tether. About the prophecy in his hand, which he'd held through everything and was now slightly absurd, this glass sphere in his hand while 2 ancient powers rewrote the atrium architecture around each other. Then Voldemort stopped. He stopped fighting Dumbledore and looked at Harry, and the red eyes had something in them that Harry hadn't seen before in all of their encounters. He walked toward Harry. And Harry stood still. Amelia's hand tightened on his shoulder, and he put his hand briefly over hers. "I know. Stay." And looked at Voldemort coming toward him with the specific patient focus of someone who had done the math and was standing on the far side of an answer. "You could stop this," Voldemort said. He was 10 feet away and the atrium was very quiet except for the fountain. "All of it. Give yourself to me now and it ends." Harry looked at him. At the pale wrong face and the red eyes and the thing behind them, which was not evil exactly, evil was too simple, but was the specific product of what happened when a human being systematically removed every connection to other people and called the resulting emptiness power. "No," Harry said. "But I'll tell you something interesting." He looked at Voldemort steadily. "You have my blood. You have my mother's protection. And you have no idea what that means, because you've never had anyone love you enough to die for you, so you can't recognize what it looks like when it's already done." He held the red eyes. "You think you've been winning. You think the last 15 years have been a recovery. But every choice you've made has been running you toward this room, and everyone in this room, and the one thing you don't understand." He paused. "You can't win this. Not because of destiny or prophecy or any of the things you've been told. Because of this," he gestured at Amelia's hand on his shoulder, at the 6 Aurors behind her, at the DA kids being looked after against the wall, at Dumbledore waiting behind Voldemort with absolute patience. "You don't have any of this. You've never had any of this. And this is what wins." Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Then he did something that Harry hadn't expected. In the end, he tried to possess him. The Legilimency invasion came hard and fast and was the most unpleasant thing Harry had ever experienced, a cold dark presence pressing into his mind looking for the weakness, looking for the fear, looking for the emptiness to fill. It found something else. It found 9 years of mirror conversations at 2 in the morning. It found Sirius in the consultation room reaching for a sandwich. It found Neville's bare Patronus. It found Hermione editing his case files. It found the handwriting in the margins of Beetle the Bard. It found the hand warmer clicking warm in a cold cupboard. It found every single person Harry had chosen and who had chosen him back, every connection that had been built and maintained deliberately, every piece of the long project. Voldemort withdrew. He withdrew the way something withdrew from a fire, not slowly, not gracefully, but immediately, instinctively, away from something that burned. He looked at Harry with the red eyes and Harry looked back and there was a moment of absolute clarity between them, the moment of someone understanding for the first time what they've been up against. Then Fudge arrived through the flue with 6 magical law enforcement officers and stopped in the middle of the atrium and looked at Voldemort and looked at Harry and looked at Dumbledore and looked at Amelia, and his face did the thing Harry had seen it do in the graveyard, the blank and then the busy, except this time there was nowhere for the busy to go. There were 40 witnesses. There were 6 Aurors. There was Amelia with her documentation and her press contacts and her 9-year evidence file. And there was Voldemort, standing in the middle of the Ministry of Magic's atrium, unmistakable and undeniable. Fudge made a sound. Then he said, very quietly, "He's back." "Yes," Amelia said. "He is. As I have been documenting for the past year." She stepped forward. "Minister. I am formally requesting your authorization to upgrade all active Death Eater files to Category 1 threat status, to publicly acknowledge Lord Voldemort's return in tonight's official press release, and to convene an emergency session of the Wisengamot within 48 hours. A silence. "Yes," Fudge said. "Yes, all right." Voldemort disappeared. Not captured, he disapparated in a darkness that left cold air behind. The fight, such as it was over for tonight. But the room remained. The witnesses remained. The documentation remained. And Fudge had said yes in front of 40 people. The story broke at 6 in the morning in 4 languages simultaneously. Harry was in the Hogwarts hospital wing by then, which Madame Pomfrey had insisted on and which he'd accepted because his body was making several arguments about the events of the last 12 hours that were difficult to ignore. He had a minor concussion, 3 bruised ribs, and what Pomfrey described as acute magical exhaustion, which felt like being hollowed out and then asked to run. Sirius was there. He'd arrived at the ministry 20 minutes after the duel and been present for the formal statements and had then, characteristically, ridden his motorbike to Hogwarts to be physically present rather than wait. Remus had come by normal transport and arrived 20 minutes after Sirius. Hermione was in the next bed, awake, eating hospital wing porridge, reading the Quibbler's coverage on a copy that Neville had procured from somewhere, with the focused attention of someone checking the documentation against the story. Neville's nose had been fixed. He was sitting at the foot of Harry's bed looking like someone in the middle of a very significant personal process. Ron was asleep, because Ron had a reliable ability to sleep through significant personal processes until the sleeping was done, and then he'd wake up and be fine, which Harry had come to find endearing. Luna was sitting in the corner knitting something purple, which she'd apparently been doing since they arrived, maintaining the specific Luna relationship with Crisis, which was to be present in it as completely and calmly as in everything else. Sirius was talking about the duel with the energy of someone processing adrenaline through the medium of speech. Remus was listening and occasionally correcting specific details, which was their dynamic, and had been since they'd rebuilt it. Harry lay in the hospital wing bed and looked at the ceiling and held the prophecy sphere, which was unbroken, which was something of a small miracle given the night it had had. He looked at it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. He'd heard it twice now, once from Amelia's telling of it and once from the actual recording, its ancient preserved voice filling the Hall of Prophecy in the moment before the Death Eaters appeared. The power the Dark Lord knows not. He thought about the atrium. About the invasion and the withdrawal. About cold darkness pressing into a mind full of warm connections and finding itself burning. Not a weapon. Not a magical technique. Not a spell or a skill or a capability that could be trained. Just the aggregate of every good choice, every person valued accurately, every conversation taken seriously, every promise kept. He put the prophecy sphere on the bedside table. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about Amelia, who was at the ministry right now, who was going to be at the ministry for the next several months at minimum, doing the work that the graveyard hadn't finished, the public reckoning, the institutional reform, the Fudge situation, the Death Eater trials, the documentation of everything that had been done wrong in 12 years of comfortable denial. He thought about what she'd said about him, years ago, to Dumbledore. He is not afraid of you. He thought about what she'd built. Not just the case files and the evidence and the legal framework, but this. The room. The people in it. The specific culture of doing things correctly that she'd been modeling since a 6-year-old with messy hair had looked into a dark mirror and said hello. He thought about long projects. He took the mirror out of his pocket. Amelia appeared after 2 minutes, which was longer than usual, and told him she was genuinely busy, which she was. "How are you?" she said. "3 bruised ribs," he said. "Pomfrey is very sure I need to stay here until tomorrow." "She's right," Amelia said. "Don't argue with her." "I wasn't going to." She looked at him with the honest face. "The full version." "You held," she said. "When he came into your mind." "You held." "Yes," he said. "Because I had something to hold with." A pause. "You know what this means," she said. "The work we've done, it's going to become visible in ways it hasn't been before. People are going to want to examine it, credit it or discredit it, argue about it." "I know," he said. "Fudge is finished," she said. "Politically. His credibility is gone. He denied it too long and too publicly, and now 40 people watched him acknowledge it in the ministry atrium. The election for minister will be called within the year." He looked at her. "Are you going to stand?" She was quiet. "Amelia," he said. "It's complicated," she said. "It's not," he said. "It's exactly what you're built for. You've been doing the job without the title for 30 years. The job with the title comes with different constraints," she said. "Different exposures." "I know," he said. "Stand anyway." She looked at him for a long moment. "You're 15 years old," she said. "I know," he said. "I'm telling you to stand for minister anyway." Something in her expression moved. The full honest underneath. "I'll think about it," she said, which was as close to yes as she came before she was ready. "Good." He shifted against the pillow, winced slightly, was still. "When Voldemort is finally gone, when this is done, I want to work with you. Properly. Not as the boy who lived. As someone who understands the institutional work." "That's years away," she said. "I know," he said. "I'm telling you now so it's stated clearly." She held his gaze for a moment. Then she said, "I know a very good apprenticeship program in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "Of course you do," he said. "Conditional on completing your education," she said. "All of it. Including the parts you find less interesting." "The divination parts," he said. "The divination parts," she confirmed. He looked at the hospital wing ceiling. At Sirius still talking, at Remus listening, at Hermione reading, at Neville in his significant personal process, at Luna knitting, at Ron asleep. At the mirror in his hand. At the crack in the wall where a loose brick had been, 9 years ago, and the velvet cloth and the dark metal frame and the voice on the other side of it. "Thank you," he said. He didn't say it often. He said it when he meant it completely and specifically and wanted it received that way. Amelia was quiet for a moment. "Get some sleep, Harry," she said. "You too," he said. "After the press release," she said. "Amelia, the press release is at 9, she said. "Sleep after that." He didn't push. He knew the rhythm. After the press release she would sleep, and tomorrow the work would continue, and it would continue for a long time, and they would do it together as they'd been doing it, methodically, thoroughly, and without leaving anything unfinished. He put the mirror face down on the bedside table beside the prophecy sphere. He looked at the ceiling. Outside the hospital wing windows, the Scottish dawn was doing what it did, arriving without permission, thorough and indifferent, making the sky the specific luminous gray that preceded everything, the sky deciding. He closed his eyes. The long project continued. He was ready for it. He had always been ready for it. He went to sleep. In the months that followed, Cornelius Fudge resigned. 12 Death Eaters were tried and convicted on complete evidence. Lucius Malfoy received a 10-year sentence. Amelia Bones stood for Minister of Magic and won by the largest margin in Ministry history. Sirius Black was formally appointed to the Wisengamot as a voting member. Remus Lupin returned to Hogwarts as defense against the Dark Arts professor, where he stayed. Neville Longbottom received an outstanding in defense at OWL level. His grandmother attended his results ceremony and said nothing for a very long time, and then said everything. Hermione Granger wrote a 40-page supplementary essay on the documented correlation between hostile pedagogical environments and suppressed magical development that was published in the Journal of Magical Education and cited in 3 subsequent ministry reviews. Harry Potter completed his education, all of it, including divination, which he found less interesting than everything else but finished with his characteristic precision. And somewhere in the country, in a darkened room, in a body borrowed and barely functional, the thing that had been Tom Riddle persisted, diminished, patient, counting its remaining options. Harry knew. He'd known since the graveyard. He was not worried. He had done harder things than this. He had been doing harder things since he was 6 years old, in a cupboard under some stairs, with a mirror and someone on the other end of it who wrote things down and followed through. He had plenty of time. He had, at last, everything he needed.